Starting the stream. See if I get the transcoding options. Hope I do. I do. Yes. On a very good streak of getting the transcoding options in the morning. All right. Welcome, everybody. Today is stream number 420. And I need to make a Rust format agree with me on how to format my own code. So I'm going to be looking at how to do that. And as far as I know, I just need to have a rustfmt.toml file that has all the options customized in such a way that when I run cargo fmt, that it doesn't really change much. And if anything, I want it to help correct me back to my style consistently. So that's my goal for today. All right, so I already have this open to the page I need to be on, configuring rustfmt. It talks about we need a toml file, either rustfmt.toml or .rustfmt.toml, and we're going to place it in any parent directory or the project directory will do. So I'll probably end up putting it in both the repositories I publish as crates and in add at the top level, just to be consistent. So let's do it. Oh, I should also talk about which crate we're going to be working on. So I made this crate called Pantry, and there's actually a pull request about making sure that rustfmt is run, and as it stands right now, the pull request is changing all the code to not match my style anymore, which I don't like. So I think a good compromise would be to do what I'm going to do today. So that's going to be the sort of the focus of my work is when I run rustfmt, this is what it actually wants to do. It wants to make all these changes. There's quite a few of them, and some of them I agree with and some of them I don't. Like, I like this, for example, how it does the where clause, but I don't like, for example, this, because it makes that line super long and it puts all three arguments on the same line. I'm getting more and more used to... Oh, what's this? Lazy Guru and Gadam are both here. Gadam just resubscribed for 9 months. Baby Rage. Hello, Lazy Guru. And hello, Gadam. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good middle of the night, wherever you are in the world. Yeah, so thank you again, Gadam. That's very, very nice of you to subscribe for 9 whole months. And Resubaka's here. Hey, we're going to be taming the rustfmt beast today. Yeah, it does stuff like this, where it puts it all on one line, and I don't like that. I think it's because when I get to a certain point and it's getting too horizontal, I like to fold it. And there's probably an option to get it more in line with what I feel it should do. These I might agree with. So maybe I just need to play with the thresholds in the file. This I do not agree with because, actually, I don't know. I'd be okay with that. I actually, for matches with alternate patterns, I would like to have them on separate lines, though. Yeah, so I'm gonna try to go through the Rust FMT configuration manual and try to the goal is to try to get rustfmt to make as few changes as it can to my code, unless it's making a change that I agree with. So, like, for example, we could start with this. Like, I really like the idea of having all my uses on their own lines, and I don't like it doing this, and I especially don't like it doing this where there's no comma there at the end. So maybe we start with that. Or maybe I just go through the guide and see if there's anything I don't agree with it on the default. All right, so first I need to make one of these files, right? At the top level, I need to make a rustfmt.toml. Yay, I made it. Now what do we do? Okay, so it's just value equal, name equals value lines. Okay, each option is either stable or unstable. Stable options can be used directly, while unstable options are opt-in. To enable unstable options, set unstable features equals true. Or pass dash dash unstable dash features. Okay, good to know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I should just go through from the top down or try to search for what I need. I'm kind of thinking top down. And I need a way to know how many changes are made. Maybe what I'll do is I'll have Git GUI in another terminal there, or whatever you call it, a session, and then I'll just do a git status. I needed to get status that tells me number of lines changed. Is that stats? Stat? Pretty? I can't remember what it is. Or is it S? No, not that short. I need the one that tells me the number of lines changed. Long? That's the default. Stat, that's what I tried to... Oh, was it diff stat? I tried status stat. Okay, thank you. Bester Guester, hello. And thank you. You get a point. That's your first point here. Wow. So you get another point. And War Eagle, hello. How are you doing today? Good evening, you entertaining evening entertainment full of exotic knowledge. All right. Why do you have not installed the Toml extension VS Code? Because I didn't know there was one. For highlighting, I think some auto-completion. If there is one, let's get it. Like cargo Toml. Yeah. Let's get it. Toml. How many could there be? Well, this one seems like the most popular one. Way too unmotivated to continue coding? That's okay. Hey there, Flyboy. Flyboy, I'm bending rustfmt to my will. That's what I'm doing today. All right, so in other words, I'm configuring rustfmt so that it doesn't change my code too much, and that it agrees with me, because I'm too old to change what I like. So might as well get the tool to get it to where it's what I like. Hey there, JT. Rusty Snake achievement? No, I haven't got that yet. How are you doing? Talking about that in Mr. Halsey's stream, that the Rusty Snake achievement would be to write a program consisting entirely of expressions. So not using semicolons. So it would be like, turn this function into a iterator or a function chain, like with once or whatever, to get rid of these offensive semicolons. You know what would be cool is if you got a program large enough, say like 500 lines longer, it would activate achievements. And then if you got, say, all of the semicolons out of your 500 line long program, you would earn the Rusty Snake achievement, named after Python not having semicolons. Right? Get it? Anyway, I'm assuming better Toml is what we want, not Toml language support, because this one's, what, 8 times more popular? Let's do it, because we're just gonna be a lemming and follow along. Whatever's popular, I'm down with, even though it only has 3 stars. Okay, what did it do to my cargo Toml? Oh, okay. It made it pretty. With colors, I like it. All right, moving on. Hey there, Pro Table Flipper. Hope you're doing well flipping tables. Yep, I'm learning how to bend rustfmt to my will because, as we can see, it doesn't agree with me. It wants to change 255 lines of my code. My code. Not its code, my code. Belongs to me. We have 732. It's not terrible. Well, I guess it is. 255 out of 732 is kind of terrible. But my goal is to get it as close to 0 as I can, unless I'm actually inconsistent in my own style, in which case I will owe rustfmt a beer, which I will drink for it because it's not a human, but a machine, and I'm just that kind of a generous person. So let's see. This kind of thing I don't want. I would like it to be on separate lines. So I'm going to keep an eye out for that, but I think I am going to go from the top down and change the things I don't like. Maximum width of an array literal before falling back to vertical formatting. Let's not touch that one yet. Maximum width of arguments of a function like attributes before falling back to vertical formatting. Function like attributes. Don't know about that one, but I'll keep it in mind. Bin-op separator. Where to put a binary operator when a binary expression goes multi-line? Default is front. I agree with that. Continuing. Blank lines, lower bound. Minimum number of blank lines which must be put between items. If two items have fewer blank lines between them, additional blank lines are inserted. What do they mean by items? I think it should be one, but I don't know what it would do to change it. Heard it. Another YAML clone looks like it had worked with RAML. Yeah, there are all sorts of markup languages. TOML is like Thomas's or something like that. I think I might want to change this to one, right? But it depends on what they mean by an item. Really, though, I should be looking out for this, right? What does that? Do they have? Maybe just search for use. Is this it? Imports indent, imports layout. I think we're getting there. Aha! Here we go. I don't want mixed. I want imports layout vertical. Let's do it. Hey there, Sarian. Oh, they might mean that. You guys are so helpful. If I ever meet up with you guys, I'm going to buy you all a beer. Item is module, crate, use, function. Okay. Yeah, I think I do want one line between all these, right? Now, but that thing didn't say it would always add it. It would, well, it wouldn't remove excess ones, right? Oh, I'm already gone past that. But thank you for that, Sarian. Tom's obvious minimal language, yes. You'll drink that beer? Great to hear it, goddammit. And also, hello. Sarian, hello. Papadas del Papa, long time no see. Just saw you in another stream. Okay, I think this is, where was it? Imports layout is what I want, right? Imports layout equals vertical. Do it. It's unstable. What? No! Why is it unstable? Yeah, I want vertical. I guess we're gonna opt into unstable features. Da da da! Unstable features equals true. What comment to say here? To tame the rustfmt beast, we must tread the waters of instability. Prepare thyself. All right. You know, if you can't like entertain yourself with bad humor while you're coding, then you're not having fun, right? Unstable features equals true. All right. Now fix my imports, please. Only available in the nightly channel? Oh, come on, man. No. Well, bummer. Do I need to switch to nightly to make this work? And then how am I going to work with stable? This sucks. I'm so disappointed now. That's exactly what I want, though. I want vertical layout for my imports. Oh, thank you, Goddam. You didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it. Is Clippy doing this kind of stuff behind? I could probably get... actually, what? Maybe I misunderstand. Doing this stuff behind. I'm running Cargo FMT in a terminal. Clippy's not involved here, as far as I know. Yeah, maybe I will have to go on nightly, Sarian. I'm kind of scared, though. Could collaborate and get the feature onto stable. I guess we could look and see why would such a thing not be done yet? Come on, guys. Get this thing in. I need it. I need it now. What's necessary to stabilize this? There's some steps as described here. Wait a minute, it's been over a year. Counter argument for vertical sorting is that it makes rebases significantly easier. What? Get rebase tools for inline changes are not great. Oh, it's an argument for vertical sorting. Yeah, this is what I usually think of. Code reason for horizontal is to keep imports searchable with grep-like tools that don't easily match across multiple lines. Oh, you mean like if you wanted to search for something that's within a use? I can see that. I can kind of agree with that. Although if I was looking for hash, this will probably be the only place in the file where I would put it. Love independent imports. Interesting. I don't love that at all because it's repetitive. But okay. To each his own, right? So what? There's just no one to work on this one? Motivation to do it. What do we have to do this? How to stabilize an option. Update the config enum, making the option stable. Update. Yeah, but what does it mean to be unstable? Oh, all this stuff. Maybe they're missing tests or something. Okay, that's just the procedure for how to do it. Okay, there's an attempt at it. Or is this something else? This is something else, isn't it? It is something else. All right, never mind. So this is just someone saying, how would you do it? Got it. Hey there, Worship the Sofa. How are you today? You're the first one to comment on the session number. Oh, 420? I've actually never tried that. Now, even now that is sort of semi-legal here. I still haven't. I have to be a good example to my kids. Drugs are bad, okay? Yeah, but you have more power to you for 420. Ecton Dev just resubscribed for 6 months. Nice, celebrating 6 months in session 420. Thank you, Ecton Dev. I appreciate that. Did you know that Ecton Dev is also a streamer? Check out his stream. Streams Rust, just like Mr. Halsey, Musin, and a few other people. I don't... Maybe we skip this and I just deal with this for now. Deal with that later. I think we'll just put something in... Okay, we can't go unstable. But I can say, I sure would love to... I sure love to have my import layout be vertical, but it's an unstable feature right now. Feels bad, man. All right. So we'll wait until that stabilizes, hopefully sometime. Moving on, I'll just ignore that for now. What's the next thing I didn't agree with? It doesn't agree with me on. Aha, the line lengths for these methods. What line is that on? 102. Yeah, this is way too long for me. I want to try to find the option where if you have multiple arguments to a function, it splits it on different lines, or at least splits it after it gets after a certain length. So let's look for that. That would probably be like parameters or arguments, right? Layout up. There we go. I found it right away. Look at that. Default is tall, compressed tall vertical. Maybe I want vertical? What's this? Kadam has gifted us up to Lazy Guru? Oh my goodness. And it shared 5 cheer awards in chat. Nice. Thanks again, Kadam. You're way too generous, but thank you. Vertical is sort of scary vertical. Is there a compromise between them? What is the difference between tall and vertical? Here we go. This is probably what I want, because this one's absurd in like it always being vertical. Yeah, let's try this one. Function call width. Let's try that. Function call. It's stable, right? Yes. So let's change it to like 40 to be a little bit more aggressive and see if it fixes this line. Unknown. Did I misspell it? What? What? Unknown option? I don't understand. Do I need to put it in quotes or something? Please tell me it's a quote thing. No. Okay. It says it's stable. I wonder if my tools are out of date. Yeah, maybe my tools are out of date. Forgot the gift icon disappears unless you gift again. Oh, you didn't have to do that just to get that that glorious gift icon. 100 gift subs? Wow. It's incredible. And you're a founder and you're a VIP. Look at all those badges. Looks like my rustfmt was old. Let's just hope that that's why this didn't work before. Proud of that glorious. It is glorious, isn't it? It's all golden. It's awesome. Okay, now. No. What do you mean unknown? Do I need to like enable this inside of something else? I don't know what to look for. It says maybe I just need to search for how. Unknown configuration option. Rustfmt. Okay. What am I missing? Change your version of the top to 1.4.22. Currently in master and not last stable release. Okay, so I obviously I missed something about changing a version. So, oh, the version of this? Oh, really? So it's stable but unreleased? Oh man. Does that mean I'm not going to be able to configure the parameters? That's not cool. Function. Not happy. Thank you for the follow. Really? Okay, here we go. That's where I was, right? Oh, but okay. They just haven't put it in there yet. Arr, that's the second one. I'm hoping this option becomes available soon. It's stable, but not in the last stable release of rustfmt. Feels bad, man. Or Pepe hands. Alright. I guess until we get it, I will use this other one, function args layout. I should also give Resubaka a point for that. Thank you for pointing that out. That's what we give points for pointing things out to me. So I guess I just want vertical for now. Although I'm kind of hesitant to do that because I don't know what it's going to do. Okay, well it fixed that line for sure, but I'm wondering if it's going to screw other things up. Cool. Actually, I agree with that change. Maybe I should just yeah, I think what I'll do is I will stage the changes I agree with. All right, and then I hesitantly agree to this for now, but I would like to change the other. I would like to have the other. Whoop, did that check in more? Yeah, I would like to have the option to make that go vertical, and I agree with that one. Okay, so far so good. We'll check that in for... okay, good. It's in V2, RC2, so you'd say not too long until... Good! I like that. I don't want to have to wait too long for that. All right. Yeah. Well, there are two things, right? If vertical layout is okay for me, I'm sort of hesitant that because in the style I sometimes do put them on the same line if I was more than one argument, but maybe I don't, and then that'll be okay. If this is too strict, though, I would like to fall back on that, and then that makes it more flexible, right? It would go horizontal under a certain width, and I would just heavily constrain the width, right? This one I'd really like to have, but it's not even stable yet at all. Okay, let's continue. I agree with this one. I think with this one, I don't want to have space there. Yeah, so let me find that one. That would probably be, what is that called? Associated type? Type? Type punctuation density. We wrapped around. Okay, so it's not type, doesn't help. Generic? Generics, here we go. Where predicates, inline attribute, is this it? No, that's attribute. Is that it for generics? Okay, what about equal? How about assignment? Really? They don't make it this easy to search, do they? Trait? Nope, they're not helping me. How about space? We'll look through all the ones that have to do with space. Space after colon. I do agree with the default. Space before colon, no. Space around... oh, maybe this is it. Space around ranges. Default is false, but... oh, that's ranges with dot dots in it. Never mind. Continuing on. Tab spaces. Oh, this might be it. The terms of plus or equal are wrapped in spaces in the punctuation of types. Yeah, this is it. So, I don't want wide. What's compressed? It's either compressed or wide. I guess that's what I want. Wait a minute, it's going to do the plus. I can't have this mixed. Which do I like better? Let me try out type dense. This is not even stable. Damn it. Why you not make it stable for me? Okay, never mind. So do I write down that I want this too? This isn't stable either, but I might want it for assignment of trait it's called a trait associated type, right? Book. What does the book say? Associated type. Associated types, right? Connect a type placeholder with a trait, such as the trait method can use these placeholder types in their signature. Yeah. So it's when you provide the associated type in your implementation. Right here. Oh, that's generic. That's default, I mean. Yeah, it's stuff like that. It's interesting. So even here, they don't have a space, but the default rustfmt would put a space there. So obviously this code wasn't run through rustfmt. Interesting. Okay. So sure. But what's for the assignment of trait associated types? So that's that. And Oh, right. I was going to read that later. Or I was going to look at that potentially later. We don't need that. I would like to try compressed. Let me make sure that this actually does say it's unstable. Yeah. Too bad. Okay. So do I live with that for now that we have an extra equal? I'd be willing to bend my will a little bit. For now. I would like to go back to that though. Sure, so we'll accept that one for now. I actually agree with that one. I agree with this. Uh-oh. I see the chat from Romania Hate, but I don't see it in my Yada window. Is chat working for me? How would I tell? Someone else has to say something. I might have to reload my chat, but hey there, Romania Hate. I guess I'll manually type it. Yeah. Okay, now I see your chat. I didn't see your house going, though. Hey. Hey, let me prove it to you. I don't see the house going. For some reason. It's missing. Twitch is being Twitch again. It's going okay, Romania Hate. Although, so far, the changes I've been wanting to make for the formatter for Rust aren't available yet. They're either unstable or they're stable but not released. So we have two things I'd like to turn on that just aren't even stable yet, and there's one I'd like to play with that is stable but not released. There's one that I did get working, which I'm happy about. Yeah, but the whole point of today is to try to get the changes that rustfmt does to my code in agreement with my own style. So like, for example, this. I really like having, when I chain function calls, for it to go vertical, and they make it go horizontal. So there's probably another option for that I need to look for, right? Is that the next one to look for? Yes. Hey there, Ramy. Wowee. I have a special shortcut just for you. And I can give you a wave too. How are you, Ramy? Where's my code? Here's my code. What line are we on? 240. All right, this thing. Actually, this is a case where it corrected me, isn't it? So maybe I should agree with this one. Yeah, I think I will agree with this one. I looked at this thinking that's what I wrote and that's what it changed it to, but it was the opposite. So I actually agree with that one. I agree with this one. Aha, here's one I don't agree with. It made it way too long. So that one's on line 270. Yeah, and it compressed. I really want there to be a blank line before a comment. So I hope there's an option for that. Let's hope. Let's hope it's there and it's stable. What would that be? Blank? Blank line's lower bound. But that's for items, right? Is there something about comment? Comment width. Format doc, code and doc comments, normalize comments. Nope. Oh, no. There was something that I just skipped. I thought I skipped something. Oh, never mind. Report to do, wrap comments. I think I do want that. Why is the default false, though? And how would I set the line width limit on that? I might actually want to turn that on just in case. Normally I do wrap them myself, but if I ever forget, so let's make an example. Like, let's say I forget to wrap this one, and I just make it really long, right? Will rustfmt fix that for me? Nope. Okay, so I want that one on, actually. Wrap comments to true. It's unstable? Give me a break. How many of these are unstable? What? This is unstable too? Alright. Come on. I mean, I didn't expect all the things I wanted to be unstable. But alright. So I'll just have to live with fixing... Well, I have a shortcut here. Alt-Q just does it for me. And I'm used to doing that now, so maybe I can live without that for now. Alright, moving on. I was trying to find... There's two things wrong here. It's too long, and also it got rid of the blank line above my comment, which I don't like. Right here. I want there to be a blank line, and it's going to be very insistent on taking it out, and I don't like that. There's got to be an option for that. Extra line or something? Line? Maybe it has to do with blank lines upper lower bound, but that has to do with items, and items don't include blocks of code, right? They're upper level items like function. So it wouldn't apply. It wouldn't apply to those things, right? Race style. Structs and enums. Oh, what's this? This one's not stable either. Actually, I agree with that default, so that's fine. Make sure I don't wrap around and start looking at the same stuff again. Empty item single line, no. Error line overflows, function single line, force multi-line blocks. Line attribute length. Oh, thank you for the follow. Vertical's more easy to read. Yeah. New line style. Yeah, that should be auto. I agree with that. Overflow delim... What is this? Oh. Again, not stable. Come on. Come on. Reorder and import external... Actually, I want this one. It's already on. Okay, never mind. Skip children. Why do we don't skip our children? We love our children. Struct lit single line. Is our structs lit or not? Max length looks like it's for code length. Yeah, probably. Where single line? No. Wrap. I've wrapped around this, haven't I? Yes. Okay. So we have a problem. I can't find the whatever it is that adds that destroys my blank line there. Makes me sad. Maybe I'll just look for... Is it max width, you think? Max width I saw was 100, right? It seemed exceedingly long. I think we will be more constrained there. And that's stable, right? Yes. Let's try 80. Let's see if it fixes that. Okay. Okay, we at least fixed that. That's more in line with what I have, right? Kinda. I'm okay with that change, actually. Well, actually, what happens if I make it even more strict than 80? What if I make it 60? I think it actually went too far there. And it did other things. So 60 may be too much. 70? Actually, I kind of agree with that change. Yeah. 65? I feel like I'm tuning it to match what I like. I need to be on that line. That's 270, right? Yeah, right here. Watch that line. That's too much. Okay, I can't get the in-between that I like. Which would be to break at the, at this point. Maybe I'll just go with 80 and just accept this change as is. Yeah, so I think I will accept, so stage that and then stage this. I don't agree with that blank line though. I want there to be a blank line above my comment. It wants to take it out. I'd really like to find that option. So bright? What's bright? Oh, this? Yeah, sorry about that. I made an attempt to make my Git GUI dark mode, but it failed. Oh, and hello, Endorn. Sorry about the bright code. I'll try not to look at the Git GUI too much. Actually, I wonder if I can use Git Lens here to see it instead. That's weird. Why does it think I haven't committed anything? I think it's busted. Why would it think that? I don't know. What about Git Cola? I don't know if I tried that one yet. I tried a bunch like a couple years ago and I never really liked any of them. Written in Python, huh? There's not much to go on. I kind of don't like how, well, this might be just how they've arranged things, right? Maybe. You know, if it'll make Endurn happy, we can try it. You can rearrange everything? Sure. Do I want to do this live on stream? I don't know. Maybe I'll do this in my off-stream window just in case, because I don't know what it's going to do. Download. For Windows, download Git installer. Okay, where is it? Right there. There's where it is. Save file. Time for a Git GUI in Rust. A Git GUI in Rust. Steal credit card details for this free software. It's more of like sometimes it'll say, hey, I see you're in, you know, this area of the world. And like, no, I don't want you to see that. All right. That's interesting. They gave me a zip file which contains an exe. That's totally safe, right? Okay, sure. I'm gonna run it. What could go wrong? Something goes wrong, we know who to blame, right? Oh, Windows has protected this PC. It's an unrecognized app. Unknown publisher. Should we run anyway? Almost in my PC. You wouldn't make me run something that's bad, right, Endurn? Can trust you. Perfectly fine to run a random exe from the internet. You're also running. Okay, you better be right. Run anyway. Here we go. Yes, we can run that. It will guide me through the installation of Git Cola. Yes, please do it. I'm the only user here, so sure, just for me. It's going to put it in my app data local. Interesting. Okay, fine. Go for it. Oh, it's based on Qt? All right. Wow. There's a lot of files with this thing. It's definitely not slim. What's going to make or break it for you? Let me tell you right now, is the ability to do this, where I right-click and do stage lines and hunk. If it can't do that, then a surprisingly large number of Git GUIs don't have this option to stage lines, to stage a single line like that, right? And to unstage it. Where was it? There. Unstage that line. Like a surprisingly large number don't do that. Rally Monkey is 25 months? My goodness. Thank you for the resub for so long. One of the first. Okay, so how do I run the thing now? The installer disappeared. Let's hope I can run it from this shell, shall we? What do I type? Git cola? Not found. Let's maybe make another one. Oh, someone's at the door. Hold on a second. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. That was the painter. Actually, they're just power washing today, painting tomorrow. What did I miss? The ring notification? Actually, you might have heard it because it did go off on my phone. I didn't have it on silent. Need to open its still maintain issue for Yada. What's wrong with Yada? I missed it. I think I need to close this shell and open a new one, right? And when I do that, yeah. Git cola. There we go. Oh no, it's all white. Pantry. Yeah, we're gonna have to customize this because it's blaringly white. Let's find the dark mode option before we blind and Dorn too much. I don't see the dark mode option. Preferences. Where's dark mode? Appearance? Which one do we want? Dark blue? It didn't seem to change anything. This isn't doing anything. No! Settings? No, it's here, right? How come it's not actually applying? Oh, restart the application. Why do I have to restart? That's so dumb. Okay, what should we do? Bold? Yeah, but that's just dumb. Okay, that's 1 point, 1 mark against it. I shouldn't have to do that. Means they were sloppy in their code. Okay, that's fine. Now, how do I make the font size bigger? Is it going to tell me I have to restart for that too? Font size, here we go. Bigger. Yeah, that made it bigger for one window, but not the others. Don't tell me I have to restart. Oh well, we'll try it anyway. I did have to restart. Oh, but the font sizes for these are too small still. How do I make these font sizes bigger? Please reboot Windows changes to take effect. Yeah. Is this false advertising? They made it look... Oh, but this is bigger than life, right? Okay, so the font size only affects a few of these windows. It doesn't affect the status, the branches, or the diff. Actually, we don't know yet. Actually, it did change that. Maybe I'm okay with that. You guys won't be able to see the file names very easily, but maybe at least you'll be able to see the diff. Now, can I do a here's what's going to make or break it. Can I do a single line stage? I don't think I can. Like, I'd want to say just, yeah, it's not going to work out for me. If I can't do a stage this hunk as a context thing, it's a no-go. You should be able to. All right. Then how do I do that? It just says previous file, next file, copy, select all. I tried lazy git. I think I did. And hey there, Windy Twitch. Oh, hold on. I need to hide this window because I can't see all of my Stream Helper stuff. Oh, and I forgot to say hi to Rally Monkey. Let's do that. Get the hellos out of the way. Windy Twitch, hello. How are you doing today? And Roland Blade, hello. Did I miss your chat? Yeah, I did. No, I didn't miss it, but I missed the fact that that was your first chat for today. And then Rally Monkey about rebooting the Windows, yeah. What's wrong with Git GUI? It's too bright for Endorn. Ready? Hide your eyes, Endorn. It's bright white. But all the font sizes that I care about are bigger, and I can do a stage hunk or stage lines. That's one of the most important features of this. If we don't have that feature here, it's not much better than just me doing on the command line a git add, right? You just select a file. Okay. I selected a file. Oh, now it's different. Why would it matter selecting a file versus modified? It knows which file that's in. That seems like a bug to me. It's probably in the backyard. I think the dog got out. I'll be right back. Our doggy was not being nice to the guy who was power washing. What happened with the message that was deleted? Should we just repost it? I'll just repost it. Dark theme for Git GUI? I think I looked at this and I had trouble getting it to work. Like, it didn't make it completely dark. Oh, dark theme for Windows? Must support Windows native colors. Yeah, this was my experience. This is as far as I could get it. Unfortunately, it's not showing what the actual diff window looks like. So I don't know for sure. I'll take a look at this. Hold on. I'll take a look at this later. You might have to just say apologize to Endure and go with light mode for the rest of the day. Or I can just try it. I can give the what is this again? I already forgot that name. Git Cola. I can give Git Cola a chance. I just have to remember I got to click a file to get the stage. So can I stage a single line here? Selected lines. Yes. Okay. And now how do I unstage it? I don't know. Wait. Oh, I have to go to the staged file and find it again? Okay. Is that what I was doing before? Not even, oh, here it is. Yes. On stage. I can't just click the line. I have to actually select some of it. Oh, that unstaged everything. Yeah, I just need to get used to it. Okay, we're staging this hunk, right? So that's S. S. We're living with that for now. That's yes. That's a... I don't like the font that they're using. It's not a fixed size font. I need to change that now. That's really starting to drive me crazy. Preferences. What font am I using here? I can just copy which font I'm using. Where was it? Options. What font am I using? I am using... I don't even see it. It's not on this screen, is it? It's somewhere else. It's not on options. It's like one of these other ones. Maybe it was options. I'm not seeing the font. Oh, it's here. Courier New 18 point. Okay. Good old Courier New. Yeah, not MS Shell. Actually, it says fixed width font. Why isn't it using the fixed width font down here? Okay, but let's change it to Courier New. Okay, so it was the default was using a non-fixed width font for the fixed width font. That makes a lot of sense. All right, it's fixed now. Sure, stage that one and that one. Is that as far as I got before? I don't even remember. Actually, that is as far as we got before, isn't it? Because there's the line I didn't agree with, which I can't see. Why isn't it showing that for me? Why isn't it showing a minus here? Weird. Didn't stage it, did I? I did stage it. Unstage that. So it's S for lines. Okay. Cool. That's stage. Okay, I just need to get used to this. Goodbye that. We'll give it a try. Unstaged. Yes, I don't agree with that. This I guess I'm okay with. I'm not okay with the missing comma though. I need to fix that one. I don't know why it took my comma away there. It took it away there too. Why is it taking away the commas from my arms? So I still need to find the setting that's removing that blank line. I need to find the setting that's removing my commas, but I'm okay with this one. What happened here? Oh, I reformatted that and they reduced that to that. It's hard for me to see the underscore actually. It looks like a space at first. You don't like it, then it's your problem? No, it's okay. I actually prefer, like, I've always wanted to have all of my tools in dark mode when I'm streaming. It's just that none of the other Git GUIs I had the all the features I wanted. And this is mostly there. I don't quite like that staged and modified are in the same area. I'm used to them being there being a split. So it's harder for me to, because you can see it's the same files twice and they're not indented at all. So it's hard for me to tell that they're different lists there. A lot easier to see it when it's indented than when it's not. And that's weird. The replacement text is the wrong font. Anyway, what's this 0300 there? Oh, it's a count for the number of characters that are in there? Interesting. Okay, interesting that it formatted it like that. Okay, we'll agree with that. I'll have to look into that. I'm not sure if I like that. Also, this, I'm not sure I agree with that. Did I just split that because it was too, I thought it was too long? Maybe. Okay, I think I need to go back to the editor. Drop that one, go back to here. Okay, so this is the state of where we are. I'd really like to get rid of, to allow that blank line there, though. That's bugging me. I'm bugged. White space, maybe? enum discriminator align threshold. Oh. Interesting. Can have them line them up for you. Is that it? There's nothing else that has the word white space in it? Space. I think I already searched for space and I couldn't find it. This one I already had in my config, right? Yes. But it's not stable yet. Yeah, okay. So I'm not finding it. That bugs me. Okay. By the way, does this reload automatically if I do stuff? So if I like, you know, or to like do that. Is it the same key, F5? F5 is reload, usually. Nope. So it's not the same, it's not this, oh no, it is. Wait, did it just take a long time? Huh. There's a high DPI mode if you want to set that to 1.55 and restart at the UI scales? Maybe, yeah. Thank you, Endurn. Let's try that. High DPI 1.5. And then I'll probably want to scale down the fonts, right? Ooh. It made the window so huge and on the wrong part of the screen I can't even grab it. Okay. It made it super huge. Alright, smaller please. Alright, now it's in a manageable size. Okay, that is better. I need to reduce the size of the fonts accordingly. So, yeah. Font size. Go down to like, I don't know. Sure, 12 maybe? Alright. It's looking better. Getting better. Yep, yep. Should load automatically? Yeah, it didn't seem to. What happened here? Oh, did I accidentally stage something there? Around 273? I don't understand this difference. Why does it change? It's changing where I am based off what... It doesn't remember where I am in each file. I guess the other tool didn't either, so I shouldn't complain. Why does it think that that's a change? Whatever. Okay, now I want all of this, please. Yes, okay. Oh, I accidentally unstaged that. What all of that? Yes, okay. Now this is what's staged now. I'm just still getting used to what's staged and what's not staged. This is staged, so I do want that changed. Got it. Okay, back to unstaged. And yeah, it's moving my position in one file when I go to the other file. Okay, so I betcha now, yeah, if I do this, it's going to remove that line. And now I have to hit F5 here. And there's that blank line added back in there. Interesting that I find so many strange behaviors in the UI. It's because I'm used to a different UI, and so I'm doing things that make sense that I've been trained to do in the other UI. Okay, that's going to be an issue for me. But maybe I'll just wait on that for now and move along. I'm not going to stage that one, though. Okay, the commas. We got to do something about the commas. The commas, the commas. Wrong windows. Okay, comma. Trailing comma. How to handle trailing commas for lists. I don't think this is it. This isn't a list. These are match arms. Yeah, it's not this one. I think it's match block. Yeah, match block trailing comma is what we want. And it's also unstable. Time to make some pull requests for the UI. That implies that we actually make code changes to fix their UI. Yeah, I want the commas. All right, here's another option I want that I can't have. So today is an exercise of like, yeah, you can configure rustfmt, just not yet. I really want this one too. Dang it. That equal true. Because if I try it now, it's going to say it's not stable. Boo-hoo. I think with so many things that are unstable, I will actually try the switch to the nightly and see if it actually matches what I want. Here, we're misusing our tools today. A little bit, Red Rampage Crumpet. I'm trying to get to configure rustfmt to like my formatting style. So, for example, it wants to remove the commas from right here. It wants to remove the commas from the ends of my match arms, and I really like those commas. And there's an option to fix that, but it's not stable yet. And so we got to either use the nightly build of the tools, or I have to wait. Try cargo plus nightly format. Then I would have to, when I check these changes in, I would have to tell people that use the crate that they have to use the nightly to format it, right? It would be cool if I could configure that in here. Musen told me that there's a way you can do a turn off. Oh, is this it? What's 2? That's also unstable. There was a way you could restrict it. Yeah, ignore. You could say ignore everything, and it would just not format anything. If there was a way I could say require nightly, that would be nice. Nightly. There's no way to do that. Stable. I guess if I set unstable features true, then that's being clear that I want them, right? To opt in. But in order to opt in, you have to run nightly. I guess that's what I want, right? Let's see what I can do without. So I can't do the commas. See what I can get away with not going to nightly. Okay, this had to do with. This has to do with patterns. Let's see if there's a one for pattern. Format the meta variable matching patterns. That's in macros, okay. Match, okay, wrap the body. This is also unstable. Wrap the body of arms in blocks when it does not fit on the same line. What is that doing? Oh, true would... Wait a minute, what? Don't get it. Okay, continuing on, because I don't understand that one. Leading pipes. Leading pipe on match arms. No, I don't want that. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for then. Is this it? Condense wildcard suffixes? No. That's not it. One line curly braces. Nope, there's one line. And that's only for imports, and this is what I would like to have, but it's also not stable. Match, I guess? License template. We're just looking at that one, not the leading pipes one. Trailing comma I would like to have, can't have it yet. Spaces around ranges, no. Blank lines, force multi-line blocks, is this what I want? To be wrapped in a block. Oh, I see. When it begins with a match, it puts it into a block. I think. Force multi-line blocks. Okay, but that's not what I'm looking for. Nope, I'm not finding it. Maybe I'll just accept this one for now. Okay, this one, is there a special rule for a weight? No. Is it, how about, dot? Dotted. Nope. Chain? Nope. Wrap? There's gonna be a lot of things that are under wrap, right? How am I gonna find this one? I don't know where I'm gonna find that one. This one I think I'm okay with. What about this one? I really don't like the way that it did that, but maybe it's I just need to get used to that style. Mine also has this weird thing where there's a double unindent, and this one fixes that. I have to give them credit for that. I have to get used to this, though. Yeah. I think we'll go with this. We'll accept that one. Say chain? Oh, yeah, chain. There's no chain. No matches on chain. Chain. Nothing. I'm okay with this one. I don't like that at all. I don't like that it broke on the equal sign. This one I'm okay with. I'd rather have that go vertical. Actually, this is just like the other one I staged. I would like this to go vertical. So maybe I just look for things that say vertical. Vertical. Function arcs. This one I already changed, right? Yes. That and the max width are the only things I've managed to change so far. Imports layout, yes. Would like that too. Trailing comma. Would like that too. Do I have that one? No. I would like this though, right? Actually, maybe I'm okay with the default vertical. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that one. Yep. Go on, moving on. Is that it? I already wrapped back around. Well, that's unfortunate. So there isn't one that makes fields of a structure vertical. Or fields of a... yeah, that's a structure, right? Hmm. So maybe search for struct. Function calls generics struct. Is this it? Aha! I think I found it. Yes, I want false for this one. It's also unstable. No! Everything's unstable. What is this? Why are you doing this to me, Rust? Yes. This one, too. False. I wonder if a lot of these are still unstable for the same reason, the same tracking issue. This one doesn't even have a proper link to the tracking issue. Yeah, let's not stage those quite yet. Okay, so I'm okay with this one. That one I'm fine with. Yes, I guess. No, well, it did the same thing again, and it put that on one line. But I'm okay. I'm okay when it's the values. When it's in the declaration, I don't like it. This one, I put it on multiple lines. So sometimes it does it, and sometimes it doesn't. Sure, I'm okay with that. Yes. Oh, that's a good one. It caught me there. Okay. Again, it's putting them on multiple lines. I don't like that. Why did it wrap that one and not these? Is it just being too aggressive in where it decides to do it? Don't like that one. I don't really like this one either. The wrapping after punctuation, I don't like that. Don't like it, don't like it. Nope. Don't like that one either. This one has to do with alternatives. Maybe I can search for alternative. Nope. It's nothing. Yeah, don't like these. This one I'm okay with. This first one. I'm okay with that one, so I'll make that one go, but not this other one. Did it just change the order of them too? No, well... Yeah, it did by accident. I did that by accident, didn't I? 747. This one, right? Yeah, unstage these. Wrong key. Go back here. Yeah, I can't do this without splitting this hunk up, right? I'd have to split this hunk into a smaller one. Actually, does this have an option to do that? It'd be really nice. Git GUI didn't have this either, but sometimes you want to have this show up as two hunks. One for this turning into that, and another one turning that into that. Hey there, Reld. How are you doing? We're trying unsuccessfully to bend rustfmt to my will. Most of the things I want it to do are unstable features, it turns out. Chained method calls is something that they should let me configure, but they don't. Maybe I'll just do this one manually. This was on 747. Yes, I don't want... I guess I just fixed this one because this is the one I don't want. Yeah, I'd rather it do it this way. Yes, please. Oh, I hit the wrong lines. What lines? Oh, line 730. So this one up here. I'd rather, if it gets too long, that it not break here, but break at the next point, which either it would be here or here, whichever one. I don't really care. I'd rather have that. So yeah, this is the one I was okay with, so we'll stage that one. Okay. Yeah, because here's another one that I agree with some of it, but not others. So that was down here, right? Yeah, I don't like this at all. There's got to be... I don't like it breaking at the end of a punctuation. And can I articulate why? I don't know, it just feels wrong. I can't explain why. I'm okay with this, yes. Yeah, we don't want those. And there's another blank line it removed. So I have a blank line in there on purpose because I want to have extra spacing. So there's a blank line here. What this one down here matches it, so I actually want that. That's what I want. Okay, so these are the... Okay, let's run it again, actually. It's going to remove that blank line again, though. Okay, so let's see. These should now be reduced to the changes I don't want. Yes, I don't want any of that. Yeah, see, it's breaking on punctuation again. Yeah, fail, then pass. Yeah, exactly. This is, yeah, for these types, I definitely want them to be on different lines with commas. It's both removing the comma and folding onto the same line. I don't like that. This one I'm almost okay with. It's just I don't agree with where to wrap it. I don't like having these all in one line. I don't know why. Maybe I'm just too resistant to change. So a lot of these are, if we find a rule that disallows wrapping on punctuation, that would solve that, right? This one's a little bit different. I'm willing to be more flexible about that one, actually. Maybe I accept this one for now. Don't accept these ones. Yeah, so it's basically down to one rule that I need, well, two rules I need to find. The blank line thing and the breaking on punctuation. So maybe look for punctuation. It's punctuation density. This one I already had on my list. Yeah, this is the only thing that mentions punctuation. Operator? Yeah, this doesn't have... Okay, maybe we just start going from the top. Then up separator, blank lines lower bound. I can try doing this one. I can maybe set that to 1 and see what it does. It's also unstable though. Dang it. Have I seen Nim? No, I haven't seen Nim. Epic Unknown, hello, by the way. Can you change that URL? What do you mean change that URL? Oh, hello, Muscovich, by the way. Which URL are we talking about? Do you mean that I have a search query in there? I can do that. Might be worth looking at. Send, sorry. Oh, send that URL. You mean this one? Yeah, someone pointed out to me that if we don't set the version to 1.4.22, it goes to the master, which is matching. I suppose that's matching nightly, which is including options which don't exist for me. So I had to pick that because that's the version we're using. To confirm that, I guess I should rustfmt version, right? Oh, we're not even on 1.4.22. We're on 1.4.20. There we go. So that's the real link that matches my tools right now. Okay, so yeah, going from the top, right? Bin up separator. This one maybe we can try this out. This is going to put blank lines places where I don't want them though, right? Is there an in-between? Because what I really want is for there to be a blank line here, but not inside. What's this skip do? What's rustfmt skip? How come I'm not finding it? Do I need to search for skip here? Let's skip. They don't explain what that skip attribute means. Do I need to look at the crate for it? Probably, right? This is version 0. Another version 0 thing. Oh, it's all in white. No, we don't want it in white. Why is it in white? I have dark mode on. Why is it all showing it in white? I don't know. It shouldn't be doing that. Dark mode is on for this site. Oh, it was off for this for some reason? Wait, hold on. How come it's... Why is that off for some... What happened there? Futures, for example. I was looking at this yesterday and it was in dark mode. Yeah, why is it dark here and light here? What's the difference? I don't see any difference in the URL other than that we're looking at a different crate. And this one has a little thing where I can use the system thing, and this one doesn't. What's up with this? What's the difference? Is it just that they haven't built this one in a really long time? Maybe from an older version? Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Sarian. Okay, we'll just overwrite it for now, because we need to protect Endorn's eyes. Okay, so I want to look at skip. There's no skip. Great. What the heck? Where were we? Here. What does that mean? What does rustfmt skip mean? It's an older version, yeah. Okay, it's bugging me that we don't know what rustfmt skip means. Oh, maybe they do describe it here and I just wasn't patient enough to look at it. Oh, here we go. For things you do not want rustfmt to mangle, use rustfmt skip. Okay, so I can fine-tune the formatting by doing a skip. To prevent it from formatting a macro or an attribute, we can do, excuse me, we can do that. Okay. So that's like a band-aid we could use. Huh. Okay. Good to know. So they're doing that. Why? Why are they doing an inner attribute skip? Oh, they're showing that if you told it not to do it, it wouldn't. It would be like that, and then if you set it to 1, it would do it that way. I think I see what it is. Why did they actually show that line? That was just so confusing. Anyway, I don't want this one because it's gonna make it double spaced like back in high school when you had to have your papers be 3 pages long, and so you triple spaced everything to make it fit. Max 1, yeah, sure. More languages should include a formatter, so all code is consistent. Leaving it to individual programmers causes too much war. Just use uppercase. Brace style, same line where. Yes. I agree. Structuring lines, same line where. Yes, I agree with that too. Colored output? What? Colored output? Why does that matter? Anyway, combine control expressions. Combine control expression with a function call. Sure, I'm okay with that. Yeah, the new programming languages do have it like this prettier for the latest JavaScript, TypeScript, right? And Visual Studio has had a format option for a long time too. You just have to opt into it, right? Enable it. Comment width. Sure. Which is also unstable. Condense wildcard suffixes. Huh. Also unstable. Why is everything unstable? I think I know what I'm going to be doing because everything is practically everything's unstable. I'm going to do what Sari said. Cargo plus nightly FMT. That's what we're going to be probably doing. You don't trust the Visual Studio formatter? If that's what I'm trying to do today for Rust, Crumpet, is I can trust rustfmt if I configure it to my will. It's just a matter of bending it, if it's possible. If I can't bend it, I'm going to do what Museum told me to do. He said if you don't want people to complain to you about rustfmt, you just add an ignore slash. And it basically says, F you, rustfmt, I'm going to do it myself. In other words, I could have a ignore equals slash, and then, sure, you can run rustfmt. It's not going to do anything because it's going to ignore everything. Right? So that's the nuclear option. Arr, it's unstable. You're right, Pro Table Flipper. I'm ready to flip a table. I'm ready to flip a table myself. Why? Why everything unstable? Yeah, everything unstable. Okay, I get the hint. Everything is unstable. Should we count the number of things which are stable? Actually, there's a nice button at the top. So if I click that, is it significantly... Yeah, it significantly reduced the length of the page. Okay, I get the hint. Unstable is the new stable. I mean, I guess there's a reason why it is version 0. Right? Not this one, but this one. There's a reason why it's version 0.10 and not version 1.0, right? Where was I? I was around here. Brace. No, I think I went too far up. Scrolling. Disable all formatting? Don't reformat anything? It's the same as ignore slash, right? Oh, wait. Why would you default to 2015? Oh, they pick up from the cargo toml file. So we don't need to worry about that one. Oh, that's only if it's executed through the formatting tool. So maybe I should set it to 2018. Why not, right? And maybe do that at the top. Edition equals 2018. All right. Have everything in one line. Yeah, just minify it. Empty item single line, sure. Discriminator align threshold, not going to do anything with that. Error on line overflow. Okay. Not stable anyway. Oh, okay. I wanted to change this, right? Did I already change that one? I did. Yeah, that one needs to be vertical. Definitely vertical. Okay. Single line. Why wouldn't we want this onto true? I see what it did. Actually, false means it just keeps it where it is, right? Yeah, I wouldn't. If we don't put, it means it would leave it alone, right? Force explicit ABI. Sure. Force multi-line blocks. Format comment. Format code and doc comments. Don't we want that on true? It's also unstable. I think I would want this, wouldn't I? Why would we not format the code in doc comments? Again, we can't do it, but I think I would want true here. Leave it to the creators and start writing code. I think part of it is I'm just used to the style that I like, and it just when we run the formatter and it just screws everything up in my mind, it's like someone like took a piece of art that I made and stepped on it. That's what it feels like. It's like, don't step on that. Format macro matchers. I don't care. Don't care about macros. Strings. Yeah, let's leave that as false. Hard tabs. No. Yeah, no. Parsers, ignore. Yeah. About halfway through. And Dorn, come on. Indent style. Sure, yes. I don't want visual. That is... Some people like that, but I don't. Excuse me. It's a sign I need to hydrate. Block or visual. Yeah. So visual style, yeah. Not opting into that. Where predicates? Yes. There's something to be said about the visual for the where clauses, though. I think, because The length of where is not going to ever change. But the problem with these ones that I have is, let's say you change this to be lore instead of lorem. Now it's going to be off unless you run the formatter. So you're kind of now reliant on the formatter to always be shifting around unrelated lines. It would cause a diff on this line even though the real diff is on that line. Or the 20-line challenge. Is that like make your program fit into 20 lines? We can make it better, fit it into one line. The attribute width. Don't care. No, we don't need a license in every file. Match arm blocks. Yeah. I have a feeling that I've covered everything I care about, and I just need to turn on, I just need to run it with a nightly then. Merge derives. Merge derives. Oh, yes, okay. Merge imports, no. Actually, I do want that on. I want that on, actually. It's not going to do it, and I might accidentally do that. I want that on. Again, unstable. We're about to turn off the, we're about to go to nightly on this, I think. New line style, auto, yes, normalize comments, don't care. Do I care? Actually, I think I do care about this one. Again, not stable, but when has that ever stopped us? Doc attributes. Convert them to, sure, why not? Why is this not stable? It seems so simple. Overflow delimited expression. When structs, etc. are used as the last argument in an expression list, allow them to overflow like blocks or closures instead of being indented on a new line. So what's the... Oh, I see. Yeah. Sure. Which one do I like better, though? I kind of like the... I've gotten into the habit of doing that in JavaScript. So maybe I turn this one on to allow it. This allows them, it doesn't force it, right? Yeah, let's turn this one on. See what it does. See if I like it. Remove nested parentheses. Yeah, that seems like a good idea. Reorder implementation items. Type and construct put first, then macros and methods. Is that what I want? I think I do. I want this on. Yeah. Oh, definitely want this one on, but it's on by default. This is another thing, like, if I like the default, should I put it in just to make sure it's on? I might. Because I really care about this one. I hate it when I put things out of order. I would love it if the formatter sorted it for me. Yes, so let's make sure that that's on. And this one too. Just in case the default... Let's actually put a comment here. These are already set to the defaults, but they are things I feel... Well, do I use personal pronouns? But these are the things we really want. Let's use the royal we this time. We really want to make sure are set. Just in case defaults change. And again, they are unstable. Like everything else in this stem. Oh, no, actually, this one's stable. So the reorder imports. Oh, it's also stable. Look at that. We've actually found two settings which are stable. Formatting should be taken care of by the language creator designer. Leave the devs to write code. I don't know about that, Epic Unknown. But I'm from an older school of thought where, like, I come in with a pre-existing sense of coding style from other languages, you know? So, like, if two different languages that I would use a lot had completely different opinions on how to format it, it would probably irritate me. I'm happiest in a world where we leave it flexible. The language creator, I think it's a good idea for them to propose, like, here is a proposed, like, either de facto or standard format, but then not impose it on, not be too opinionated on everybody. Oh yeah, maybe include more kappas, Crumpet. Remember, what was it, Godwin's Law? Did I get that? Am I remembering this right? No, that's the one about Nazi Germany. What's the one about, is it Poe's Law? Yes, Poe's Law. We have to remember Poe's Law. That it's hard to tell intent. It's hard to figure out intent from text, especially if we're doing parody or, you know, teasing. Can always run cargo format to override someone's style anyway. Sure, but we want to at least say what the author prefers, and I think it's a good idea for me to be doing this because I'm basically making a statement in the code that this is the if you want to run cargo format, this is what I would prefer you to use. But yeah, you can always override it and use some other style, which I'm okay with as long as you keep it in your branch. Code should be stored in a binary non-space space. Yeah, actually, one of my mentors was a proponent of that. He would use that argument whenever some team members would get into a fight over like tabs versus spaces or 2 spaces per indent versus 4 spaces. He said, okay, the way I'm going to solve this is I'm going to make a wrapper for our version control system that when you commit it to Git, it will remove all white space differences. And then when you check it out, it's going to use your personal configuration file to basically like reconstitute the white space that you want. So that everyone sees the code formatted the way they want. So if you're a tabs person, when you check out the code, it's all tabs. If you're a spaces person, you check out the same code, you get spaces instead. And he never actually implemented it because that explanation would always shut everybody up, and they say, okay, fine. He never actually had to do it, but yeah, that would be a great thing to have, I think. I'm surprised there isn't already one thing out there. I bet if we searched now, we'd probably find someone that's made an attempt to do that, like a plugin for Git that just normalizes formatting. And I suppose that's sort of what the rustfmt does. If you have your own personal config file, you could check out code and then just format it immediately before you even open it. You can make it part of your editor's functionality. Whenever it shows you a text file, it's already formatted it for you. Anyway. Report. Fix me? No, it's fine. We don't need to report them. Required version. Ooh. Can I say nightly? No, I had to use a specific version. Well, we're going to do that by saying we need nightly, or we need unstable. Your former workspace, you had a lot of Git diffs because almost everyone used their own coding style. See, that kind of thing ought to be discouraged, where there's a pull request or a diff that consists completely of formatting differences. Because what it's basically saying is, I'm going to impose my style on you. I think the only case where that would be valid is if the team has agreed on a coding style convention and the diff is to correct a mistake to that. But yeah, if you have diffs back and forth because people have different styles, the manager or the lead should step in and say, you guys have to agree, even if it's to agree to disagree. And that would be some kind of tooling to prevent it from flip-flopping back and forth between styles. Like maybe you would say, Joe owns A.rs and Bill owns B.rs, and you guys have your own style, okay, but don't step on each other's files. That's what editor config. Yeah, I use that. I see it less as imposing, but more as like a declaration of preference. If you want, you can turn off your editor config. Like you can have it just stripped out or not applied. But it's like if you don't care, then hey, yeah, let's use this as a default. Do you guys have a code style guide? I do not, but it's in my head. And I'm attempting to codify it in rustfmt. Skip children, don't reformat out the line modules. What does this mean? Oh, don't reformat out of line modules. Out of line modules. I don't even know what that means. Does that mean like modules that are in other files? That can't mean it. Spaced after colon, yes. Spaced before colon, no. These ones I'm rather opinionated about myself, so maybe we'll be explicit here. It's also unstable. This is also unstable. Spaces around ranges. Oh. I don't really care about that one. Struct field align threshold. Yeah. Literal single file. Single line. Why am I saying the wrong words? Oh, this I already had, right? Yeah. I think I'm going to have to go back and put these in alphabetical order too, because I kind of threw them in unsorted. This we already cover in our editor config. Actually, since I declared an editor config, I ought to declare it here too, right? Even though it's the default. This one too, just in case. Well, actually, I'm not. I think if I don't feel too strongly about it, but the default matches, I'm not going to put it in my file. Trailing semicolon. I don't care that much about that. Type punctuation density. Yeah, well, actually, no, I don't really care too much about that. The default is wide, but I was willing to bend on that one, right? Okay, so unstable, okay. This we're about to turn on to true, but not yet. Use field in its shorthand. Oh, definitely true, right? Why would the default be false? Wouldn't we want to use the shorthand always? Because this is just, like, bad. I think we want to turn that one to true. That's... Oh, it's stable. Nice. I want to turn that one on. Use small heuristics. Oh, okay. This might help in some of those other places, right? Yeah, yeah. See what it's doing? It's wrapping the sit where here it didn't. Okay, off just leaves it alone. Max is not doing it at all. Hold on. Okay, it's default off and max. I don't get it. I don't really get it. What's the... Okay, the difference here is the sit, right? That what I have highlighted, that's the only difference. Oh no, this one's different. Off. Oh no, that's different. I'm confused. This one confuses me. It's like sometimes it's going vertical and other times it's not. I guess it should come down to which one do I like better. For this I like that better. I don't like that though. I do like that. I think... And what about max? I don't like max. I think I prefer off, except for that. The default is default. Default is default. Why do they call it off? Let's try it out. Off? Okay. We're just going to try this one out. Not sure about it yet. All right. Use try shorthand. Oh, definitely. We don't want that old style, right? This one we do want to turn on. Where single line? Oh, yeah. I definitely want the this to be false. Well, actually, wait a minute. Sometimes that's okay, I think, if it's short enough. I think we don't want it to be that forced. I don't want to force it. Break comes fill on one line, on the line. Okay. I did want to turn that one on. I had this one in here, right? Yeah. Okay. I want it for the assignment of trait. Oh yeah. Okay, so I'll pull these together, I guess sort them. Is there a way I can tell it to sort? Do I have to select the whole file? Sort? Okay, but it... you see what it did? It separated the comments from what they matched with. So that doesn't quite work out. All right. I guess I'll just do it by hand. We're sorting by hand. This one goes here. That goes there. Okay, so removing all these silly comments. I guess I don't need spaces between them. Okay, these I should have separate because they are defaults that we really care about. Back to these ones. And this one I'm not sure about. Okay, so I'll take these and put them in here. This one I definitely want, right? Yes. There. All right, now to sort these. Actually, I can just say sort these, right? Yes, that... Well, no, because it... Okay, that takes off the punctuation. I guess we're going to do that, right? We're going to do it. We're going to require unstable. Now I can sort these. Great. All right, and then here too. Actually, these should already be sorted, but sometimes I'm wrong. All right. So that's what I want, right? This is special. Actually, it doesn't need to be special. There, not special anymore. Okay, so now if I try, it's going to complain at me because it's unstable, right? So then we're going to try the nightly. Unknown configuration option, call width. So that one's just not available yet. Let's mark that one specially. This one isn't released yet. Okay. Cool. So let's see what it did. Refresh. Oh, it put back. Okay, so hold on. I had previously staged that I didn't want to. So let's unstage it and see if it matches. This too, right? Oh, cool. It even put it so underscore comes before M. I don't remember that, but fine. And what did it do there? It put a comma at the end because I want commas at the end. Yes. Sure. Okay, this side maybe I'm going to go the other way on. I want that to be separate. Okay, so that one was which one was that? It's this one, right? Type punctuation density. I think we're going to go back to wide, and actually that means I'm going to drop it because I don't feel that strongly about it, but I like the default. So do it again, please. Refresh. Cool. It's closer to what we want. There's still this problem. I'm going to have to worry about that one. This one I agree with. Actually, it don't we want this to be indented? Is there an option to that I missed to indent chained functions? Indent. Imports indent, indent style. That's not it. This is not it, right? Yeah. Okay, so there's no way to tell it to indent these lines. It's gonna bother me, I think, that I usually, if it's the same statement, I like it to be indented, but maybe there's some merit to having it all in the same column because there's a dot. If I can learn to see the dot as a continuation, because otherwise you can never start something with a dot. Okay, yeah, I'm prepared to accept that one then. All right. It's still removing those commas. I thought I had that in there as an unstable option. Don't remember. We'll have to look at that one later. I guess I'm prepared to accept that one, sure. This one has to do with the length of the line, right? What Git client is this? This is the one we're just trying out that Enduran told me about. Git Cola. And Enduran had a link to it. This one. Git Cola. So we're trying it out today because it has a it allows me to operate in dark mode, whereas Git GUI I had the most trouble with that. Okay, I guess I'm ready to accept that. That's fine. This I really don't like. I don't know what I'm going to do about that one. Oh, sure, yeah, we want that one. Thank you. Need help, Katie? You need help? I think the cat needs help climbing the tower. Hold on. He needs help. He's needing help in his old age. All right. Welcome, kitty. Welcome. What happened here? I think this has to do with the line length for, like, if I just made it a little bit more restrictive, it would have done it better. So we'll take a look at that. Here it wrapped it even though I didn't think it needed to. Oh, no, no. This undid something that I didn't have before, right? Yeah, so stage that one. This one, still not sure about. It added a line here. Oh, interesting. There was no line there before? 646. Let's look at that one. 646. Actually, it's 638. Oh, there was a line missing there before? Huh. Okay, there we go. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh, I didn't say hi to a few people. Atomic Nibble, hello. Also, Silmeth. You met a guy at FOSDEM who wrote his own C++ editor, which operates directly on the abstract syntax tree and symbol references and outputs stringified code, but he does not edit the text. He edits basically the hist. Wow, that's hardcore. Yeah, Epic Unknown, you're saying that your code style had an evolution. I'm finding mine does too. Like, for example, some of the things that I do have evolved because have changed because of how I do JavaScript. Can I show you an example of that? Like where I have the double end punctuation. I never used to do that. I always hated that and would insist on doing this, right? Because I hated the double punctuation at the end. So I used to prefer that, but because of the just pervasive use of closures in JavaScript and now in Rust too, that this makes more sense to me now because essentially the syntax for opening and closing a closure are not as significant to me as the fact that we're calling a function and this is the code that is given. It's like giving code to code. And so my style has evolved to where I accept folding these together because it makes more sense to me in a strange way. Is that a warning after launching Gift Cola? Was there? Yeah, there was. Uh-oh. Look at that. We got some garbage from Git Cola. That's okay. Some programs do that. An error in the input file, such as a font file. That might have been when I was configuring the font. Yeah, that's when it was on MS Shell DLG. Yeah, so that's probably when I was changing the configuration at the time. So we'll let it slide. Hello, Rust programmer. Void Rose, how are you doing? Where I'm trying to bend Rust FMT to my will. This configuration is as close as I can get to what my current style is. So the goal for right now is to get it so that when I run Rust Cargo FMT, that it's as close to doing what I want as possible. And we're doing that just by taking a crate that I made earlier in the week, running Cargo FMT on it, and then making sure I agree with all of its changes. This is one that I'm kind of stuck on, though. The fact that it wants to break a line at an equal sign bugs me. And I really can't articulate why. Maybe I just need to let go of that. Do I need to... What do you guys think? Should I just let go of my hang-up on this folding here and just allow it? Allow it to happen? Because it's hitting a lot of different places. And that's the only thing that I'm really getting hung up on. Sounds like fun? No, I shouldn't give up. The problem is Rust FMT doesn't appear to have a configuration for me to say do not break a line on punctuation. That's what I want to... I want to say, Rust FMT, please don't break lines on punctuation. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Epic Unknown, but that's what it does. It's breaking it on that punctuation there. And it's removing my blank line there. That had to do with minimums, right? Or did it have to do with maximums? If I change the minimum to 1, it's going to screw everything up, right? Let me verify I understand that correctly. There was a min... Yeah, blank lines lower bound. This is probably going to screw everything up, but let's see what it does. We can always change it back if we don't like it, right? All right, prepared for double spacing. This is what I think will happen. I didn't double space everything. It didn't... I was hoping it would... Oh, it allowed it now. Okay, it allowed it, but then it was a little bit too opinionated. It's putting an extra line there back in, even if I don't want it. Yeah. So it's being, I want something in between. I don't want that line, but I do want that line. It's either going to add a line there, or if I turn this to 0, it's going to take out this. Oh no, it didn't that time. Wait, what happened there? It didn't take out that line now. Is that because I was explicit with the 0? Hold on. Or did I miss something? Or maybe it's because we're running nightly now, that it no longer does that. That might be something they fixed. Still feel betrayed over the switch to Rust. I'm sorry, Master Agent Miyazaki. How can I make it up to you? Should I have a C++ project every once in a while? And hey there, Kashanks. I just really, I really have this, what's the right term for it? A romance? I have this romance over this language now. Maybe I'll get over it and I'll be like, let's go back to C++ now. All right, refresh. What do we get? Okay, so I have to probably set it back to 0, or else, yeah, it's double spacing a lot of things. Actually, what it's doing is, as I accidentally, it added them and I can't tell to take it out. We're probably just gonna have to drop the, yeah, I know what to do. We will tell it to drop. How do we, yeah, revert unstaged edits, exactly. Reverse unstaged edits, and then run it again. And then refresh. Okay, cool. We want that one, yes. Definitely. This one we're still working on. All these where we break on punctuation, I'm still working on those. What happened here? That one I'm thinking if I reduce the line length for folding, it would fix it. Don't like that one. This one I want, definitely. Yeah, these are all breaking on punctuation again. I think that's what we're down to. We're down to breaking up punctuation, and there are a few that, yeah, like that I don't like. But maybe I can get over that one. It's just not consistent. Like, there is a reason why, the reason why I want a blank there is because it matches the blank at the top. Right here. The other way, I guess I can do this. I can just sacrifice that blank, knowing that the formatter will always remove this one regardless, right? Let's just run it again. There it goes. Yeah, I guess I'm okay with that. Sacrifice one thing to get another thing. 1 plus nightly stand, that's right. Good one, Silenzy. And hello. Wait a minute, the cat's gone? He jumped down already? That's like a record minimum time he's been up there. Oh well. Bye, cat. All right. Okay, so let me address this one, because this is probably tweakable through the max line length, right? Like the max width. What if I set it to 70 and run it again? Let me find the line that it was on. 339. Which one was that? This one? Yeah. This I want it to wrap, so let's see if it does it now. Whoa. Yeah, it did do it. But I think it was maybe a little bit over-aggressive. Oh. It was over-aggressive. We need to tell it the comments are 80 and yeah, that was another setting, right? Let's find it. There's another one that had a default of 80. Comment width, that's what it was. We want comment width to be allowed to be a little bit wider. So put it back, please. I think I need to revert again. And then run it again. Then refresh. It looks like it overrides. Looks like the max width overrides comment width. I wonder if it has to do with the order of things. Do I need to have those ordered that way? No, yeah, it's overriding it. Dang it. Gonna give VS Code a shot coming from Vim? There are Vim key bindings for VS Code, if that helps. Vim emulation. So there you go. You could have the best of both worlds, Void Rose. You could have VS Code, but you could also have Vim inside VS Code. I have no idea how good it is, but, you know, worth a shot. Why not? Will it be as fast as Vim? Maybe. Do you want to change from Vim to VS Code? Not the other way around? Okay, so it's going to want to scrunch my comments down. How much do I care about that? Maybe I'm okay with that. If it's to get the code to be not so wide, I don't know. Is this all just about comment squishing now? It did squish this one. Okay, maybe I will, I think I'm going to, pass on both of these and let it go back to the defaults. If I do this now, will it, fix them? No. I have to unstage it. And then do it again. Okay, yeah, maybe I'm okay with this after all. Because it just squeaks by the 80 character line limit. Let's say that I'm okay with this one. Alright, just say I'm okay with that one. And this one too, right? This one also got unfolded. Because it can fit. Actually, it's just a different choice of where to wrap it. Pools, borrow, mute, pools, iter, mute, flat map, that. Yeah, that's just a different opinion. I'm okay with that. Sure, we'll go with that. This one's the line limit thing. This one's also the line limit thing. This one too. This one too. This one, I'd rather not fold all things in a tuple onto one line if I can avoid it. So I'm going to keep hoping they can fix that one. This one I'm prepared to accept. Wait, what happened there? Is there two of them with that? Huh. Oh, there are multiples. I see how this goes. Yeah, we're accepting all of these, right? Yes. These are all good now, right? Yes. Okay. Actually, wait, did that make them too wide now? Oh, it did. It made them too wide. Oh, shoot. Okay, yeah, I had the 80 in there originally because the default was 100 and I didn't like that. I wanted it to be 80. I thought the default was 80, but I'm wrong. The default's 100, right? So what you're going to do with the code now? It didn't actually change anything, did it? Interesting. Okay, well, I mean, I guess I'm... What line is that on? 710? Oh, I didn't hit save here. Dang it. That's why. Okay. Back to this... Okay, sure. This is just 100 versus 80. Except for this is breaking at the wrong place. Yeah, that's fine. Reset or reformat? We'll just work with it the way it is. I'm really only staging things I'm okay with. And I'm okay with that one, sure. Not okay with that one yet. Not okay with breaking on punctuation. This one, we're just going back to 80 characters, right? Yeah, and don't break on punctuation, please. Okay, so these are all the ones I'm not prepared to accept yet. So, there's no more, right? No other changes. So what can I do about these? This one I was actually okay with, right? Yes. Yeah. Let's see if there's anything about tuples in the settings. Tuple? No, there's no other matches for the word tuple. I don't know. Maybe I just accept this one and move on. It's not that terrible. It's not that terrible. I've convinced myself I can live with that. This one, though, I really don't know what to do with. I wonder if I can finagle it by breaking it manually somewhere else. Like, what happens if I go to 376? 376, and I break it in a different place. What if I break it here instead? And I even do what it usually wants me to do and do that. Is it going to override me? Yes, it is. Dang it. Why? Why? How about if I don't know. How can I get it not to reformat that? What if does it fix it if I do that? Hey, look at that. It insists on putting the equal sign at the end. Do you disagree this much with format choices? Do you think you should just not use it? I want to compromise and use it. That's the problem, Chuck. This all came about because of a pull request in my crate. So I guess we can go to that. So github.com/ramo8354/pantry. There's a pull request sitting in here, and it's to support. It's actually two things. It should have been two different commits because it's two different things. It was to add a git ignore, which I was okay with. How do I show that? This one? I'm okay with the git ignore because sure, why not? What I wasn't okay with was they basically ran rustfmt and then just put it into a commit. And I'm like, I don't agree with all these formatting changes. Some of them I do, but others I don't agree with. Which ones don't I agree with? There was one early on I didn't like. Yeah, it's this stuff, right? I don't want to do that. So the choice is, like, I could just reject the pull request and say, I'm just going to be a jerk and I'm just not going to do anything. And I'm like, that would not be a very nice community participant thing to do. They went through the effort of making the pull request. So I should try to reach some kind of compromise. And I asked Musean and Mr. Halsey what to do. Musean said I could put in a rustfmt.toml that just says, don't ever format this. And I'm like, I don't want to be that harsh, but it does give me the idea. And someone in chat, oops, I hit the wrong button there. Someone wrote, yeah, that was Utsby. Sorry about that, Utsby. Utsby said that. Don't admit that you're being a jerk. I don't want to be a jerk. So, yeah, I hit the wrong button. Automod caught it, and then I was going to say yes, but then it scrolled, and it clicked no instead of yes. Yeah, pressing all the... That's actually a problem I have with Yada, the client I have. And actually, in the chat client built into Twitch, sometimes I'll reach to press a button, and it'll scroll right before I hit it, and it'll time out the wrong person. I hate that. But yeah, anyway, I want to reach some kind of compromise. Musean said I could make a config file and just say don't reformat it, but I'm like, I don't want to be that harsh, but it gives me the idea. What if we provide a config file that codifies or like makes explicit what style I prefer? Then this person would perhaps accept it because when they run cargo fmt, it would pick up my config file and show that there are no changes necessary, right? And then also it has the advantage that if anyone asks me what my coding style is, I can just send them this file. Say, this is my coding style for Rust. Codify it as a Rust format config file. So I figure there were at least two good uses to do this effort. One is to reach a compromise about this pull request, and the other one is it's better to have something that is written down about what your style is rather than just to say my style is somewhere like in my brain and, you know, whatever I feel is right. That doesn't help someone who wants to know what your style is. This one would help. They could take this file and run it on their own code and say, this is how my code would look if Raimu wrote it, you know, or Raimu formatted it. And they can poke fun at me. That's fine. I don't mind you poking fun about me about my preferences. But what I do mind is being either too like soft or too hard on when we're collaborating in the community. So the current, as it's checked in, is too soft because I didn't run rustfmt and I didn't provide a configuration. I don't want to be too hard by saying I'm not going to accept the pull request or I'm going to ignore rustfmt. I want to reach a compromise. So the compromise is I'll try to get a configuration that makes the code what I like to see, and then when they run the formatter, they'll be happy too. Just afraid that rustfmt is relatively uncompromising. That's what I thought at first, but then Musean said there are a billion options in the in the configuration file, and to some extent he's right. But we discovered today that a lot of them are unstable, which means I do have to compromise in how I run the tool. I'm going to have to say that we require unstable. In fact, I should probably put that up front and center, right? So I will say a lot of the styles we want can only be configured using unstable features. What else to say? How about as a guide to someone who has trouble to, if you have trouble running rustfmt, try cargo plus nightly fmt. There we go. So like, if I were to speak to myself in the past, I would have liked to have been told this. Someone in chat did tell me that. Max width 80. Yeah, I'm a little bit harsh on that. I do have this line because I do like to fold at 80 characters. It's just a preference thing. The default is 100, so I'm only off by 20 between what I like and what the defaults are. But yeah, again, if you don't like it, you're free to do this in your branch. I'm fine with that. Just when you pull requests back into my branch, what I'm going to do is not accept any changes to the format that I don't like, and I'm going to reformat it. I think that's a good compromise, right? If you want 100, or if you don't like some of these things, you would fork it, make your own branch, change it, run rustfmt, and be happy. Okay, that one's not released. Anything else I need to do here? Oh, we were going to try this one and see, right, I want to see what changes that makes after I resolve these other problems. So the only problem left unresolved is the splitting on punctuation and this extra line, right? Oh no, I accepted that along with because I have it balanced now, right? I have the one for the tests. Where are the tests? Oh, that got taken back out. I want that in, because it'll balance the lack of space there. It's not going to add it back, is it? Okay, good. It didn't add it back. So I'm prepared to accept 2 white space changes. Where's the other one? This one. This one balances the one at the end. All right. So then the only thing left is this breaking on punctuation. I think I'm going to have to fold because I'm going to have to bend to this because there's no way for me to change this configuration. Speaking of git ignore, is that cargo lock suspect? Feels like we always want that checked in. Oh, I thought about that. There are 2 arguments you can make. So you can argue that you don't want that checked in because it really only has a place in the top level. But then you could also, the counter argument is, I want to work on just this crate, so it is my top level, so it doubles as my workspace. So I could go either way on this one. And the fact that it's in git ignore, if I don't have that file, I don't care if it's ignored or not, right? So I'm willing to accept adding cargo.lock in the git ignore for this project because I don't need it. if like I wanted this to always be a top level workspace, I'm going to want to check in cargo.lock. I would not accept this, and I would have said so. Because my preference is to have the workspace be a different directory anyway, I'm okay with that. So again, I guess it comes down to a preference thing and how you would organize your workspace when you're working on the project. So I have a separate cargo toml for the overall workspace, and so I check in the cargo lock for that. The argument for checking in the cargo lock, by the way, is that it kind of writes down what version you were using when you developed it, so that if there's a problem later with it breaking, you can go and say, oh yeah, it's breaking because some package changed versions. We didn't change anything, but some other thing changed. So it's a trackability thing. You can track down the break either came from some other crate or it came from your code. If I didn't check in the cargo lock, then if something broke, I would really have no way to answer, was it something I did or did someone else do something? I'd have to dig deeper. You know what I'm saying? Another way of saying it is, if someone were to download my stuff and they say it doesn't build, I would say, well, show me your cargo lock, diff it with mine, and I would say, hey, you're using a different version of Adler, for example. Try using my version, and then, oh, it works now that I'm using this version. And then the resolution would be we have to be more specific about what version we have to put down in our, wherever we list our dependencies. In this case, it would be here, right? We might need to be more specific about which version, right? The cargo toml being checked in gives me an artifact that helps me track down such problems. So that's why I think it's okay to have it somewhere. But for me, I only have it at my, the cargo lock only exists at my workspace level, and my pantry isn't a workspace directory for me. Hey there, TS Just. How are you doing, my son? And I have been slacking. I didn't say hi to Jabico. Or we're doing automated code formatting. Yes, that's the goal today. We're trying to reach a compromise between machine and human. And Utsby, hello, how are you doing today? And Guritoro. I have a hard time saying your name, sorry. I'm doing okay. Trying to reach a man-machine compromise here. So, like I was saying before, I'm trying to, as much as I can, bend the tool to the style that I already like, but I've also learned a few things and I'm willing to compromise on a few other things to reach it so that when the code that I write matches what the formatter would do. In fact, the formatter will help me if I make a mistake. Some of the things that we staged for commit were legitimate mistakes I made, right? The final thing that I'm hung up on is the formatter wants me to fold a line at an equal sign, and I really don't want to do that. The Me font? Comic Sans? Is it? I don't know. It is made by Chris, so it might be Comic Sans. We're talking about the chat overlay above my head, so the fonts you see there may have been selected by Chris, who wrote Stream Parrot, and he likes the Drama Sans font, which is a Comic Sans plus ligature, so I wouldn't be surprised. Can't you make a build script that checks if certain cargoes are correct version? Will not need to explain and compare manually. What I'm saying about comparing manually is, let's say that I am too loose in my specifications for dependencies, right? Let's say that it turns out that I'm not just dependent on 0.1, I'm dependent on 0.1.32 because something in 0.1.33 breaks my stuff, right? But I didn't say the 32 because I didn't know. By trying to be as flexible as possible, it opens the door for that problem in the future. And the way it would help to track it down is the cargo lock has the exact version of async standard that we're using. Async standard. So if I need to be precise, I would say, oh yeah, we got it to work with .5, so go back here and say, that's the wrong one. I need trait. Trait. Yeah, 41, right? So if I need to pin it down to what I actually used, I would do that. But I would prefer not to pin it down. See what I'm saying? So it's a stopgap for where if I'm too loose, I can pin it down by going and looking up what I had at the time. if I didn't check in this cargo lock, then I might get into a situation where I don't remember what version I actually built with, and so I can't reproduce a working build. If you write it in the cargo, it will happily use 33 but not 31, really? So that might be something to consider. I might want to take the actual versions I use and go back and precisely say, like, yeah, you can use 41 or later. I thought that this one said you have to use exactly that version, but there's also these punctuations you can use like that I don't understand yet. Yeah, so I could maybe go back and be more precise about that. Also, if it's that, then it has to be exactly that, but if it's that, then it could allow it to be better. Okay, I learned something then. Thank you, Silmith. So saying that basically says you can use any version from 0.10 on, right? And if I cared enough to say you have to use at least that, I would say that. In my case, I don't know what version my minimum is, so I think I would just leave it out, right? 69 points? Good job, Silmith. Now don't earn another point. Okay, I can't think... I've been avoiding this, right? I think I need to make a decision about this. There's nothing I can do about this. I'm going to have to accept it, right? We're going to have to bend a little bit in the opposite direction. Do LibreSSL and Rustls do the same thing? They accomplish the same goal, but in different ways, right? LibreSSL is a OpenBSD port, or FreeBSD port of OpenSSL, and I think Rustls is ported from OpenSSL turned into Rust, if I understand that right. Cannot write here anymore. Yeah, you have to just not be as... I'm just kidding. You only have 13 points? But haven't you helped out before? Huh. I wonder why you only have 13 points. I think maybe we'll just accept all of these. Yeah, I guess. I guess we'll have to bend to it. You don't have... That's the bug. That's a bug, TS Jost. See, when I run it, you have 35 points. There's a bug in the points command where it sometimes says you have none. But you really have 35. I know about this because every once in a while you guys remind me. The last time you reminded me, I think, was last week. Yeah. Fix the points command already. Last week. Should I say it again? Hey, it can't help. It can't help, right? I mean, it can't hurt. Fix the points command already. Your points must also be bugged. You can't list the points of other people in my channel unless I give you permission. That's another problem. Yeah, I think we're just going to accept this. So how do I stage the whole file? Control S? What if I just... Okay, can I double click it? I can double click it. That's good. What did I stage here? Oh, that? Yeah, sure. Stage it all. All right. So let's see. Am I happy about everything I'm about to commit now? I think so. I compromised on that. I needed to have the space there in order to accept spaces here. Yeah. I think I'm okay with all of this. Yeah. Just commit it then, right? And then maybe you guys could help me out with the pull request. I don't know how to like say in the pull request, hey, I want to amend the pull request by including a rustfmt.toml. I guess I would do that by checking out the commit for the pull request and then amend and then committing on top of that, right? Is that how that works? What I'm talking about is this pull request. If I wanted to like modify this pull request to add what I want on top, how would I do that? What I guess I can't even see what I'm doing because I'm not logged in as me. I'll deal with that later. I need to do some homework on how to do pull requests right. You guys know probably more about pull requests than I do. Cargo chooses the latest Semver compatible version, right? I just thought that if I was specific on all three numbers that it would lock it down to that exact number, but I'm wrong. Then someone must know it's in my repo. I'm just not logged in as me there. And hello, I will speak. I'm kind of hesitant to show me logged into GitHub because I don't know what it reveals. I don't know if it's going to show you like account information that you shouldn't be able to see. Hold on, there's someone I forgot to say hi to. Bogos Pop Pop, hello, how are you doing? There is your nice. There is my hey in return. You could add to the master and the PR could be rebased on that. Would I rebase it or would I request that they rebase it? Usually actual secrets won't be spilled on screen without extra clicks. Yeah, but with my luck, I'll accidentally do those extra clicks, Jabico. I'm okay with my name being shown and my professional email, but I don't want to prominently display it all the time, you know? Like if you look, yeah, I don't even want to do it, but like if you were to open the Git history, if we were to check out anything from my repository, like clone it and look at the Git history, you'd see my professional email address on my name, but I don't want to like advertise it. PR creator should rebase because the PR is from a different repo. So I should say, hey, I have added a rustfmt to match my style. Please rebase. Okay. I think that's what we'll do. So while I'm at it, I think I'll just pull in part of their commit, which was, they said they ran cargo new lib. Let's do that. Do I have to run it? Oh. I forgot to detach this. Let's close it. Actually, that's another test. Will this remember if I started typing in blah, blah, blah? Git GUI is smart enough to remember that. It does, look at that. Okay, I like it. I think Git Cola is going to be a winner, Endorn. Yeah. Anyway, I wanted to do a, in this directory actually. They said they'd ran cargo lib new. Cargo new lib. Apparently they didn't. So I was hoping that I could just run it in that directory and it would do the necessary things as if you had ran that. But I guess they're saying that they made a new library and they copied over the git ignore file from that, right? So I can just reproduce what they have. So it's /target and cargo lock. Sure, fine. We can do that. Here, new file .gitignore .target cargo.lock. Fine, we have exactly the same thing, although I have a blank line that they don't have, I think. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Pull that into this commit. Track it, and we're going to say, for the commit summary, establish formatting standard. Or formatting, or not establish is too haughty of a word. Let's just say add formatting configuration. And actually, I really want it to be two separate commits, so let's unstage these. And we'll just say add git ignore. I don't need to say anything here. Commit that. Now we're going to stage these and say add rustfmt configuration. Okay, let's say this configuration more or less matches. This is a little bit too aggressively constricting me on that. Let's do that. More or less matches what? The coding style that I prefer. How many characters was that? 61? Okay, fine. I had to bend a little bit on a few things. And also, I had to opt into using the nightly build of rustfmt. Therefore, please use cargo nightly fmt for all your formatting needs. And it'll be obvious because this will be set there, right? Okay. Oh, before I push this, I want to try out what happens when I turn that to off, right? Because I wasn't sure what this did. I mean, turn off the off. What is it going to do? It did a bunch of things. What did it do? What did you do? Right. I wanted those the way they were originally. Is that the only thing it did? It did that, though. Interesting. I think I do want it to be off. So, off. So I do want that, and it's not a strong, it's not the default, it just goes up here then, right? Yes. Just to make sure I got that right, let's tell it to sort again. All right. Did someone sneeze in the background? Someone said gazoon tight. Don't know how common it is in Rust, but you've seen repos with bots that attempt to least conflict-free rebase to main. If that works, run the unit tests on the new build. Oh, that's interesting. I want to copy the message about cargo plus nightly format to readme. Okay, I had it in two places. I have it here too in the config file. But I think you're right, Silmith. Let me give you a point. Oh no, you no longer have 69 points. Should I take that point away? I'm sorry. Yeah, I think you're right though. I should say that. Let's include that. You know what I'm also missing? I'm also missing the license there. Where did I did that in URI, right? Yes. I've read that it's a nice thing to do to say what your license is in the README file too. So we're going to do that. And it has a link to the license file. All right. So that I want, and I also, do I do it in another section then? I suppose so. We can say formatting. This crate uses a custom configuration for rustfmt, which relies on features not yet that have not yet been made. Well, let's just say a feature on unstable features. Features. Attempting cargo format on the stable tool chain may fail. Use cargo plus nightly FMT. That it's okay if it breaks that, right? That still looks okay with the previews on the side, right? Yeah, okay. It's just an oddity with the markdown viewer here. Use cargo nightly FMT to format the code. This great is a custom. Okay, how about that? Sound good? So check that in. Right, so we're including that. Oh, I didn't run it again, apparently. You know what that means? Now that I'm comfortable with the formatter, I can actually have the formatter run on save, right? It initially was, and I deactivated that. Yep. It matches what I want. Yeah, these should be included, right? This is a separate commit. Let's not stage that yet. Yeah, let's do that in another commit. I hate having commits that have dual purpose, you know? Okay, yeah, that's all that. Anything else I missed? Don't think so. All right, committed. We are committed. This readme change is include license information in readme. Committed. All right, it's actually growing on me, this Git, I can never remember the name. Git Cola. This business, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I guess it's MS Shell DLG2 is the wrong font. I wonder if that's the other font that I saw. No, this is just such a... Where does it have MS Shell DLG2 set? Weird. Wait, why is the history browser there? Is that just because that's what we have opened? Huh. Yeah, I don't know where it's getting this font, but I'm not setting that anymore. Yeah, we're abandoning Git GUI finally, Atomic Nibble. Oh, that's the other thing. I need to make sure this operates the same on Linux. Otherwise, I'll have 2 Git GUIs to have to remember how to use. No, yeah, we're abandoning Git GUI for Git Cola. Yeah, I think so, because it's got the dark mode. We like the dark modes, right? GC push. Spell it correctly, please. All right. Did I change anything else? I think what I want to do is apply this globally, right? And I probably want to tell the person who made the pull request that to please rebase and try again. Yeah, I'll do that off screen. I need to remember to do that though, so I'm gonna put a note. I closed my notebook for some reason. So remember to comment on the pull request to Pantry, asking them to rebase. Or maybe there is an automatic rebase option. I don't know. Maybe. Don't know. Okay, what did I change in the client? Oh, out of habit I ran that. Sorry. Git Cola. Yeah. That was wrong. The repository was wrong, and the exclude didn't need to be there. Exactly. Fix issues in cargo toml. So the repository URL is wrong. The exclude list is unnecessary. Commit. This little garbage is maybe going to be a little bit annoying, but I'll try to ignore it. I think you can create an action to do something that I did. Oh, I see. In GitHub, I can make an action to do a rebase. I don't know enough about it. That's more homework for me, right? Yeah, to rebase a branch. Yep. Let me give you a point for that, because I want to learn how to do that stuff. I keep forgetting. Okay. I did it again, didn't I? I closed my notebook. Why am I doing that? All right. I just want to minimize it. Okay. So, I was going to do one other thing, wasn't I? What was it? Oh, I was going to go back into the settings, and I think I had it turned off to format on save, and I wanted to turn that back on again. Is it check on save? That's not it. Maybe it was something that someone had recommended I turn on, and then I tried it and I didn't like it. So maybe that was I do kind of want to remember. I want to have it done automatically as I work. So that's probably an option if I open up settings in the UI, right? Under the Rust analyzer. I guess we could just search, right? It's format. Under Rust. Okay. I'm not going to set that one. I'm not sure what this means. Default formatter, which takes preference over all formatter settings. Format on, that's what I want, right? So do I need to set, I need to set this then, right? I need to figure out which one runs cargo FMT. Or do I need to just make a custom one? I don't see it. Not Rust Analyzer, and it's a global setting? I think format on save, you need the default formatter. Okay, so... Oh, hold on. Maybe this is what I want to do. Check on save. What if I make the check on save run cargo format? It provides the formatter to VS Code. You can do a format document with choose formatter. It's going to show you the ones against. Ah, I see. So we can try that. See if it messes it up. Format document. It did something. And I closed the other window, so I'm going to have to open it again. Closed it for some reason. Actually, did it make any? It doesn't look like it actually made any. Oh, because I didn't hit save. F5. Yeah, I guess it ignored my Rust format toml. So yeah, I don't want... Well, actually, I can fix it by just running it manually. Now it's back to the way it was. Almost. It kept a few of these things for some reason. Yeah, let's just abandon the changes. Control J. Not Control J, it is Control U. Okay, I need to get used to that. It's Control U instead of Control J. Yeah, no differences. Okay. So, it's not the default formatter. So you're saying that if I do format document with, there is no format document with, though. Unless you mean that it's in there under one of these. Where would it be? Wouldn't it be under edit? I would expect it to be under edit or file. For you, it's popping up. Maybe my VS Code is old. What am I on? 1.49.2. Do I risk doing a check for updates? I don't know what it did. It's doing something, I think. New code update available. Okay, if this breaks everything, we know who to blame. You wouldn't update? Ah, too late. I'll blame myself. It's my fault if I break something. With my luck, like, things just break, you know, when I update to the latest. Okay, now we're on September. Maybe we have the format as, right? One can only hope. Yours is rolling on auto updates. Yeah, I don't do that because I've gotten burned a few times where things just break. But I will update if there's a feature I want. Okay, so it still doesn't show up for me. I wonder if that's because I don't have it registered correctly. Or maybe there's a plugin that's giving you that. Maybe there's a format plugin. Yeah, maybe you have some formatting plugin that's letting you do it. Right click. It's just format document. There's no format as. And it's opinionated. It has some opinion we don't know. It's obviously not doing cargo nightly format on this. Maybe it's running some, yeah, it's running some other formatter. We don't know which one. It's set as none here, right? Or null. I'm inclined to not use... Oh, what is this? Oh, maybe this is what we want. Okay, well, we can do cargo nightly FMT for that, right? I can't have a string. Null array. Array? Okay, so they expect me to split it on whitespace? It's kind of weird, but okay. Maybe that does it. One can only hope. Format document. It failed. Go to output. The pipe has been ended. Well, maybe it expects that I'm running FMT directly, so I need to get the command line for that, right? Rustfmt, what would I put here? I guess I will first try to run it myself manually. Okay, so I need to be in the pantry. Source. So here's where it is, right? I would do what? Rustfmt. If I don't know how to do something, I usually do -help and read the effing manual, right? Can I say nightly here, or is that, am I gonna have a problem with that? This is just gonna run whatever I have selected, right? I wonder if with Rust up, can I pick the tool chain for one tool? This selects a default tool chain for the tool chain, all tools, right? It would be nice if I could say use the stable for everything but Rust formatter. Can we just be very specific about which Rustfmt we're using? So, if I... Oh, hey there, doggy. You're standing in the sunlight. Why are you standing there? Dog is right there in the sunlight. Okay, cargo, tool chain. What does that do? No, not cargo. Rust up. What am I thinking? List, install link. Yeah, overlay looks like the command I want, but what I'm trying to do is to run the nightly build of rustfmt. So if I just run rustfmt, it's going to run not the nightly one, right? I can confirm that just by, where's my terminal? That was weird. Rustfmt version, right? It's stable. If I wanted to run the nightly version of it, I have to find it, right? So I was thinking, what if I just found where it is? And I was thinking a quick way to do that would be to switch for a moment to the nightly, and I forgot how to do that. Is it just default? Nightly? Oh, okay. And then which... well, rustfmt will be running the nightly, so then which rustfmt are we running? Oh, those are symlinks already. Probably, right? Oh, those are probably Windows symlinks, or Windows links, right? Oh, you mean rust up override, which says modified directory toolchain overrides. Oh, okay, so rust up default stable. And then you said that there is a override. Yeah, but I think this affects the entire tool chain. I can't say like stable for everything but rustfmt. You know, I bet someone else has run into this. Why don't I just go to my second brain, which is internet search. Rustfmt nightly, but rest of tool chain stable. I don't know how to make that more concise. Isn't there a subcommand that gives you just the directory of the given tool chain? I don't know. Oh, you're saying to find where the tool is. Yeah, then I can just do hard code the path to it. Show. I mean, maybe they're just directories under rust up tool chains. There we go. Nightly. Bin. And there it is. So I could just hard code the path, I suppose. Well, I think I'm gonna have to change the slashes to forward slashes, right? Probably. And then I would get rid of, actually, it probably just wants the name of the name of it, right? So change all these to forward slashes, please. And now what is it going to complain about? Oh, it has to be an array. Okay, fine. It's an array. You can be an array. Rust up component add rustfmt toolchain nightly and then cargo plus nightly. Yeah, but we can't run this thing. We tried running cargo nightly format, and this didn't want to work with cargo. We got an error. So I'm suspecting that it wants an override for running rustfmt directly, probably because it's running it on just one file, right? So let me try it again. Format document. Actually, I think that might have worked. Because it didn't. Okay, so to make sure it actually does something, let's do that. Format. Actually, I don't think it's actually doing what I want. So if I, for example, do that and say format, I don't actually think it's doing anything. Cargo plus nightly format. What? Oh, probably because I need to be in this folder. Yeah, so that's what it should have done. So I don't think the format thing is actually doing anything. Oh, is this it? What is this? This might be it, right? Well, let me trash this window. How do I close just this? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Checking the output of Rust language analyzer. It doesn't like something in the syntax. It says it wants there to be an addition set. Thing is, I am setting it. It might not be using the toml file though, right? So maybe I need to tell it how to use the toml file. Why am I doing it here? I can just do it here. Rustfmt help. I mean, I can do it here, but I'd rather give it the whole config file. Well, that's interesting. Didn't know we could do that. Okay, there's config to set an option. How do I set the file? Oh, it needs to be dot? I read in the manual it could be either one, but maybe it's expecting it to be named that. I mean, it's something I can try quickly. So, just rename this file to put a dot in front. That's what it said, right? Yes. So let me try again. Format. Nope. Yeah, so it's outputting this saying it's doesn't know what edition to use, even though the format says the edition 2018. So maybe I need to be explicit in the config file? How do we do that? This is to set an option. How do I set the whole file name? Oh, config path. There we go. Well, now it's saying without the dot. It's very inconsistent. I actually preferred to not have the dot in there. But do I need to set the config path? If not found, it reverts to the input file path. Why? I guess we can try it. Hey there, Read on 90. Is that a Halloween emote? Nice. It's being chomped. The cacti is being chomped. Isn't it just rust up component, add rust format toolchain nightly, and then... Well, oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, we can't run cargo. I forgot to say hi to you, PhD Horrible. Hi. And XLayer7, I forgot to say hi to you as well. You were saying right-click before, yeah. Maybe you can just add it in the cargo toml. I do have it there too, though. That's the problem. I have it in the cargo toml, so it's really weird. It's in both the cargo toml and the rust format toml, and yet we still get that it is using 2015, which is weird. Well, it doesn't say 2015, but it's implied by saying, like, it's only allowed in the 2018 edition. So it's probably... I know the defaults in here says 2015, but yeah, so it's not finding my toml files. I'm just wondering if it's something to do with this thing. So maybe I need to be explicit with -- config here. Oh, you found a bug? Really? You're awesome, Romania hate. So my next question is the issue closed or is it open? It's closed, okay. Write mode overwrite? What? That's with cargo FMT. Oh, wait. So what's the problem then? Yeah, neither seen. That's my problem. It's not picked up. Yeah, that's what I was about. Oh, I was about to do something similar to that, but that's an interesting way of doing it. So instead of doing custom override, we just set its format path. Think Rust format plus nightly works just like... Oh, we could try that. I wouldn't think that would work because that would run the old command to try to run the new command. You think that would work? We can try that. Oh, someone actually hacked the extension to make it work. Interesting. So what is the consensus by everybody? Well, here's one workaround. Why would that workaround work, though? I don't get it. So it tries to do the right thing? Okay, I guess we'll try it. But why didn't someone mention that here? Interesting. Okay, we can try it. So that would mean I would not have this line. How do I, you can't have a commented out line in JSON, so I'm going to need to stash that somewhere else. And so this should just be rust format, and then you're saying plus nightly? I didn't try to force the newest nightly version, but it didn't seem that that was the problem. The problem was it was not finding my TOML file. Right, so watching this output and then do format document. Yeah, we're still getting the same error. It's like it's not finding the TOML file. You guys are probably right about this, but we need more, I think. I think we need to tell it where to find the config file. And that was here, right? Config-path. Now, can I use a wildcard here, like workspace directory? What wildcards can I use here? What if I use dot? I don't think that worked. Enable find config file for the given path. Okay, so we're getting close. We know it's actually accepting what we put here. There's probably a wildcard for the directory containing the file that we're passing in, but I don't know what it is. Perhaps I can just look up this and see what it accepts. Yeah, this thing, where is it? Yeah, can we, this is the whole analyzer overall. So really what I want to find out is, VS Code path to file, variable. Variables reference, all right. There's file, relative file, do I want relative file dir name or file dir name? Let's do file dir name. Let's see if that works. It didn't expand it, did it? Bummer. Here I was hoping that it would expand it. Okay, so maybe I can't use any variables. That's unfortunate. What you mean to say is that if it forced to the latest version, you won't have rustfmt because rustfmt is not yet included for that version. Oh. Yeah, so I did not do the force. So I have a, whatever the latest, I guess, build is of it. But I mean, when we run it, it works because it's accepting unstable. We have to run the nightly again because we're using unstable features, right? So we have to do that. So I know we're picking up something that works, and I'm okay with that. Uh-oh, what's the joke here? You got a PS5 from your kids yesterday. PS5. Best trade. Oh. I was not going to get that one, Mr. Balrog. Hello, how are you doing? And also, hello, I didn't say hi to Dr. Padawan? Good evening, chat. Good evening, Dr. Padawan. All right, getting close. It's a bummer that the predefined variable expansion didn't work like it does in other contexts. Is there anything I can do about that? It works in other places. Why doesn't it work here? I really don't. Okay, what if it just doesn't know file dir name? What if I use Workspace folder. That'll get me closer, but not exactly right. Nope. Maybe it doesn't accept any variables there. Bummer. I suppose I should glance through and see if there's anything similar. Whoops. Similar to override, or look for any other Rust format variables. Extra args. Maybe that's what I want instead of override command. Maybe extra args would accept it. And then I would just do that. Nope, it still didn't expand. It doesn't expand the variable. Not that that's the right variable anyway. The right variable would be filedir name. Doesn't like it. Bummer. Okay, what else can we do? That's it? Extra args and override command. Well, bummer. Was there any more information here? Oh, right. They had someone had something that worked for them, right? But this is isn't this a different extension? I don't think this is the same extension. This is an option for Rust, not Rust Analyzer. Yeah, I mean, see how they're doing it manually? They're changing the current working directory to be the path where that file is. That's kind of like what I wanted to do, right? So this was closed how? When did it get closed? Closed here. Must have had an old version. Maybe, oh, we have a different bug? Wait a minute. You have two things. I'll look at the newest one first. I have a lot of tabs open. Does not function with non-root cargo toml. Don't know if I've been seeing that. So there's one thing I could try if that's actually what I do want, right? That's telling it we want to run nightly. I can't, that comma doesn't go there, right? Oh, I can put a comma there? It's a JSON file though. Comma shouldn't be allowed there. Anyway, the thing I could try was the cargo toml here has an addition. Can I put an addition at the root? Am I allowed to say an addition for workspace? I can try that, right? I don't need this anymore. What happens now? I didn't need to reload one of the format. Oh, did that actually work? Oh shoot, I think it might have did it. It might have done it. Where was I? I don't even know what... I wasn't on the line I expected, so I need to undo this. Oh, right. 559. Okay. So it is this line. So when I format, it's doing something else. I don't know what it's doing. Hold on. It's... Wait, what? So now it's it's using, okay, I see. Then I have a workaround myself then. I can make a copy of my Rust format toml at the root. There we go. I bet you it'll work now. Here. There we go. Fixed it. Yeah, it's picking the root toml, and there isn't a format root tom of there isn't a Rust format root a toml at the root. That's the problem. So it's picking the wrong folder for it, and I need to undo that and reapply. I mean, that's a problem, isn't it? Because if I have a crate that like wants to override the formatting rules, it's not going to do it correctly. Check the first link. Okay, we'll check the first link. It's going to use the wrong configuration then for sub-projects if they try to override the root project. Oh, wrong current directory? In June. But we're in September now, so this should have been fixed by now. You have a cargo workspace that really should be a single project with a single Git repo. I don't understand why. Why would it matter if it's in a single Git repo or multiple Git repos? I mean, I wanted to arrange it so that my root is a different Git repo and it refers to its members by relative path. And for everything but the format, for everything but VS Code, it just works. The other way you would have used extra args with addition. Yeah, but it needs to pick up all of this file though, right? And really not that file, but this one in the pantry. Like this one should apply to that crate. And it does if I bet you. Okay, let's test this. So if I want to override a setting just for pantry but not everywhere else, I should be able to do that by like I can let's turn the max width to 40, right? And then it's still 80 at the root, right? So I should be able to from the command line here, cargo nightly fmt, and it should have rewritten my file to be very skinny, right? And it should still obey that if I go, okay, I'm going to regret doing this, but it's going to reformat all my Rust now. Yeah, see, it didn't put it back to 80. But it probably affected everything else that I did. All right, so let me catch up in chat. Because the workspace gives you a single cargo lock. Well, the cargo lock is only for dependencies, and I'm fine with that. Because a lot of the time I have projects that are interdependent that are unpublished. If you want them to be separate projects, you shouldn't put them in a single workspace. You can still use relative paths to define dependencies. So you're saying that I shouldn't have a cargo toml at the root? The problem with that is if I remove this cargo toml from the root, then I can't run all my tests in one command. I'd have to go to every individual project and run cargo test or build separately. That's the problem I have with removing cargo toml from the root. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I want to have my cake and eat it too. Workspace is a collection of one or more packages that share common dependency resolution. Yes, with a shared cargo lock, output directory, and various settings such as profiles. Oh, so you're saying that if I've opted into having a workspace at the root, that the workspace should also have the formatting as well? which it does now because there it is, but it should work with an override inside of a specific crate should be able to override settings in its own version, right? Yeah, I understand that you'd have it a single config, but can't you still override things for subcomponents by in this way? So like the default would be these formatting settings, including max width 80, but for the pantry, if it has its own toml that says 40, this would apply just to the pantry, right? As in like we should be able to use the composition pattern with configuration, I would assume. If not, it seems like a shortcoming of the system. Because then how do I take one project and make a super project that encompasses it and then integrates it with something else? Like, why have this artificial limit that you have to be one project or none? That a workspace is a project. Like, why have two different words, workspace and project then? For them having different words implies to me that it should be looser, that a workspace could have multiple projects in it. You can force it to use specific configs for subcomponents, but you'll be fighting with things like the IDE. I don't understand why I would need to fight with the IDE if I can't, if there's no problem with the command line, then why would the IDE have a problem? Because like I did here, I ran it here, I can also run it here. Works just fine, right? The IDE shouldn't have a problem either. The IDE knows what directory the files are in, and maybe it might have a question of which directory should I run stuff in, but I should be able to say if I want it to run in a directory that it doesn't use by default. Anyway, I think that anything I should be able to do on the command line, I should be able to do in the IDE. Right? Otherwise, that's a problem with the IDE. So if the Rust ecosystem allows me to have a separate cargo toml and Rust formatter at the root, and then a separate one in the pantry, and they have different rules, the IDE should obey. Sure, it's running at the root level. Granted. I should be able to tell the IDE, run it at a different level. Why shouldn't I be able to do that? That's in the command line, the way you do that is CD. Why don't we have a CD in the IDE? I should be able to say run it from the perspective of pantry instead. If anything, I would assume that like it would make the most sense to run it in the if I'm just telling it to please format this one document, that document is in only one directory, so you should use the narrowest possible configuration for that document, right? But if I said format all of my code, I would expect it to go to the root of the whole workspace. If there was an in-between command like reformat all documents within pantry, then it should use the pantry-wide configuration. That's just the stuff I would expect. What I would say would be intuitive. Extensions don't really take that into consideration. Yeah, I think what we're running into is limitations of composition. For example, Git has this problem, right? Git assumes that the branches only exist within one repository, that you can't have super branches. That's why I had to make this tool called Mugit, right? I can go run here, Mugit. And it'll tell me within my super branch called main, because that's what I named it. Here are what all the branches of the repos, and this is whether or not there are changes. These changes are all from my running the Rust format, by the way. So I had to invent a concept above Git because Git has this limitation. Sure, there's Git submodules, but it's not the same. The submodule links are by Git commit, not branch name. That's just how the design decision. I think we're running into a similar thing here. Cargo Workspace is not my understanding well, is that they're designed to keeping related projects together and give them common configuration. The common configuration, I think, is fine for the default. But you should in the composition pattern, subcomponents should be able to augment or supplement or even replace the common configuration. The common configuration should be a starting point. Sub projects should be able to override that. That's how git ignore works, right? That's why I didn't need this git ignore for the pantry, because I have one at the root. I have a git ignore at the root, which already ignores every target. Well, it ignores, I could say ignore all target folders here, and then I wouldn't need git ignores anywhere else, right? But I'm free to add additional things and even remove rules from the root at the inner git ignore. Starting development of cargo. No, I did mug it because I really had trouble with multi-git management. I'm not having that big of a trouble with this because I have a workaround, right? The workaround for me will be to maintain the Rust format at the root. I just have to be careful not to accidentally well, what am I trying to say here? Make sure that if I override it in a sub-project that I don't accidentally use the wrong configuration. But the way I see it, I'll probably just put that configuration everywhere I care about it. It would be great if I didn't need it at the root, but that's the workaround for the tool. Yeah, and if I run it at the root, we already proved that it obeys the inner configuration for just that subcomponent, so we should be good. Right, so that right now, for example, this file is highly folded at column 40, right? That's only because of the presence of this file. If I remove that file, let's just remove it by naming it like .back or something. Now, if I run it at the global level, it'll fix it back to 80, right? And if I put this back to where it was, now it will obey the inner configuration, and that shouldn't change its siblings. So I think we're good at the command line at least. And the ID, I'm only going to be using it for single files. And there, I think I'm okay with using the global config anyway. I think I found a compromise I'm okay with, is that to work around the issue with the tooling, I'll have an extra copy of my style Rust format toml at the root, even though the root doesn't need it. And I have to put the addition here too, right? No, I don't need that because it'll find the this should find the Rust format toml at the root. So if I do that, it just works. I do need to put that back to 80 though. Format that. I need to save it first. Format. Okay, now why is it not taking that into account? What did I do wrong here? They're in 80 in both places. Why is it stuck at 40 in my code? Oh, because the comments don't right, okay, I need to, when it scrunches the comments, it doesn't re-expand them again. That's, yeah, we'll have to remove we'll have to do this, because all the comments got squished. And then do it again. And that should be a no-op. Yeah, okay. So then, leave that up. We'll check in the compromise file right here. Git cola at the root. I wonder when that got added. Some point that, oh, because I added that. Okay, so really I just want to check in this for now. These are what I have settled on. So, double click that. Include Rust format config as IDE tooling workaround. And I'll say here, VS Code or I'm not going to cast blame on one thing, Rust Analyzer or its plugins. Oh, actually, let's just describe the problem. When using format, is it exactly called? Format document capitalized? Format document command in VS Code. Rust Analyzer ends up using, looking at the workspace root for the configuration rather than starting at the file and recursively searching outwards like one might expect. Work around this by providing a copy of our rustfmt.toml at the root level. Note that individual projects, note that this should not have any effect on individual projects which have their own configurations. As tested on the command line with cargo nightly fmt, run at either the root or individual project levels. All right. All right, that's good. Commit that. Should I go ahead and do these two? These were because I'm including this in the project. Oh, that is a Mugget thing. I never told Mugget that we want to welcome that new project. Shoot, I forgot to open that with I did open that with... Oh, I did it in the wrong folder. Duh. Git cola there. Because that detaching from the terminal only works in the min-gw shell. So I want to do a Mugget add HTTP server. Forgot to do that last night. So that will automatically add it to the git ignore. The cargo toml I did manually. Mugget added that. And that's the extra dependency we need. So this is add HTTP server to project to workspace. And that goes here. Commit. Pantry. Why am I doing that? It's a force of habit. Okay, so I think we're done configuring Rust formatter. I should see what the damage was on those other projects, right? Mugget status cell. Should we start at the base? Okay, UTF-8, we'll start there. Because that's not really code project, that's just unit tests. So the only thing would have been affected would be this bunch of unit tests. Maybe I'm okay with it. Actually, I don't even know why I'm opening it there. So just go to UTF-8 and git cola it. Okay, what changed here? I think we're just going to accept all of these, right? Do I even bother making a copy of my formatting here? This one I'm not even publishing. I think I will only do it for published things. Uh-oh, Andorn. Uh-oh. It doesn't support UTF-8. No! I wonder if that's because the font doesn't support it. I don't have this problem with Git GUI, do I? See, Git GUI is okay with my Japanese characters. That one's intentionally replacement character, I believe. Uh-oh. This one's not showing them either. Maybe those are replacement? Oh, those are replacement characters. So, okay, which one has the real Chinese character in it? Oh, Interesting. I had space in there I didn't need here. So that's the difference in the first chunk. Okay, let me look for it. I want to see if I need to blame this for being incapable of doing Unicode or not. The very top when we scroll down. Okay, false alarm. Those really are replacement characters because it has the Japanese in there. Yeah, we're going away from Git GUI because what Endoran said, of what you just said again. Okay, so it supports the Unicode. So all of these differences were just formatting, right? As long as I agree with everything. If there's something I don't agree with, then I might have a problem. They all look good to me. Okay, this is weird. I would have indented that differently. Actually, I wonder if it's very opinionated on that or not. Line 190. Will it accept this alternative? Or will it be very opinionated? Format this. It's going to be opinionated. Bummer. I was hoping it would allow that, but it doesn't. You know, it's not too bad. I'll permit that. Okay. I'm hungry. It must be lunchtime here. All right, so applied rustfmt rules. You know, I really should make a copy of it there too. I think I will. Which is eroding my argument that I was making when I was talking to Silmith earlier. The fact that I have to make a copy of my configuration at that level is a smell that sort of indicates that, like, maybe we should have only one configuration. Because if I were to take UTF-8 and break it off and use it somewhere else, it would need this. Otherwise, it would end up having its formatting change, right? So the sacrifice I make for my argument is I have to have duplicate copies of this. Just in case it gets reused somewhere else. There's a wrap options in the Cola UI for the commit description. Yeah, I actually prefer to not have it. You mean okay? There's two ways you could wrap. Do you mean wrap visually or actually add line breaks in the text itself? Because if it's the former, I don't like it because it gives me a false sense of it actually wrapping in the commit. But if it actually adds new lines for me, then that's great. I'm used to the tool, not trusting the tools about that kind of thing, and I will map it manually. Because a lot of times IDEs in the past I've used will show it wrapped, but then when I open it in a different editor, it's not wrapped at all, and it's like, my beautiful paragraph, it became one huge long line. Does it add line breaks itself? Okay, that's great. I suppose we should test that to make sure. Okay, anyway, I needed to add this. Apply, not applied. Yes, okay, so commit that. As far as you know, thinking, yeah. Since I am publishing each of the crates, message headers, HTTP client, those ought to have their own individual copies of the format, regardless of what I do at the workspace level, right? So this ought to be copied to everything I publish because those stand alone. So this goes here, and here, and here, and here. Regardless. It has to be. I'm not done with, there's some errors in HTTP server. We left off there yesterday. I want to close up all the work on formatting though. So I did TF8, we need to do URI now. Git cola. Yeah, it's actually doing exactly what I wanted to do. Yep. I agree with all of this stuff. Looks beautiful. Ship it. Yeah. I did have to compromise on the commas, so we're not going to be putting commas at the ends of blocks in match arms anymore. They only will go for non-block statements. And that looks a little harsh, but sure. Okay. Yeah. I'm not seeing any surprises. I didn't expect it to indent that, but okay. I think I was inconsistent about that before. All right, I can live with all these. That's fine. Oh, Linux Cola is an alias for Git Cola. Hey there, Kun Chris. We're just wrapping up work that the today command talks about. So I am getting the formatter tool online because of a pull request that someone gave me about, where is my pull request? About, it was actually about two things: adding a git ignore and then making sure my code is formatted using rustfmt. So again, the pull request was a bit opinionated. It was to accept this commit with the default Rust format, which I didn't like. So my compromise is to I made my own Rust format toml today, which matches as closely as I could make it to my existing style that I like, and I'm willing to bend a little bit and make some changes to my style to make it so that the tool works with me. So that's what I'm wrapping up doing right now. So I applied the rules to all the Rust stuff I've done that's published, and I'm going to check it in right now. I'm just reviewing to make sure there are no surprises. So it's changing the format a little bit, but it's all good in my opinion. Sometimes it makes it more compact, sometimes it makes it more expressed, but yeah, in general, I'm okay with that. No big surprises. Yeah, it folded a lot of that together. Yeah, I mean, it would be nice if it actually unfolded it like that. But there was no option explicitly to do that, right? If there was one, we would use it. It was like if you could do vertical chaining, but there was no such option. Wait, what did it do there? I had an extra blank line in error.rs? Interesting. I did not know that. See, it's already helping me. Yeah, indeed. There was an extra blank line. Okay. See, there's wrapping that because it's too long. And yeah, yep, okay. And it alphabetically sorts it for me. Look at that. Things I like to see. Okay. I think we'll just accept it. Can this tool, can I just highlight them all and say stage selected? Oh, that's nifty. I like that. Okay. So then, what was the commit that I did for the other repository? It was like apply rustfmt. I would just say add and apply rustfmt configuration. We'll just say that for all these commits. Git push. Message headers is next, right? Git cola. Yeah, it puts it in alphabetical order. Mm-hmm. I think I'm ready to just blanket accept it. Yeah, I mean, that one it improved a bit, didn't it? Actually, some stuff like this where I could go either way, I don't really care. I don't really care. As long as the tool is like checking it for me and at least making it one way or the other, right? It actually added a comma there? Why did it add a comma there? Oh, because it's an argument to a function and I've told it I want all the commas. I'm like, we want commas everywhere. Dangling commas for the win. See that? You guys are going to hate it, but I like my dangling commas. Because if we add an argument, it's only a one-line insertion. It's not a one-line insertion plus a one-line change. And the compiler doesn't care. All right, so yeah, let's just S, right? Yes. Commit. You know what I haven't tested? I had trouble with the push from the other tool. Will this push for me? Yeah, see, I don't really care to see this GUI at all. I don't care. I wish I could just say push and not have this junk. Yeah, okay. I don't know why I find that irritating, but like, I'd rather just do the push on the command line. Glad Kotlin 1.4 added them. Some languages you can't, you know. Like, or formats like JSON, you can't do it. Sad face. Okay, yes. What if I highlight all the way down there and hit S? Does the right thing? Yeah, it added that file. Okay, cool. Commit, quit, push. HTTP client, git cola. This tool does take a little bit longer to grab the differences, though, doesn't it? It pauses for a little bit of time. Commit, push, try cola. Okay, I will do. I'll do it for this one. Cola. Command not found. Push it. That's right. Ship it. Sorry, Enduring on Windows. Can't do it. Oh, but there's one thing I could try. I could do git space cola. Okay, git space cola works. At least. So it's kind of like git space GUI like I was used to doing before. Alright, I want to make sure that this only picks up formatting changes. I think it only does pick up formatting changes. It doesn't build, though. I know that. Ooh, ugly. That one way long. Is that because there's a comment there and it allows the comment to extend past? Yeah, okay. For the sake of consistency, we'll let the tool change my mind about a few of these things. What happened here? Oh, it moved async down. Yeah, it decided to move it down in for some reason. Okay. All right. Ship it. Now we're all caught up, right? So my workflow now is that every time I hit save, it's going to format. I should verify that that's actually working now. So we'll go back to where I was actually working on and going to work on next, which is this bug. And let's see if I I don't know, screw up the formatting and I hit save. Okay, yeah, I didn't turn that on yet, obviously. It was... format on save, right? Or Rust Analyzer. I don't want it to do it for all formats. I just wanted to do it for Rust. There was a way to make it language specific, right? At first I'll turn it on, and then I will go make it Rust specific. You had to put it in, right, one of these blocks. That's what you do. So I do like Rust, right? A Rust specific block to edit on a format on save. Because I don't want it to do it for other kinds of files. Exactly. Because I think I also have that on for other languages too. For HTML we do prettier, right? Or we change the formatter just for HTML. What was the one where I, on save, did something different? Oh, for CSS, that's what it was. For CSS, we wanted to format on save also. Yeah, I want that to be an opt-in for my config. Okay. So now hit save. There we go. Automatically formats. Nice. Making the alias to Pepsi. Pepsi Cola. Yeah. Actually, why didn't it add a comma there? Isn't that weird? It's adding a comma here, but not here. Did I screw that up somehow? The only place was matching block, but that's not a matching block. That's parameters to a function, and that's an enum. Yeah, I wonder what that's controlled by. Maybe it was just always, that's the default, is to do it that way? I don't know. Hey, I don't see anything specific to it. Unless it's that. No, that's not it, right? Yeah, I don't see any. I don't know why it's adding the comma there and not here. Wouldn't you want to be consistent and have it in both or neither? But why in one and not the other? Weird. Okay, anyway, should I switch gears now? I should probably eat something and then switch gears and work on this problem. You've gotten trailing commas added in function parameters by rustfmt? Yeah, okay, so maybe I kind of want that because maybe we'll do one more little bit of searching for that. If you could remember what configuration that was. Is it because there's only one? So maybe for functions with two? Oh, you're right. Look at that. For functions with two, it adds an extra. Why do it that way? Why just because there's one have no comma there? Isn't that weird? Someone decided that if you only have one parameter, don't use a comma, but if you have more than one, have a comma even for the last. That's so weird. And there's probably no configuration item for it, right? See if there's anything matched for parameter. Or param? No. How about argument? Layouts of argument. Yeah, we did that one, but it didn't change the comma style. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be one. Oh, trailing is a good thing to search for, thank you. Maybe it's this one? Because it's vertical, it adds it with a single argument. It doesn't consider it to be vertical. Maybe this is it then. Aha. Let's try to change that. So if I'm going to do with the save magic, then I want to hit the root one, right? So T goes there. So it was vertical default. So if we do always, what would it do? Oh, look what it did. It put comments everywhere. Okay, we don't want that. Never? That's going to remove them where I actually want them, right? Yeah, it removed them. It probably removed them from all of these. Yeah, I don't want that either. So it looks like what I want is something they don't have. The closest is the default, which is vertical. So I do want them here. I would prefer it where? Here as well, but it doesn't like it because it doesn't consider it vertical. It'd be funny to come up with the most obfuscated config that still compiles. Try to manually and check if it gets, yeah, it got removed. That's what I was doing. I'm hitting save, comma, save, comma, save. It gets removed. Hey there, Joe Mega. How are you doing and how is your programming language coming along? I never said hi to Kun Chris. I said hi, but I didn't do the hi wave. You said good evening. I think I said hi, but now I don't remember. Hi, just in case I missed it. Hey there, Cloudhawk. How are you today? I'm getting hungry. I need to eat something. Would you guys mind if I like took a 15-minute break to eat lunch? Or should I just end the stream and maybe start another one later? Figuring out IL code gen for your switch statement pattern matching. Neat. It's acceptable. I don't have a good scene to switch to that shows you something interesting. Like what Chris does, he'll put on like a fun video. Unacceptable, take a 25-minute lunch instead. Vote on whether I get to eat or not. That's usually a bad thing to do, right? Is to let chat decide. 50 seconds. 50 sounds like better to rate someone. Yeah, it'll be quick. I just need to eat like a sandwich or something. It probably won't even be 15 minutes. Yeah, it'll probably be more like 5 to 10 minutes. I just need to eat something real quick. So I'm going to take... I don't think we need a straw poll for this one. I'll just eat a quick lunch. I'll eat a sandwich, a ham sandwich. All right, so if you're hungry too, now would be a great time to get up and eat something, or maybe just get up and stretch. I'm going to take a break to go eat something real quick, and I'll be back. Let's set the timer. We'll set the timer so you'll know roughly when I'm coming back, but I might come back early. I'm going to give myself like 10 minutes, but I don't think I'll need that long. I'm having trouble with my entering numbers in my timer. Okay. 10 minutes and a little extra. I might be back early. I will be back after I eat something. should let you know that I'm back so that you're not surprised when you hear me all of a sudden talking again. All right, I'm back. Okay, I should probably change the stream title for new people coming in because we're done bending rustfmt to our will. I'm going to say now that we are now working on, async HTTP server is going to be the updated title. There we go. 8 minutes 50 seconds. Yeah, I didn't want to go over, but I knew I didn't need probably wouldn't need the full 10 minutes. I did spend a minute or two giving the cat and the dog little bits of my sandwich because they're nice, but not that much of it. I get to eat most of the sandwich. Thank you for the follow. All right, I'm going to be working on my web server here. This is a part of the background processing the web server will do when it receives a new connection. It actually doesn't get received there, right? Because we send it from another future. I guess let's start from the top. So this is all the work that the web server does. It handles messages from the API layer, and part of one of those messages is to start listening on a TCP port. So a TCP listener will be made and then sent to this other feature, which is to accept new connections. And you can see that we're making these MPSC channels, multi-producer single consumer channels, for passing objects between these subtasks, right? So handle messages, one of the things it does is it makes TCP listeners. It then sends it over to the accept connections, which receives it. The accept connections is going to sit there and wait for incoming connections. And every time a client connects to our server, it's going to have a new connection value. And that value is then going to be sent over to the handle connections subtask, which receives them. And in handle connections, we're doing the work of reading the request, web request, HTTP request, whatever you want to call it, and then handling the request by looking up the resource or maybe returning 404 or whatnot. And then whatever the response is, sending that back over the connection, and then either closing the connection or giving it up to the resource handler if it was an upgraded to a WebSocket, for example, or we could repeat in a loop because we allow clients to send multiple requests, right, unless they specify they want to close after a request. So anyway, handle connections is going to do the bulk of the actual HTTP junk. Yesterday, I did everything else, basically. Handle messages, if we go over to that, is the one where we do the, where is it exactly? We've already received the listener, and we need to send it to the right place. Technically, I don't need this handle messages because we could have sent the listener straight to through the other channel, but I have this set up in case we have other kinds of API layer messaging we want to do. So handle messages really is kind of a thin shell right now. The real work begins in accept connections, where we do the accept on the listener, and that waits until we get the next incoming TCP connection. And when we do, we get two things, the connection value and then the remote address. We'll actually print out the address here. Thank you for the follow. And then we're going to send it through the other channel to the other subtask. And there's really not much else that this does. Yeah, we have to have a second future here because while we're waiting for the next connection, we might be told to switch port numbers or something like that, right? So if we're told to switch port numbers, we will get into this future. This future will wake up here, and we'll get a new listener. And then when we replace the old existing listener with a new one, that will start accepting connections on a different port number. It doesn't cause this to break because this one will... Actually, wait a second. This might be a problem, right? Won't this revert back to the previous listener if we happen to receive a connection right when the port number changed? Huh. That might be a bug. Now that I think about it, yeah, we take it out, then wait. It could have been replaced while we were waiting. This should do a check, shouldn't it? This should only replace it if it's none. I think that would be a bug. So this should only be if listener is none. I have to borrow it to check, right? Is none. Then replace it. Because if it's not none, that means that this other future beat us to replacing it with a different port number. Yeah. Hey there, Lentil Stew Dragon. Otherwise known as Tuo Bud. How are you doing today? Alright, so there are some extra paths we could take. Like this happens if the port number we're listening to, some operating system error happens and we can no longer receive connections on that port. I actually don't know how to test that, other than maybe pulling out the network cable or something. I'm doing pretty well. I just came out from lunch, so I was gone for about 10 minutes. So if you just arrived, then you didn't have to sit there and wait for 10 minutes. Good timing. I am implementing an HTTP server for the second time. This one's in Rust. The last one was 2 years ago in C++. I had a ham sandwich. Instead of traditional loaf of bread, I had a croissant, which I sliced down the middle. It was delicious. Right, so this case happens if we don't have a listener yet. There's a little trick that I'm doing in Rust that you may or may not know. If you use a select from the futures crate, it lets you wait on one of many different futures, and only one of them will complete. The other one is canceled. Surprised that Rust does not bring an HTTP server bundled. There are people who have added crates to do it, but I kind of like, you know me, I like to do stuff myself. Also, the ones that are out there depend on a crate that I don't like. So I do use other crates. I don't make everything from scratch, of course, but it is kind of similar to what I was doing a couple of years ago with C++. I make my own versions of some things and use what's out there for other things. Like the bulk of the standard library, I don't need to rewrite that, right? The way error handling is done, pretty neat, right? How Control-C is handled, don't need to replace that. So I'll use other stuff for that. But yeah, for specifically implementing the protocols for HTTP and parsing URIs and stuff like that, I'm happy doing it myself, and I'm doing it on purpose. Tokyo is an alternative. I'm using async standard just as a personal preference, and I think I'm not hard set on that, right? Or maybe I am. I really kind of wanted to make it open so you could use Tokyo if you wanted. Where am I using async? Oh, I'm using it for the TCP listener. So I suppose we could use the Tokyo listener if we wanted, but I might have to I'd have to look into how to make the code use one or the other, maybe through dependency injection. So like instead of doing a how do I show that? Instead of doing a new or a bind here, we would maybe use a function you passed in, and then you would either call Tokyo TCP listener bind or async standard TCP listener bind. Yeah, so with dependency injection, I could probably remove this dependency. But for now, we're using async standard because I like it. Don't get this wrong, we found that implementing such basic stuff yourself is always less performant and less secure. I enjoy the challenge of doing it, though. If I needed it to be performant and secure, I don't know about secure. I'll accept the secure challenge, especially now that we're doing it in Rust. The performant I don't really care as much about. Sure, if I wanted something super high performant for HTTP, I probably wouldn't do it myself. Always, you'd argue with that. Secure, the goal with doing Rust is to make it more secure, and if there's something insecure about my library, I'd actually want to know, because that would mean that I have some kind of, that I have a bug that I didn't see, and that may be in other things that I've written that would then make them less secure. So I'd actually take that challenge just to learn from that. We all make mistakes, we do it alone, and it's just us who can spot the errors. I mean, yeah, that's another reason I stream this. I get a lot of help from you guys, so hopefully it becomes more secure, maybe even more performant by having you guys look at it too. Yeah, and I do have 4 eyes. But you know, the number one reason Lentil Stew Dragon than doing it myself is that I like to do it. So it's similar to, like, there are many different programming languages out there. Why would you make your own? Either you like to do it, or you have a very narrow application that requires something that doesn't exist already. So, for example, Jelmega is writing their own programming language. I would guess it's more than 50% chance that Jelmega is making one because they like to do it, not because of some problem that no other programming language on Earth can solve. We worked a long time in an environment where the non-invented here syndrome was always present. I mean, there might be some of that it's infected me, because I was at a company for 24 years that almost, not quite, but almost would profess that they believed in that strongly. It was more worded like, we have to do it here. We can't use outside things because of our patents, and we don't want our patent portfolio to be compromised. So you can't use any open source. You could use outside stuff not invented here, but we have to pay for it. So the money at least has to come from here. Why would you make your own? Are you attacking me? No. Saying, like, if we're looking for the reason about why you make your own, I bet it's probably because you enjoy doing it, right? But maybe there's always a chance you could be doing it to solve a problem that no other language could solve for you. So leave that possibility open. Hey there, Nightshade dude. I forgot to say hi. All right, so right, I was explaining how we could use dependency injection to not depend on this specific implementation of TCP Listener, the one from Async Standard. But for now, I'm choosing to use that crate just for convenience. Probably in the future, I'd want to use dependency injection, because that would actually allow me to make tests and mock the listener. Right now, I can't do that. I actually have to use a real network connection to run this code. You're making your own language because you can't find a language that has all the features you want. So there you go. I made my own URI crate because I couldn't find one that had all the features I wanted. Right? This guy. README. This crate that implements RFC 3986, I couldn't find one that did it correctly. There was one called URI parse. I found 6 bugs in it. No one's fixed those bugs in the last month. And even if they did fix the bugs, I didn't like their API. So I made my own URI crate because there wasn't one out there that implemented this RFC consistently and correctly and with a nice API. So yeah, that's certainly a good motivation, right? The guitar playing, that's more of a doing it yourself because you like to do it, right? Or because someone else wants you to. For entertainment, for the art of it. All right, to address this specific bug here, the problem is I'm making async blocks that are borrowing things mutably, so I can't do that. I think I'm just going to use a blunt instrument here called refcell. We're going to take that connection receiver and stuff it into a refcell. Let that equal refcell new of the same thing. And then when we need it, we're going to borrow it mutably. Okay, what's wrong with my boxed here? Oh, that's why I was using something else besides refcell for when we send it. Yeah, when we box this up, it can't just be a refcell because it can't be shared. RC fixed that, right? I think so. That's why I used RC before. I was wondering about that yesterday. Why was I using RC? It's for these cases where I need to box them up, and then I would just clone the reference count and move it in. Yeah. Now, mystery solved. We know why I'm using RC some places. Isn't that kind of freaky how it automatically started to format that? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you're here? Why would a game company make a new game engine if they could use one that already exists? Yeah, same way. Feature set, control. But some people make game engines just because they enjoy making them. Hard man to please. Hey there, Kirk and Ader. Everyone has different desires and preferences and all that thing, motivations. It's a super complicated question when you think about it, why things are done, for what reasons. You're bitten by a deer, now every full moon you turn into a weirdo. You weirdo. Good one. So, well, you have to maybe misspell it so that it still sounds like weirdo. I would say turn into a weird, like spell weirdo, and then make people realize, oh, it's weirdo. Good example for a game engine thing. EA is the awesome engine called Frostbite, but originally made by DICE for Battlefield. Then they wanted to make RPGs, so it took a while to get all the tools. Oh, has the awesome engine called Frostbite. Actually, I don't know if I've heard of that one before. Okay, this can't be boxed yet because I need to clone it, right? So if I do a move here, it still can't be boxed. Why? Not implemented for... Well, I just want to copy it. Can't I... Do I have to use arc here? How did I get away with this before? I've boxed futures before and not needed to do this. I've boxed plenty of future in my day. Let me look at the pantry where I boxed things. Boxed. Right, this monitor value. How does it get away with boxing with these? Oh, because it has everything by value, not by reference. Okay. How about this one? RC isn't thread safe. Yeah, that's what I'm realizing. So I'm pretty sure I used a ref cell or an RC before, but maybe not. What is this? That's a receiver. Oh, everything is being passed in by value. Okay. And they're not only that, but they're values that are okay, so I guess I will use something that is thread safe, even though I don't really need it. How come it's doing that? Why am I here? What am I doing here? Close that. Here. Right, so a arc is what we're gonna do. And that's from sync, right? I hate to do this though, but I think I have to. Now what is it telling me? Oh, do I seriously have to use mutex and not refcell? There's got to be a better way to do this. I am sharing the connection receiver though, right? No, it's not the connection receiver that was the problem, right? It was... What was it exactly? The channel. It is the channel. Does that even need to be in a ref cell at all? Why? Oh, right, because we're making a new one every loop. That's why we wanted to borrow it. Borrow it immutably. So, okay, so I guess I do need to, even though I shouldn't need to. It's mutex, right? Yeah. I'm actually kind of like that the formatter does that, because now I can be lazy. If I use mutex, then borrow becomes a lock. Is it like, there's like a version of it that you can lock it mutably, right? Oh, no, I have to unwrap it. Yes. Still no? Why no? Wait, what? Why does it say mutex guard? I'm kind of confused why it still has a problem. Let's see. HTTP server. Cargo Clippy, please. Wow. What is all that? Is this new? I didn't see that yesterday. Between ticks in the documentation? This must be new. I didn't get any of those warnings yesterday. Okay. Anyway, where's the error? Here it is. Connection receiver lock unwrap is later dropped here. Oh, because of the await? It's all in one line. Oh, okay. So then I should I should break it up then. So this would be grabbing the next future, right? Hold on. What are we doing here again? Yeah, we're receiving it from the channel. So let next connection. We're in connection receiver, handle connection. Yeah, next connection equal that. And then that will release the lock so that we can wait on it. No. I thought that would do it. But obviously I'm wrong. A different error. Use of moved value. But I wanted it to be moved. Oh no, I want it to be cloned everything. So I don't think I actually want the move there. No? Watch Raimu fight the borrow checker. Thank you for the follow. Temporary value is freed at the end of the statement? Oh, did I write that wrong? Wait. Can't I call next? Oh, you can't do that? What this is doing is getting a stream. That's what this connection, it's a receiver, and then calling next on it to get the future that resolves to the next item. But then it's saying that I can't do that because then we're dropping the locked receiver, right? If I'm reading that correctly. Yeah, that's a temporary that we need, it says. It's still in use while it's freed while still in use. It's used there. Interesting. What a namespace. Stir. Spent some time with SonarQube the other day. Got another measurement concept out of it you had not quantified work into before, and that was time per line of code. For Rust, it's very low, time per line of code. Doesn't that just mean that each line of code is more precious? Okay, so if we can't get that without holding on to a reference, I think I might be screwed, because how the heck am I going to do this without borrowing it? Which is going to then, yeah, well, hold on. Yeah, it's going to lock up this receiver between, yeah, because it might get canceled while we have it locked. That'll be a problem, won't it? What to do here? I think it might have been a bad idea to go down the path of arcmutex. Maybe I want to back up and just see if I can pass it in and then get it back out. That make more sense? The connection receiver, what if it gets canceled? It shouldn't get canceled. In fact, I don't need it. I can pass it in if I get it back out. I think that's what I want to do. Yeah, let's do that. So to get it back out, I need it here, right? I need it actually down here, really. Receiver. Yeah. Receiver of the connection receiver. Why did I call it receiver? Used to receive the next oh, right. Yeah. So we'll get the channel back out. Okay. So then we send it in. Actually, that solved it completely, didn't it? No, not quite. It doesn't need to be arcmutext then. I don't need to do this at all because we just pass it in and get it back out. Actually, it's going to complain about moving it if I do it that way. I should make it an option. A sum. Right? And then this will unwrap it, call next. Yes. But then when I return it, I have to provide it here. Connection receiver. And why can't I do that? The types don't match. Oh, it has to be sum? Oh, no, what was given to me is sum. No, I thought I already unwrapped it. I didn't. I should do that first. Let it be unwrapped. Then we do that. Good. It solved it. This has to be different, though. I needed to get it back out here. So I can't use the matches. I need to do a match. So we're going to match processor kind and say if it's receiver sum, what do we call it? I can't call it connection receiver. How about new connection receiver? Then it we want to store it. So connection receiver dot replace new connection receiver. Is that going to work, or do I just want it without the sum? Anyway, anything else I don't care about. Oh, and this flag needs to be set to true. Oh, and I need to set the other one to false. So this is equal to true, and then here it's equal to false. All right, and then remove that, and then we should be good to go, except for now it's not happy. No! Oh, it has to be mutable. All right, now it's mutable. Uh-oh. Back to being the future not being right. Okay, what's wrong with my future? Okay, now it's a problem with processors. So we had two variables in there. Now we're having trouble with the processors one. I think I just need to do something similar. No, right. Another mutable is needed. What's bad is that the entire future gets marked with an error, and so I can't see where the errors actually are. Drop a rust. Hey there, Marco Dev. How are you doing today? Use WD-40. That's right. Get rid of that. Clean up that rust. You just hit a point in your switch code gen that's hurting your brain. Nested tuple patterns. Oh, with parentheses hell, you mean? Okay, this one we haven't addressed yet. Borrowing processors. Okay, I do want to move connection receiver. Why is it giving me grief about that? Oh, that's why. What should I do here? Shoot. Maybe instead of making an async block, I need it to be a function. it can just own it. I don't care. And I can do take with it. It might be cleaner to make it its own function anyway. Let me think about that. If this was a function, and then I could give it connection receiver dot take, and it returned it back out to me down here, I'd be good with that, right? I think so. So I think I will make it a function. What are we going to call it? Handle next connection? I think that's what we're going to call it. And it has pretty much the same signature, only it just handles one of them, and it'll be the body of this async block here. Goes here, which means it needs to return one of these processor kinds. Name an important part of an algorithm WD-40. Well, MarcoDev, there was a really cool idea that someone in chat came up with, which was a programming challenge to make a Rust program with no semicolons in it. You would get the achievement, Rusty Snake. You know, you get it? Python has no semicolons, but it's in Rust. Anyway, so I don't need to unwrap this because it will just be... Oh no, this needs to be in... When you do take, you get an option, right? So this will be an option. So then that's interesting how it formatted that. Yeah, we will need that. Okay, obviously need to handle the processors being not there. But assuming it does the correct thing, I should now be able to say where? Right here. This boxed. So I can say connection receiver dot take. Box that. Cool. So now the problem is restricted down to processors, which we don't have yet. All bugs related to connection receiver are resolved. So we need to, obviously I need to processors in. Do I do the same thing where it's, I pass it in and then I get it back out? Let me think about this. So I do need it here. I think I need to share it, actually. I think this needs to be legitimately shared across futures. Uh-oh. I'm dropping frames. I'm dropping them frames. I'm dropping lots of frames. Connection quality is bad. Sorry. Is this gonna stabilize? Okay, it's stabilized at 575 drop frames. You might have to refresh. You might need to... Oh, it's still going bad now. It's bad again. This is a bad sign. Another 200 and something frames. You might need to refresh your... You might need to refresh. Hopefully, cross your fingers, knock on wood. Connection stays well. Okay, I think I need to share it because I need the processors here and I need it in here. And they are both asynchronous. So that we do with a with an arc, right? But I need to send it. Arc mutex. But the problem, I ran into the problem with mutex is not sendable though, right? Okay, let me just try this. So arc new mutex new. It probably angered the Rust demons. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, you know. Silly demons. Okay, so here I would need to do a lock unwrap in order to do a push. All right. Here, select all. Don't I just want to pull them out at this point? Yeah, I think I don't want to do it this way. processors out, I guess. There's processors in and then there's processors out, correct? And what am I doing with processors out? I'm assigning them. Does select all return a vector? It returns what? Oh no, it needs a collection? Okay, I need to look this back up again. I don't remember. Too many tabs. Ah! Let's close some tabs we don't need anymore. Don't need that. Don't need that. That's the book. We'll keep that open. Don't need that. That's rustfmt. Don't need that. We'll use this one to get back to... it's in futures, right? I need select all. Select all. And then I probably don't need dark reader on for this site anymore, right? Yeah, I don't. Okay. We only had dark reader on because one of these documentation pages was really old. Yep, don't need these. Sorry for the blazing white windows. There we go. Okay. What does it return? Am I looking at the right thing? I am. Oh, I think I need to look into select all to see what its item is. Future, right? Or its output. Yeah, okay, it gives me a vector back out. That's fine. But it takes in as input an iterator. So I do want processors in to be an iterator. So we will do this thing. Processors lock unwrap drain. ... Now we got it out, and now it's just processors in. I don't need to do this into iter business. And we can safely wait for it because we have our own copy of all the processors that we move in. And what we get back out, we put back here. So that should go here. And then this needs to... we can't just do that assignment, right? How do you put it in back in? That's like lock unwrap dot replace or swap. That's swapping two elements. How do I put something back in, reassign it? Just spend time to learn it. Will I have any use for it? Is that a joke? If you're serious, then I don't know if you'd have a use for it, but why I like Rust is that usually when I get it to compile, it just works. And it gives me a really good feeling of accomplishment when I get it to work. And the language and compiler are very strict and rigorous. So code tends to be better in the end. The compiler and the borrow checker and the linter really put you through hell, though. But I feel like I come out of it a better person, that I've learned a lot. Also, there are a lot of modern features that other languages that are older don't have, like the built-in package management, the linter, the cross-platform capabilities. So there's some reasons why you might. You pre-sort the patterns in groups to prevent duplicate switches. You're not storing any data to know what value you have to check for each of these groups. So no way to jump out of the subpattern you entered. I wouldn't know. The first thing to knowing what to suggest to help you, Jalmega. I think, my friend, you are in deep. I need to learn how to put something back into a mutex. I should probably look this up with mutex, right? Mutex. How do I put something in there? Do they have examples? Oh, when you do get mute, you can then assign to it. Okay. That's what I want, right? Wait. Yes. Since this call borrows it mutable. Okay, so it's saying that it's fine because we can do that. So get mute equal that. Perfect. No, it's not perfect. What about that? Now that's a problem, probably because we multi-borrowed it. Thank you for that follow. Type result. Oh, do I need to unwrap that thing? No. What is this? Oh, the type is unknown. Shoot, how did that happen? It doesn't know what the type is there. Wouldn't that be a vector? Huh. Then I don't know what this error means. It cannot be dereferenced. Oh, help. Parentheses are required to match this I don't want to match it as an expression. Looking at futures mutex instead of standard libs mutex. No, we're looking at, yeah, I want standard libs. Wait a minute. I'm confused. I am looking at the correct documentation, right? Oh, wait, no, you're right. You're right. Thank you. I didn't know there was another mutex. Yeah, it's not in futures. I didn't know futures had a mutex. I guess I was expecting it, if I was looking at the wrong documentation, it would just say, oh, there's no such thing as mutex. All right. Oh, so I should be able to assign it? All right. Then why was that not working before? Is it just I have to dereference it manually? Ah, look at that. It's one of those cases where you actually have to manually dereference it. Like that. All right, good to know. Is that because I'm doing an assignment? And otherwise it wouldn't... Otherwise I wouldn't need to dereference manually? Like if I used... Yeah, where I use that without assignment, it doesn't have a... Actually, that's a different problem, right? What is this problem now? Temporary gets borrowed. How so? You gonna tell me, Clippy? I thought drain would give you all the things in it. Am I not understanding drain? Oh, do I need to collect it back in? Maybe. And then iterate it? If I do an into iter? Just needs type annotations at this point. Shouldn't it be able to figure that out? Put the lock in its own variable, then drain it? You think so? I thought it had to do with that it just borrows references until it actually consumes the iterator. So it's still borrowing from this until you actually collect it again. I mean, we can test that. So let... I guess we don't need processors anymore. No, we do need it. Let x equal that, because I can't think of a better name. I don't think this is going to work. Mute. It did work. Why does that work? Okay, it was wrong for the wrong reason, not the reason I thought it was wrong for. I need to understand how drain works then. How is it that it returns an iterator, right? Okay, but we can't do this because this keeps it locked for the whole duration of X, right? Won't it keep it locked for here too? Yeah, but okay, I don't want to lock it. I don't want to have a runtime problem where we have a deadlock, because this, when this waits, I don't want it to lock that. That would be bad. I need to actually drop. I need to actually drop X. Can I say drop X here? No, I cannot. Yeah, we can't do that. We can't borrow that lock. I need to actually collect it out. I need to move it out. So maybe drain's the wrong thing to do. I actually need to move the vector out somewhere else. I guess that means I'm going to swap it. So let processors in equal vector new. And then we're going to do a standard mem swap this with processors in, and then do that. Can't do that? Come on, man. Oh, I need a mutable. Sure. Which means this needs to be mutable. There we go. It's important that I not borrow this lock during this wait. Otherwise, this other future, where was it? This one also used the processors. Yeah, this one's also going to use the processors. We would end up with a deadlock. Rust sync mutex found something new to dislike about Rust changing the meaning of an industry standard term. It doesn't change it that much. It still is like mutual exclusion. That's why I have to make sure I only use this lock during the swap, right? Because it really does cause other threads to block, and we would have a deadlock. If this started to wait and it didn't wake up until something else happens, which doesn't happen until we lock it from some other thread, we'd have a deadlock. Mem swap to a default is a mem take. Oh, I can do that? How? I guess I need to look it up. I don't know these things. You guys teach me these things all the time. So how would I use it? Oh, I would just use it with a let. Okay, fine. So then let equals standard mem take. That, correct? And that doesn't need to be mutable. Hooray! Thank you, Papa Still Papa. You get a point. You're now at a very unlucky number of points. Okay, so we take the processors out, holding the mutex while we do that. The mutex gets released so that we can wait on those processors. We'll get some of them left over. We'll want to take those and actually, we can't just do that because while we were waiting, another one might have gotten put in. So I can't do this assignment. I need to do a dot extend. That's important. I need to do that. Does extend pull from the other one? Or is it append? I can't remember. I don't want to make an unnecessary allocation. If extend takes from the other side, that's what I want. If it doesn't, then it's not what I want. Extends the collection with with the contents of an iterator. Will this consume it then? I guess one way to find out is to try to use it. Or just try to drop it. You can't drop it twice. So this will confirm that it's been moved. Yeah, okay, it's been moved. It moved here. Great. That's what I want. I want it to be moved. I don't want to do an unnecessary copy. Is the void is for take, then it's for Silmouth. Did Silmouth say it first? Oh, Silmouth did say it first. You know what I'll do is I'll give Silmouth 2 points. Because that's how that works. Silmouth had the reason, and Papadas expanded upon it. Yeah, sorry, Silmouth. I didn't see that even though you tagged me. I'm bad sometimes. Alright, so the only thing I'm missing here is the processors needs to be borrowed also by the handle next connect. This should be next connection. So we need to give it to them. That's why I made it into an arc mutex in the first place. The type exactly is what? Arc mutex vec pin box. Don't you love it? Okay, let's see if I can get that. So, processors is an arc mutex vec of connection, of box-dine connection. No, it's a futures. That's right, it's a futures. Shoot. I really will need to use this. Arc mutex vec pin box. Okay, that's... I'm not going to try to type that. Why is there an error type in there anyway? Can I grab the whole thing? Ah, I can't. Wow. Okay. We got ourselves some futures. There's no error here. There's no error in baseball. Probably don't have pin declared. Pin is in pin, right? Yeah. All right. What else? Future is in futures. Pretty sure. Why did it delete it? Okay, is future not in futures? Maybe it's in standard instead. It's in standard. Standard future futures. Okay, it didn't like it. Why not? Probably because I haven't gotten the compiler error to go away. Yes, I can't just push it there, right? I have to do a lock unwrap push. Now it's happy? No, it's not happy. Why is that an error? Define multiple times. Oh, I can't do that? Where did I pull in future? Oh, I pulled it in there. We don't want that, right? Or maybe I do. I don't think I do, though. Am I pulling this from the correct crate? Is it in async? Isn't it futures also? It is. Is it imported from the other one? So what's the difference here? It's the same thing, right? So I should pick it from the more standard place, right? What about futures ext? It's not there. It is there. Okay, so I think that's correct. Dog is welcoming someone home. Okay. This doesn't need to be mutable because we're just unwrapping it out. Correct. This one's happy, but now we have a problem here because I'm not processing the processors. Right. So we need to give them a copy, right? I can do that, correct? No. Do I clone that then? And then it doesn't need to be mutable. Perfect. Let's fix some warnings. What line is it telling me there's a warning here? Why? Wildcard match will miss any future added variants. Oh, that's new. I don't remember that warning before. So what, I should be explicit? It's connection that we might care about. Alright, that's one warning down. Next warning. That's because I haven't implemented that code yet. What's up with this one? I never used that? Oh, right. We're supposed to use it in here. What if I just say drop connection? Just so I use it. Yeah, then that goes away. What's wrong with this? Very complex type use. Consider factoring parts into type. Oh yeah, we can do that. So I can define this inner type to be a processor. So type processor is the actual future inside of here. So that's 3 of those. Processor. Actually, should we include the pin too? Let's include the pin. Process. Oh, what happened to the vector? That much, right? Processor? Yeah. There we go. That warning is gone. You already had a future use, yeah. Looking at the code seems past you already. So looking at my code, your code, you mean, seems past me already. Expected it and created a. Oh, past you. Expected and created a stack to solve the nesting issue you would have had. Well, you gotta pat your past self on the back then, Jomega. Unused result. Oh, right, because this can actually fail. Why? Why you bark, dog? You just want to say hi to chat, don't you? You just want to say hi to chat, right? You just want to say hi to chat? Yes, you want to say hi to chat. Oh, look at this puppy. Look at this puppy. Say hi to chat. Say hi, chat. Sorry for barking. Sorry for barking at you. Whoa. Moving you around the microphone. Here, take puppy. Thank you. All right. She doesn't like me picking her up and moving her around. Well, I did use 2 hands. Didn't I? No, I can't because of the way the microphone's in the way. All right, anyway. You get your time machine to do it. Well, what you can do is the next time you do something for future you, record yourself saying, "Oh, thank you for the pat on the back, future me." Okay. I'm fixing warnings, right? Do I have any more to fix? Okay, I might still need those because we're going to be reading and writing. Do I want to test what I have so far? I think I do. So, what I will do... I had that drop in there, right? That placeholder drop? Yes, that's where we'll actually be doing stuff. Should we print something here? Here we will be exchanging data. For now, we just drop the connection. All right, and then I guess I'll just test this. So the way I was testing it before was I would go, actually it doesn't even need to be in that directory. So cargo run example Jeeves, right? And then it starts a web server. And it's waiting for a connection, and then I go to my handy dandy shell here and move it up so we can see what's going on. And pick this shell, and I go cargo run example rover http://localhost 8080. And it should connect to the web server. There we go. It worked. Here we will be exchanging data. For now, we just dropped the connection. So let's do another connection to make sure it didn't get deadlocked. Hey, look at that. It didn't get deadlocked. Nice. What am I getting into the weeds with? It's not that I'm getting into weeds. I'm doing some pretty advanced stuff. So I'm trying to do an asynchronous web server that does 3 kinds of things here, which are represented by subtasks. And I have them all collected together through a select because this worker thread should bail if any of these complete. These 2 should never complete. This one will, because it handles the special message called, where did I call it? Right here, exit. So we'll take from our channel until we get an exit, and exit then becomes unreachable because we'll completely bail out. We'll get this handle messages exiting when we're done, which I can show you right there. Handle messages exiting, right? So from that top level view, I can just explain this from a 10,000 foot view as This is an asynchronous thread, or this is a worker thread in the program that operates a web server. It does it using asynchronous tasks in Rust. And those tasks are specified by calling functions which return like a block of code that are then kind of run as far as they can be until they have to yield their time and run something else. So basically we're doing 3 different things. Round robin, I guess you can think of it as, not exactly round robin. We're setting up 3 different subtasks to be done, and then we run whichever one is ready at that time. So, and it generally flows from top down. So the first, the message that we'll handle that'll start things off for the server is we get a listener. We get that listener, it's like a listener for TCP connections, and we give it to the accept connections subtask. That one sits there, and its only job is to use that socket, that TCP listener, to receive incoming connections from clients. Whenever it gets one or more connections, it sends them through another channel, this one, to the handle connections subtask, and that one has a whole complete list or vector of sockets that is sitting in there waiting for, and whenever one of them becomes ready, it reads more data, processes it, and sends a result back out. I haven't written that code yet, right? So that's the code I was just looking at now that we're not doing anything in. I had to divide it up into a sub function here. This is where we're actually going to get the connection, and we're going to read and write the bytes on the connection, right? Everything else is just managing, like taking in the connection and handling it before we bail back out. And because we'll have multiple connections we're handling all simultaneously, we have multiple, I call them processors. This is the future that's processing a connection. We have multiple of them, so we have to, every time we have a group, we're going to wait until the next one is done and then take it out, and then we have the remainder, and then we have to add it with anything that has come by previously, has come in, a new incoming connection. And yeah, there's a little bit of complication because we can't reuse a future once it's complete. So every time we get a new connection, I have to make a new future to handle the next connection. What I just described is in the weeds to you? Okay, I'm sorry. It's really hard explaining something like a multi-threaded, or in this case, it's a multi-task, single-threaded web server in a way that won't sound like it's in the weeds. But, I try to explain it in bits and pieces, and I try to put comments to show you what each individual thing is doing. Like here, we really are waiting for a connection or a connection receiver to complete. So this will block until one connection is done or we get a new one, right? If we got a new one, we will need to wait for the next one. If we didn't get a new one and we simply are done with an old one, we have a reduced list of processors that come back out, and we put it back into our input list again, and we loop back, right? And then we wait again. So through these comments, I'm trying to put it into English. So if I'm not doing a very good job with that, let me know. Yeah, this future receives the next connection. This literally adds it to the next, adds it to our collection, because here's where we actually wait for it, right? Oh no, this is adding that to our collection of futures, because it's one of the things we're going to wait for. Wait until a connection, or that's complete. Yeah, if it was the receiver, mark that we need to make a new one for the next loop. All incomplete futures go back to be collected next loop. Yes. Oh, we should also say we may have received new ones too, so combine them. Because what happens here is we take the old list out, and then we wait. And one of the things we could have waited on is this guy, who, if we look into here, will push a new one into the list. So processors will get a new one pushed in, so it might not be empty when we get down to here. So instead of replacing it, we need to extend it with any of the leftovers from the previous loop. All right. Anyway, sorry if I'm not explaining it well enough, but I think it's working. So the next thing would be to actually handle the real exchange of data. So this will need to be a loop, won't it? Hey there, 715209. Oh, and I should say hi to everybody else. Hi to Ricardo. Ricardo. Sorry, I can't explain it really well, but I try my best. And RazorX, hello. I didn't say hi to you either. Or Bokjo, hello. I think I'm all caught up now. So if I'm actually going to use the connection, I don't need to explicitly drop it here. I don't need to say this. Do I? For debugging, I want to say we're connected to somebody. Where do I say that? That would be in like accept connections, right? Where's accept connections? Here it is. Yeah, connection received from someone. Right. Okay, so we already say that. Okay. So then where am I? Handle next connection. Right here. We don't need to say that. I think we need to be first in a loop to receive data. Assemble HTTP request from incoming data. And this will be in a loop of some kind. And then we're going to be dispatch request to handler, if any. Or, well, we can say use default not found handler if we can't find one to produce an HTTP response. So send the HTTP response back through the connection. And then we're done. Okay, so then this will also be in a loop because... Actually, no, we have a send all thing, right? So I can do that in one shot. This one, we do need to do it piecewise. And I've already written this code, so let me copy it from where I wrote it before. It was in the server. I mean, the client. Client had to do this, right? The client had to do some kind of loop right here. Not here. Somewhere else. Where exactly? It was in transact or something, right? Yeah, transact. Here's the loop, right. So we have a buffer, we make some more space in it, we read more data, and then we handle errors, we parse it with a parser, and then we collect the leftovers, and if we're done parsing, then we can dispatch. So it's the same kind of thing. So I'm going to copy this verbatim and then just change it because now this is the same thing but in the opposite direction, right? So instead of a response, we're actually reading a request. We still have a receive buffer. Connection is... What's the type of connection here? It's a boxed connection, so why can't I read from it? Oh, right. We need to handle errors. So how do I want to do this? What if I put this into another function that just catches all errors? And what would we do with an error? I guess we would just bail. We would print something in bail. So let's move into another function. Let's call our function... It's got to be asynchronous, right? Receive request. And we get a result, which has a request in it. Or we get an error. And there's our code. All right, so what parameters do we want? I need a connection, obviously, so that's a what? Boxstein connection. We can pass it in and then pass it back out, right? That would be best, I think. Connection. What else? I need to define some errors. Okay, and it's not a response, it's a request. And this should be bad request. All right. And then this is request status, not response status. And this should be request parse status complete. And if we're done, yeah, we get okay. Okay, I guess I had it in the opposite. I'll do it the same thing I did before. Value first, connection second. And this is request. And I just need to import a few things and define some errors, right? So then request has request parse status, right? No, wrong one. This one there. Okay, what next? We need some errors. We need... Okay, I'm just going to copy those errors because they're going to be exactly the same kinds of errors. We need unable to receive. We need that from client to server. Makes me think I might want to have a common set of errors. But for now, they're going to be separate. What's next? We need disconnected. Disconnected. Over to here. And then wherever I say user agent, I should say server. The server encountered an error attempting to receive the request from the client. Unable to receive request from client. So connection to the client was lost while awaiting the request. While awaiting a request. Disconnected from client. All right, what else? I need bad request. So that should be copied from bad. Oh, we actually have both. But it's of this form, right? The reception-oriented one. The raw request received from the client could not be parsed. Unable to parse request. Request. All right. Okay, what's wrong with the connection? It's okay, I need to mark it as mutable. Fair enough. All right, cool. So it compiles properly. Let's use it. So it would be let request connection equal receive request connection, or actually I might as well just do a map here, right? I think so. Or match. Match or if let? Match, fine. Now or never? Yeah, we wanted auto-completed. Now or never actually used during a test to just check to make sure a feature was already completed. So turn this around, right? That becomes okay instead of let. And it's a tuple, so we need to do that. So we're going to do some stuff if it's okay. If it's an error, then I think right now I'm just going to print stuff, but later we'll probably want to do other things. So print line. Oh, I had a way of doing this that I liked. Where did I do this? In the client, in the example program, Rover, right? This way, yeah. If it has a source, we include it. Yeah, print it that way. Exactly. So then, what's going on here? Mismatched types found, opaque type futures. Oh, expected future got... Okay, I need to do an await. Okay, so no source on error, why? It's not in scope. I need to bring it into scope. That's from standard error, right? As that. Okay. Okay, cool. So now we have... The rest of it goes into here, then. Right? So if we get a valid request, then we've assembled it. Assemble the HTTP request from incoming data. If successful, actually, I guess I can do it on this line. If successful, come up with a response and send it. Or if successful, yeah, come up with a response and send it. I think for now we're just going to return a 404 not found, because I don't want to pull in the handlers quite yet. So we do need to get the connection back out, though. Don't we? Oh, this will only handle one request. I really should put this in a loop, right? For now, let's just have it drop the request. So the connection will come back out and we'll drop it. Right? We're not going to use the connect. Is it going to continue to warn me about that? Too similar to an existing binding? What? Existing one on 199? That's interesting. But okay, I'll just leave the name off then. Whatever. In fact, I'm not even going to use the request right now. I'm just always going to send a 404. So this will mark it to do. For now, just make a 404 not found response. Okay, so let response, actually it's going to be immutable because we're going to be kind of assembling it piecemeal, is response new. Okay, response dot status code 404. Response dot, see, this you guys should be able to understand at least, right? This is easier. It's very simple. I'm making out an HTTP response. Reason phrase, not found. And because this is a clone on write, I can't just do that. I have to do an into, right? Yes, and then I don't need anything else, right? I can't remember if we need to set the content type. Actually, we're not going to have any content. I think that's it. So now we just need to send it back. So let raw response equal response dot generate, which is fallible. So I need to do an if. Yes, if. Okay. Well, let's just do another match here. If it's an error, let's just print it out too. So I need this. It makes me think I should put this all into a big function and then handle the errors in one place. Right now I'm just going to be lazy. Dropping more frames. Why is the connection mutated? Because the connection is mutated because we have to call read on it. Read is a mutable method of stream. Read. That's where, actually I think it's in the main one, read. IO read, right? It requires a mutable reference to the connection. Don't know what is the naming, why have to be so different? Different from what? I might not be using the best names here. So this connection is like a TCP connection, right? We have to mark that it's mutable because we're going to be reading from it. It changes the state of the connection. It was a lint, not a compiler warning? Oh, something that, okay, so not what I'm doing now, but something earlier that I missed. Okay. I did notice I dropped more frames. Oh, if you meant the similar, oh, the similar names problem, the one here, right? I wanted to call it connection, and it said, oh, the names it's too similar to the name on line 199 here. Yeah, I thought that was a weird lint warning. You can tell it's a lint warning because you get this in here. If it was like some other kind of compiler warning, you wouldn't see something about a something that says Clippy in it. I have the warning level ratcheted up for Clippy. Rust terminology. So okay, so my names are okay, or there's no judgment made on my names yet. Okay, I should go over this because I just copy pasted it and explain it really deeply. So with that connection, we're going to say, hey, read as many bytes as you can to try to fill in the space we left here, which is if we had data in the buffer, we keep it and we just add up to 64K bytes to it at a time. That's sort of arbitrary. I just picked that number out of the air. I need to allocate some memory because we don't know how big the message is going to be. So if we allocate too much memory, it'd be a waste. But if we don't allocate enough, we would loop more times and it'd be inefficient. So I just picked a number out of the air. It seemed right to me. Maybe I change this later. Anyway, we say, here's a free area of the buffer. Please read into it. That's a future. So in other words, it's asynchronous. So it might take a while. So we're going to then yield the processor until it's finished, which means we don't exactly block here. The processor takes the whole future and puts it off to the side until the read is done, and then it brings it back and says, oh, you're ready to continue? Great. Now we're going to say if it was an error, wrap it in our unable to receive error value. And the end then means if it's not an error, then we will take the return value. In the case where it wasn't an error, we get back the number of bytes that was actually received. And we'll say, well, if we got 0 back, that means that's a special indication from the network socket layer that the socket is disconnected. In other words, it's end of file. It's a common thing with sockets to complete a read with a 0 when you get disconnected. If it's not a 0, that means we received some bytes. Yay! So then we package that up into an OK to match our the type, which is result of either a number or an error. And then this magic question mark here bails out and returns an error if there was one. Otherwise, it returns the actual the number received, which we store here. And we take that and we truncate our buffer so that we remove any unused bytes. And then we take that entire buffer and give it to our parser to say, hey, chew on that, basically. And the parser could return an error as well. But if it doesn't, then we get a status thing, which is actually two things. It says, well, it's not. It's an enum, which it could either be complete or it could be incomplete. If it's complete, that means we have the entire result. If it's incomplete, then it means we have part of the request and then we need to loop back and read more. So hopefully that makes sense when I describe it. I am missing something here in that if we get to this point and the receive buffer is not empty, we have a trailer that we need to return. In fact, I think I need to include that somewhere. I think I need to include it here. We need to return that trailer back out. So I'm going to put it here. So that receive buffer will contain any leftovers, because the leftovers could be data that goes into a higher level protocol if this is an upgrade request. So let me add that down here. So we're going to throw away the trailer right now. I'll be using it in this. Yeah, question mark is magic. It's syntactic sugar for try. Isn't it better to have an explicit return? No, because this is now commonly accepted in the Rust community to be shortcut for a test to see if it's an error, and if so, return it. Yeah, there's probably a good explanation in the Rust book we can find. Try. Might be hard for me to find it, because you can't just search for question mark, can you? Yeah, it's not going to be easy for me to find question mark. No results for question mark. How about we just search for it through Bing? Rust operator. You can't search for question mark there. How about the try operator? Okay, that's maybe a good place to look at it. This is deprecated, right? But it'll be replaced. They should have a link to what it's replaced by, shouldn't it? They say it was added to replace the try and should be used instead, but they don't have a link to explain it. Oh, I know where we could look. We could go to the main manual. I don't want to go there. I want to go... Not the book. Reference. Yes. And I want to look for... it would have it here, right? I must find it. For the next time someone asks me about question mark, would there be a try operator? Someone in chat already have a link? You had it on the second link? I did? Was I just too quick there? Okay, I already lost it. So what did I do? Rust try operator? You were saying the second one? Ah, thank you very much. Thank you there, Jelmega. Yes. So, it is a new operator, so it wasn't there when Rust was first made, apparently. It makes it pleasant to read, I suppose, by reducing the visual noise involved, and they show you the what it used to be, what it used to look like at some point, right? Yeah, it used to be this. It used to say try that, and the convention was that macro contained an early return of the error, otherwise it gave you back out the OK value. Yeah, and then it used to be that you had to chain them in a weird way, and that looks a lot nicer because the check for the error is right after the function call, not before. Easier to scan visually. But do they explain the early return here at some point? Yeah, right here. So that's what it sort of unwraps to, is that you take the return value and you say, is it okay? Then just take it out of the okay. Is it an error? Then return the error early. So the only way you get to the next line of code is if it was okay, and you don't have to mess with the result wrapper. In the case of an error, you get it back out. So you can, basically, that tells you the only time you can use the question mark operator is if your function returns a result. Or something else that implements the try trait, which is technically how it works, right? They don't think they explain it in that detail here. But it's anything that returns a try. Yeah, they say you can use it with option also. I'm surprised they don't say the reason why is because both of these traits implement try, or there's implementations of try for both of these. If we go dig deep, though, and we look at option, for example, and we look at the blanket implementations, I think, we will see try... No, not a blanket implementation. It's just a trait implementation, try. Here we go. And... Wait a minute, it's experimental only? Am I looking at the right place? What's the source look like? I might not be looking at the right thing. Oh, yeah. The error type that results from applying the try operator to a none value. Yeah, so this is applying the question mark operator to an option value. It's basically unwrapping it with a none error if it's a none. And then result just returns the error if it was an error. Oh, is that why? So does that mean we have to wait before we can implement it ourselves unless we opt into experimental stuff? And for now, it's just the ones that the compiler has built-in support for, like result and option. I didn't know that. I was led to believe anything that implemented try could do that, and that try was standard, or stable. Anyway, yeah, early return. Whenever you see question mark, it's an early return opportunity. Which is why I'm thinking, like, because I have redundant error printing stuff, I kind of want to wrap the what came before it in that, and then I can just do a question mark. Well, thank you, Papadas. Goes back to 2017? So when will it be stable? When? When will it be stable? Okay, assuming that we have a generated response, I should be able to take that connection. Oh, actually, I will need the connection here, won't I? Because we need to use it to send back the response. Connection dot send, was it write all? Write all. And then it's raw response. And that, we might get an error, so map... Do we not get an error? I would expect an error there. Oh, probably because I need to do an await. And then map the error to error. Probably, I already have a code for this, right? Oh, there's an unable to send, I think. Yes. unable to send. The server encountered an error attempting to send the response to the client. Unable to send response to client. So then I map this one to unable to send. Yes. And we probably need to borrow that mutably, right? Okay, why can I not use the error here? They have incompatible types. That is true. I want to terminate that. I can't do that? Oh, because this is not in a block. I'll let the formatter clean it up for me. Thank you, formatter. What? Oh, I need to borrow it mutably again. I always forget that because you don't need to do that in like C or C++. Cannot borrow raw responses mutable. Fair enough. Borrow it mutably, please. Now it's going to tell me there's an easier way to do it. Oh, it's telling me that there is a result that must be used. Oh, yeah, another reason why I wanted to... Yeah, I think it's going to be ridiculous to have another match inside of here, right? Yeah. So like, yeah, I'm not even going to type it. I'm going to make a function that catches error for us. So let's do that. What's the outermost level? Receive request, right? No. It's this whole thing, right? Yeah, I need to make this whole thing another function. What am I going to call it? Async function handle? Well, it's really handle connection, right? Handle... Let me think about this. It's everything about it except for returning this. So really, yeah. It is handle next connection. I should rename this to something else, like process next. Well, I suck with names. Why am I so bad with names? It's funny seeing how many unstable things core, for example, uses. Yeah. Quite the feature list in lib.rs, yeah. Okay, this is handle next connection, but how do we handle next connection? Receive request, send response, right? I still don't know what to call it. What do I want to call this? Just because I don't want to wait forever. Okay, so then it needs to... It's going to consume the connection, so we just give it the whole connection, which is... Boxstein connection. There you go, have a connection. Format that, please. All right. And then it is going to return a result of nothing or error. Right? And then I can do a bunch of early returns and move this... Actually, I can move the match part out, right? I can just say, let this junk equal that question mark. Oh, did I drop the comment at the front? I did. That's what it is. I don't even think I need to say the if anymore, right? Because it's implied by that. So come up with a response and send it. Outdent all this stuff. Drop all this stuff. Okay. And then if we get down to the end, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Next, again, I can just say let mute raw response equal that question mark. right? Wait a minute. No, I need to map it, don't I? I think I need to map it first. Because it's, yeah, it's going to tell me I need to map it. I'll just wait until it tells me that. So, given that we have it, then do that. And that will return the error. So I don't need either of those two. Yeah, then it's going to complain that I don't have a mapping for this. So, sure, we'll map it. Oh, that's right, I had a similar thing for the client. It was like unable, or bad request. We couldn't generate, so this would be bad response from the server point of view, that it couldn't generate the response. It's an internal error, really. We made a response, but we couldn't generate it. I'm probably using the wrong word. Generate as in turn it into a string. Maybe I should be specific about this. The raw response sent to the client could not be turned into a valid HTTP, well, could not be turned into a valid byte stream. There we go. That's what I'm going to say. And in fact, I'm going to update this one to say the same thing. Cannot be turned into a valid byte stream. All right, so then I want to use a bad response. Question mark. Nice. And then, why does it say it doesn't need a mutable response? I thought write all did need a mutable response. It doesn't need it? But it needs to borrow it. Okay, so it doesn't need to be mutable. Interesting. Cool, look at that. It's actually much cleaner. I just don't know what to call it yet. So that's here, right? Match, don't know what to call it yet. Connection. And if it's okay, it's like to do. What are we going to do with the connection, right? Don't I get the connection back out? Oh, I don't. I want the connection back out. Yeah. We want the connection back out. Okay, connection. Because we might want to reuse it. Okay, so then, yes, so match it if it's okay. Connection. Don't know what to do yet. I'll say to do, we might want to hold onto the connection in case the client is going to send another request. But not going to do anything right now. We're just going to drop the connection. Error, though, I already have that in here, right? Any kind of error, we're just going to print it out for now. Okay, much easier to deal with. Yeah, I'm not doing anything with the connection right now. Can I name that connection, or is it going to complain about the name again? It's going to complain about the name again. That's fine. We'll just make it no name. All right, so what this should do is churn in here until I send it a request, then generate 404 not found and send it back to me, and then drop the connection. So if I did this right, we should get a response from the server. Waiting connection. All right, I'm ready to send you one. Here we go. Sending you one. Oh, look at that. It worked. I got a 404 not found. Look at that. I do have a bug where I'm trying to decode it as text even though it's empty. I shouldn't try to do that, right? Actually, there shouldn't even be a content length if there's no content. Hey, but it worked. See, like I was saying before, right? What I like about Rust? Code that usually just works once I get it to compile? Yes? All right, I'm happy. I should have it, though, send another request to make sure that it is still going to, oh, that's interesting. How can we... Yeah, okay. Did you see that? Like the cursor moved, but we couldn't see the text? Again, look at that. Look at that. It's a bug. Is it going to wait until it scrolls? Look at that bug. Isn't that interesting? I find these bugs fascinating. Okay, now it's not happening again. Now that we're looking at the bug, it's bashful. Doesn't want to present itself again. There was definitely a bug there where the cursor moved, but it was all blank. Yeah. It wasn't Rust. It's something to do with the VS Code and the terminal emulation in here. Yeah, I think it's working. So I'm super stoked that it's working to the point where I'm going to check it in, and because this is a compiling working step towards success, right? So server git. Why can't I never remember this name? It has to do with history to the rescue. Cola. That's right. I need to remember Pepsi Cola. All right. So that's a consequence of what we added here. What did we add? I didn't want it to do that. Really, I should just delete that thing that's commented out. Yeah. Let's find that line. I don't want it to fold that. Oh, okay. I didn't want to fold it. Why did it fold it once then? Weird. I'm lost. Okay, here we are. I'm found again. Right, so now we are, that's one bug fix, and now we're actually, that's actually, what's different there? Oh, it wasn't using the error type before. Okay. And looks like I messed that up. How'd that happen? Breaks. See, I'm kind of glad that I reviewed these before I hit commit. Okay. So now we get the connection in when we receive a connection, which makes more sense to... No, we get it back out. We get the connection receiver back out in order to assemble the next future, which makes more sense to me. And then we actually give a type alias for a processor. So what did I implement? I implemented that we actually can receive requests. Oh, I need to come up with a name for that. Handle connections. Okay, do I have a better idea what to name the damn thing now? And what's this error? Okay, I know what that error is. Never mind. What to call the thing? So we go from handle the next connection, which pushes a future, which is boxed, that when a connection comes in, wait a minute. Let me reconsider what am I thinking here? This is a connection has come in, right? No, it comes in here, and we wait for it. So I should say that in the comment here. Wait for the next connection to come in. Yes. Because that's what that future does. Correct. So wait for the next connection to come in. If it completes, it means the sender end was dropped somehow. Should never happen since that feature never completes. That's my justification for the unwrap. Actually, there's two unwraps. Why do I have two unwraps here? Oh, this is because it's a stream of futures, right? No. Thank you for the follow. Sorry, I'm kind of ultra focused here. Why do I have two unwraps? This one, oh, because it's an option. Yes. So I should say that we're unwrapping it because we're always given something. Well, then why is it an option? Maybe that doesn't need to be an option. Maybe I should have unwrapped it here. That would make more sense because we know it's something here because we started with something and we always put something back into it, right? We do that. Actually, that could be a none, though. What's the type of that? Wait a minute. Yeah, that always puts a sum back into this. So that always puts something in, and we start it with something. And the only time we ever do this is if that's true, which is set there. So I should say that here. Unwrap. We should unwrap it here. And we should say connection receiver should always be some connection, because we initialize it that way, and every time this feature completes, that's this what this returns, which is receiver. Okay. You need this thing. There you go. All right, so where was I? Oh yeah. Connection receiver should always be some connection, because we initialize it that way, and every time this feature completes, we get it back out and we get it back from the future. Back from the future, and put it back into connection receiver again. It should say when, well, since the future we're constructing here always completes with a value of that connection. So what I'm trying to, why I'm having a huge comment here is whenever I have to do an unwrap, I want to justify it, because in what I've learned so far with Rust, unwrap is kind of dirty unless you have a good reason, because it will, like if I hover over it now, it will say it panics if it's none. So you kind of have to explain, well, you're saying it always has to be something, then why are you using an option? The reason I'm using an option here is because I have to in order to temporarily give it to a future, and then when the future completes, we need to get it back out and store it again until we make the next future, right? So that's what I'm trying to say here. Maybe I could have said it better. Maybe I should explain this here. We need to wrap connection receiver in an option because we need to temporarily give it to a future, which is handle next connection. But accidentally capitalized. But we need to give it. We need to temporarily give it to a future and receive it back when that future completes. Receive that back. So yeah, whenever you need to take something out temporarily, but you need to put it back later, then that's when you need to use an option. But because we use an option up here, that means I need to unwrap it when I provide it. And the unwrap is safe because it should always be something. Okay, so that explains that unwrap, and I need to change this so that it doesn't need an option anymore. So I can remove this unwrap here. In fact, I can just do that, and then that becomes a mute. There we go. What is async in the server? All the processing of sockets is asynchronous. So that means that the thread that this code runs on is allowed to temporarily stop. At any time you see this await, the thread that's running this is allowed to stop and kind of save the context of this call somewhere on the shelf you can think of conceptually, and go and do something else in the meantime. So it's a way for you to do multiple tasks with one thread, as long as those tasks don't need to like hold on to mutexes or something that would block each other. They can await, which means they're kind of yielding the processor, with the expectation that one of two things will happen. They'll either resume when the thing they're waiting for happens, or we can cancel the whole thing. Can we change that on route to an expect? You mean this one? I don't think I need an expect because my expect is really the block comment above there. So if I get a panic, I'll see this and I'll be like, oh, there's a bug. But you can tell async standard uses a multi-threaded runtime. It does if you spawn tasks, but I don't do that. I am using the standard libraries executor. I'm only using async standard to get the definitions or to get the implementations of these two types. For the executor, I use the one that's built into the futures crate. So the extent of the runtime that I use is whatever these use internally. Otherwise, my runtime is the futures crate, which should be compatible with Tokyo or whatever. Like we were saying before, if I wanted this to be fully compatible with Tokyo and not require async standard, I would need to have these provided as through like either a feature or a dependency injection or something like that. Right now, we're bound to this particular runtime when we use these types. But for everything else, like the threads and the tasks that I spawn, I'm just using the built-in futures executor, which, to my knowledge, is single-threaded. You have to actually make a thread. I actually have to do that one. To make the thread that does all this, I have to do a thread spawn there. And inside the thread, I block on the task that I make, which is the top-level task for the server. I mean, if it does a panic, expect is more useful. Would it be more useful, though? Because if it gets a panic, it would tell me what line number it was on, and then that line number should lead me here, and then I would see this comment. Are you saying it's more useful because it would not require someone to open the source code and read the comment? It doesn't cost me much, so maybe I'll do what you're saying. Yeah, why not? It's just going to be a static string, right? I'll give you a point. So, it's expect, right? Is there no expect for, yeah, there is an expect. Okay, so then I just need to provide a reason here, right? Oh, someone's at the door again. Do you need help? Sometimes answering the door is a two-person job because you need one person to actually talk to the person who's at the door, and you need the second person to hold on to the dog. Okay, what should I say for expect here? It's probably going to be a long string, right? Expect, this task receives connections from another task which should never complete. Is that sufficient? To try to make it shorter? Oh, hey there, Pirates Cypher. Forgot to say hi. I hope I answered the question, what is async in the server? Another way of answering the question, what is async, is it is syntactic sugar to say that, for example, this function doesn't return this type directly. It returns technically a dynamic type, which is a future which has an output of processor kind. That's the actual return type of the function. This is syntactic sugar for saying, this is what's going to be returned by the future that's generated when it outputs something. If that makes any sense. So this type matches what we return down here, as long as we say async. The reason why we don't just do that is we technically can't, because you're not allowed to return an indeterminate type like that. So there's a little bit more to the syntactic sugar, but it's essentially that we're returning some kind of future whose output is this return type. And since the body is essentially a closure that the future holds onto, we can do anything that like we can use the await keyword, because that's another part of the syntactic sugar. This expands to be a lot more complicated. I don't even know what it expands to, but it allows the code here to be suspended. We yield the processor, put the context of this call you know, off to the side and then switch to some other task. Planning on planning to learn doing it C soon. You mean planning to learn C? I would also recommend you learn C first before you ever learn Rust. It really helps get used to some of the concepts. Yeah, definitely. Never try to learn something like Rust as your first programming language. This task receives connections from the test which should never complete. Async IO and C. I actually don't know how to do async IO and C. That would be relatively new, right? I don't even know. Does that involve syntactic sugar, or is it more like an API for a library that implements asynchronous concepts? Await should split your code into callbacks at every awaits. Yeah, so that's the what this syntactic sugar is covering. I don't exactly know, but what you're saying sounds right. It splits the code in such a way that when you can call back into it and resume from this point on as if it was like another state in a big state machine. Yeah, so this becomes a huge state machine where this is the, this is the first state, and then this is the second state until we get down to another await, so like roughly there. Although you can see I kind of mixed it up with other async blocks, so it's a lot more complicated than that. That's one of the things I think that makes it really hard to read this at first and to get used to when you're writing, is that the flow here is not linear. This entire async block is a separate function essentially that's placed into a container and given to this collection when you get to this line. So you don't go directly from this line to that line. You get to that line, you package up all of this code, and then whenever sometime later this container is emptied and the features are completed, then we'll enter this code and start doing this stuff. But yeah, the next line after that is that, right? Or it's the await. No, this completes right away. Yeah, this one's supposed to complete right away. Yes. Yeah, it completes after every connection. We wait for the connection here. We package up what to do with the connection, and then we exit. The other subtask processes these connections by iterating through the processors and selecting all of them, and that's where we enter here. Yeah, it's even hard for me to explain what I'm doing because I'm not used to it. Okay, so I guess if we have already started with one unwrap, why don't we just hit all of the unwraps? I should explain... No, I don't need to explain unwrap ors without anything other than a comment. This one I should say it can fail because... What are we doing here? Accepting connections. Connection sender. Yeah, because the connection sender never completes too. This should never fail because the connection... Actually, does that mean I should probably do an expect? Should probably do an expect here, right? Otherwise, we'll drop a connection. Yeah, it's probably better to do one here. This should never fail because the connection receiver never completes. Each connection will be at least accepted by the processor future constructed to handle it. It might be dropped later, but it will at least be accepted. So this would mean that connection dropped before it reached a processor. Yeah, that's what that means. Reminds you of time slicing and embedded RTOS. It's kind of a nifty trick. It also allows you to do a lot better thread safety because, in a sense, I only have one thread here. The worst that can happen is that one thread I might get myself into a situation, which I did earlier this week, where that thread has all of its tasks in a sleep state because I forgot to wake the next thing up. Every task is now suspended and there's nothing left to run. It's the thread is perfectly happy to sit there doing nothing, right? So it eventually essentially suspends itself because there's no pending task. So that's pretty much the worst thing you can do with this, is that your task executor just gets stuck because nothing is ready. And when that happened to me earlier in the week, what I did was I had to start with a rough idea of what tasks were done and which ones hadn't yet started, and then I tried to zoom in on what's the last thing the program did and what's the next thing it should have done after that, and then why didn't it wake up to do that. Do you have a to list all the plugins? I think I do. Under extensions. Okay, that's old. That doesn't include the Rust stuff. So take that list for the old list, including the C++ stuff I used to do, and then add to that, I think I just added a few. I want to not search. Let's add to that list Rust Analyzer, and the one we added today for Toml, which was Better Toml. So we really don't need this one unless you want to look pretty. The more important one for Rust, I'd say, is Rust-Analyzer. Yeah, I think it covers you pretty well. I need to update my command to say that. I don't want to do it right now. Let me leave a note to do this later. Need to update extensions command to include Rust Analyzer and Better Toml too. Better Toml too. Okay, back to my quest for removing unwrap. Okay, this one. Oh, thank you for the follows. I really appreciate it. This could be because there is no local address, right? No, there could be an error. We might not be able to know what our local address is. So let's just make this. I'm not even going to put a comment for it. I'm going to say we should have been able to figure out our own address. Okay, that's interesting. The formatter didn't want to wrap that for me, but it was okay with me wrapping it myself. Good to know. Okay, this one. I thought I had a comment for it. There's a blank line here as if I should have had a comment there. Okay, mutexes only panic if a thread previously holding them panicked. So I'll just make this an expect. Thread holding processors panicked. Panicked? Is it panicked with a K? I guess it is. Panicked. Well, last thread that held processors panicked. That's essentially what happened there, right? And I feel like wrapping this. What will the formatter say? Formatter says you don't need to. All right, moving on. Connection receiver take. Okay. It should always be some because we initialize. Okay, so this expect would be we fumbled the connection receiver. Somehow we fumbled the connection receiver between accepts, I guess? No. Between connections. Yeah, somehow we fumbled it. That shouldn't happen. All right, continuing on. Another unwrap here. This is again the same one. I already have a message for this. Last thread that held processors panicked. That's what that means. Oh, see what the formatter did there? It was pretty neat. Okay, this one, the same thing, right? This replaces that. Neato. I kind of like how it kind of auto-formats everything as I go. And again here. So, paste again. Cool. Yeah, we don't like unwraps. Let's get rid of all of them. Okay, this is the same thing as I had before, right? We should be able to figure out our own local address. And to get the port number. Okay. Unwrap. This should never fail because accept connections. Okay, so this would be expect. I'm words are hard, so I'm going to look at the last time we did an unbounded send, expect, and kind of copy what I did. Yes. Something like that. So this would be listener dropped before it reached the connection acceptor. There we go. Which port? There's only one time we do a bind, and that's here. And the port is explicit. So, and when I run the test, it's always port 8080. For these ports, these are ephemeral because they are chosen by the operating system when we do an expect, or when we do an accept. Find that, accept. This accept here, deep down at the socket level, the client will end up being assigned a port from the ephemeral port pool. So, I'm not, am I printing those? Oh, so yeah, you're right. I got the name wrong then. It's not, it's not our own address. It is, by the time we get here, we've already accepted it. No, that's the wrong one. This one, right? No, that's the correct one. Why am I printing out the port twice? No, okay, it's both. This is the same address in both places. This is the one that we chose, port 8080. So there should be no problem getting a local address from it. Thought I said expect instead of accept. Yeah, sorry. Those words sound very similar. We accept connections. We expect to be able to send them. Okay, so I'm searching for the wrong thing. Unwind. We don't like, or unwrap. We don't like unwraps. Okay, is this one fatal? Result sender for start listening. Actually, technically, this one's not fatal. This one means that the API dropped their sender before we could return back the success result for start listening. Right? What does this return again? Is this returning? Yeah, just a just to know if it's an error or not. Yeah. So I'll put a comment here. It's possible for the send here to fail if the user of the library gave up waiting for an okay error, waiting for a result, waiting for the result of starting the server. So, like, for example, in the example, Jeeves, where we do a start, if instead of waiting for the answer, we just threw away the future, then it's possible this send could fail, and it would be well, this guy didn't care to know what the result was, and that's okay. We just drop it. In that case, we just drop the result, since obviously they didn't care about it. All right, so what other unwraps do I need to handle? I need to search from the top. That one I have a comment for. This one says it shouldn't be possible, so let's turn into an expect. The worker holds the receiver for the channel, and it isn't dropped until the client itself is dropped. client. Client. What does this mean, client? Does this mean server? Yeah, I think this meant server. I must have copied that from the client side. Right. So that this means, right. Worker message dropped before it could reach the worker. That shouldn't be possible, because we don't join the worker until we drop here. And then what is this one? The worker will always send us back an answer. Okay, expect. Unable to receive result back from work. Well, yeah, unable to receive result back from worker. Okay. This one shouldn't be possible because of that stuff. So what do we say here? This is the same thing. Unable, worker dropped it before it reached it. Dropped before we could reach it. And this unwrap down here is the same reason. Oh, no, this is a different reason why we would... Oh, did I drop more frames? Dropping so many frames today. Oh, this is a different reason. Expect... Oh, no, that's an option. So this expect is different. This means there was no thread to join. Somehow the worker thread join handle got lost before we could take it. This is an expect on the worker thread panicked before we could join it. All right, nice and clean. No unexplained unwraps. And there's only only one unwrap OR. An unwrap OR basically means discard error. We're discarding the error because in that case we're just dropping it. They obviously don't care about the error. Right? Yeah, we're just dropping it. Okay, I'm happy with this. Fine, time to move on to the next step, or should I test this again? Let's run Jeeves again, test it again. Getting spammed by cola. GUI cola, Git cola. Did that actually advance, or am I blind? I think it did advance. We got that connection. Yeah, so it's working. All right, so good to go. So, good checkpoint. Wait, did I not check this in already? Oh, wait, I know what happened. I was in the middle of checking this in, and then I saw that I got distracted, is what happened. So refresh that. Yeah, okay. We already staged that. This was all that work to actually do something with connections, right? Oh, I know why I got distracted. Because I needed a name for what do I call this. What do I call this? Let me try to come up with a name by explaining what it's doing. So a connection comes in here. That's what we're waiting for. So we got a connection. We are going to take that connection and do everything with it. We only leave there when we're going to drop the connection. So I kind of wanted to call it handle connection, but that's what this was called. So maybe this name is wrong. This should be like wait for and handle next connection. That's what it is. This should await and handle next connection. That's, yeah, because it does the awaiting part and then it delegates the rest of it to a processor. Actually, then it technically doesn't handle. We should just say await next connection. Names are hard, my people. Connection worker. I kind of don't want to use the name worker because worker means something more precise. It is the worker function here. So I don't want to get confused between workers. That's why I call it a processor. So maybe connection processor? But technically that's what this entire async block is, a processor. Actually, yeah, so it's the entire thing is the connection processor. And then the first part of it, up until we deal with errors and then indicate what completed, that's handle connection, or connection handler, I guess, if you want to put the word connection first. And by the way, hello, last century man, and welcome to Twitch, by the way. And also, I forgot to say hi to Yamashi12. Hi. All right, so yeah, no problem. Hope you enjoy it. By the way, if you don't already know it, if you're into Rust, anyone on Team Rustations, I totally recommend watching. People on that team generally either are always working in Rust or they'll work on a Rust project, you know, through their normal rotation, and they're always really knowledgeable people about it. Most of them know more than I do because they've been doing it longer. So there you go. There's some other streams you can watch when I'm not around. Or if you don't like me, please don't leave me. Handle connection, yes. That's what I'm calling it. Refresh this, and before I commit this, I'm going to scan to see if I missed anything. Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. You're Rust curious only, still big on C++. I was doing C++ for many years, and I caught the Rust bug. Please don't judge Rust based off of my knowledge of it, because I'm still learning it. People in chat are constantly helping me learn, and I learn by watching other Rust streamers, so I didn't even use the proper formatter until today, and that was driven by someone issuing a pull request saying, hey, your code needs to be formatted. And then I had to do a bunch of learning. Yeah, so don't judge Rust off of my code, please. If anything, my code is Rust with a C++ bias. And I hope to eliminate the bias over time. Okay, this was due... This is a big rewrite here, wasn't it? Oh, it's because I moved a lot of it into a function. Yeah, there's some formatting things in here too. And also, okay, so we're doing two things at least. So one of them is replace all unwraps with expects so that a human readable... Oh, I was going to test the wrapping thing, right? Human readable... Is that in the preferences? I don't know if Endurance still here. Does this mean it will wrap at 72, or do I need to turn on something here? Settings. Auto wrap lines. That's on. Okay. So hopefully it will auto wrap them. Replace all unwraps with expects so that a human readable explanation of... See, it wrapped it, but it didn't do it correctly. And it's not accepting my space characters. Okay, I don't like the auto wrap. It's already messing me up. Sorry, Endurn. We're gonna turn that off. Turn it off. What? Replace all unwraps with expects so that a human readable explanation of what happened is provided with any panic. Okay, and the second main, well, that should be first, really. First main thing was we implement request parsing and response generation. And I supposedly should say to do connection reuse if client didn't mark it to be closed and connection is not to be upgraded. Also, we should also support the upgrading. Connection upgrades. And these aren't sentences. Okay, what else did I do? Well, we've repaired the handle connections, mainly, right? Fix handle connections, fix compiler errors. Well, fix errors in handle connections. Yeah. It had to do with how we manage our objects. It's easier to move things in and out rather than like borrow, especially if we're doing asynchronous closures. Much easier to move values in and then get them back out at the end. All right, that was basically it. I'm just going to go with this. What's the commit summary? It is work in progress implementing HTTP server. Stage it, commit it, push it. Okay, so there were some things there marked to do. Did I mark any to-dos in here? Actually, I just used the to-do lister. Right here. Oh yeah, do we actually use that? Nope, never needed it. So, I can drop it, right? Indeed. Gone. I might as well put that in. Drop unused error already started. Commit. Got your switch code gen kind of correct. The important word here is think. Yes. You know what I'd suggest, John Mega, since it's Friday? Well, it might be Saturday for you. If you're happy about thinking that it's correct, go out and enjoy the weekend. Because if you're wrong, you don't want to do this on the weekend, right? I'd much rather be the work that you didn't know you had to do starts on Monday, not on a Friday or Saturday. All right, so I don't have any marked to-dos. Oh, no, I do. I do have some to-dos. Listener, oh, right. I don't have any, so maybe I should just print an error message here. I don't know. I want a more elaborate mechanism where we notify the user somehow, like through some kind of future that we can complete for them or something else. Do you actually have work? You do this on the weekend? Oh. That's more complicated than Joe Mega. Well, I hope that you not only think it's so, but that it is so. Dispatch request. Yeah, we should do that next. We should actually this. I should just make a bookmark here. This goes hand in hand with this other to-do, which I forgot to mark as a to-do. Implement this. Because what the Jeeves example actually does is we register a handler to return hello world. And we want to be able to use that handler. So this function will be boxed, and it's synchronous, which is fine. You can make it asynchronous by spawning a task on an executor somewhere, I suppose. Actually, maybe I should make it asynchronous. It'd be better to make this asynchronous, because it's easier to turn asynchronous functions into synchronous code by just doing an await at the end. I mean, just by not using asynchronous features, right? Actually, I think that's a bad idea. No, wait. I was going to say it's a bad idea because what if the user provided function blocks and blocks our executor, would block the entire server, right? Really, the right thing to do would be to handle requests. We give it to a thread pool somewhere to handle it. And then it might as well be, might as well make it asynchronous to be most flexible. So what if we just make it so? So that means we can just say that dot boxed And boxed comes from where? Boxed comes from futurext. Oh, there it is. How come it didn't like the box then? Prep. Oh, it's because it. You can't just box a function like that. So, do I not even need to box it? That would. Oh no, I would call it and then box it, right? Yes. Why does that not work? Oh, because the type doesn't match. Okay. Can't you make the requirement that the user code is in an async block so it'll never block? It could block either way. Like even an async block, even an async code can block. Marking it async doesn't prevent it from blocking. What async does is it allows them to yield, which might be useful. So I was going to make it async to be more flexible in the future. Because if I'm going to farm this out to an async runtime anyway, might as well, like, it already will support asynchronous tasks, so might as well allow them to use them. I want to farm it out to a task pool anyway, because I don't want user-provided handlers to block the server anyway. You know what this should do? Does this already do it? Return the connection back out? It does. Okay, I already thought about that. Okay, cool. Yeah, this actually makes sense to me because the code that's going to call this handler already is asynchronous, and so I'm going to already need to farm it out and then wait for it to come back, right? Actually, how am I going to deal with this? I guess with just an await. And since it's farmed out to another executor, it's okay if it blocks. Because it won't block us, right? This is where I might not know how to do it right yet. Let's go to register. Not there. Register. There. So this will be... Can I just... You have to say pin box, right? Yes, you have to do something like that, right? Yeah, so let me just make a type for that. Let me steal from that. Follow the trail from here. And just, yeah, do that here. Pin box dyn future, where the output is this fetch results, right? No, wait a minute. No. It has to be a... I didn't do this right. Back here. We need to pass these things in when we make... That's why I didn't like this part. This needs to be passed in, and we won't have that yet. So this has to be a function which produces a future. Right? And so it needs to do something like async that. No. That, right? So instead of it being a fetch results... I guess I just change what fetch results is. Yeah. Well, another type, right? Resource handler factory? Maybe? Pinbox dyn future, where the output is a fetch results. And then make... I have to make that public in order to use it, right? And then make that what register takes. Yes. And so then that should, how come it says this is a warning? It's never used. Oh, no, I had that wrong. It's, shoot. Yeah, I'm screwing up here. It's the flip the other way around. So, that's a boxed handle. No, not even a boxed handler. It would be a boxed handler. The resource handler, though, has to return a factor. Return... It's not... Factory is the wrong name. It should be like... What to name this? Resource feature? Resource feature. Yeah. The handler is a function that we call providing the request connection and trailer, and it gives us an asynchronous task whose results are the response and the connection back. That's what it is. All right. Don't know why I have that bookmark. Cool. And then Jeeves should be happy again? No. Jeeves is not happy again. Because it's not a fetch results. It's supposed to be a resource feature. And I can't use that because it's not imported. And this isn't right because... Why? Mismatched types. Oh, I need to box it. So I do that dot boxed? Yes. And then what's wrong with this? Fetch results I need to also import, apparently. It's neat that I don't have to worry about sorting that anymore. Okay, and then I don't do that. I provide the function raw. And that doesn't match somehow. Oh, I need to box it. Box new that. Yes, okay. Why did I box that? I boxed it because the type of function is dynamic, right? This is a dynamic type. That's right, I remember that. Otherwise, you would only ever be able to pass one function type to it. Now I'm getting lost. Back to Jeeves. Yeah, here. So if I registered like a bar here, and I said like bar there and foo there, there'd be a problem because these two types are different. But if I box them now, it's a boxed trait object essentially. So they have it's a common type. So let me think. Yeah, that's the only cost of making it asynchronous is that we do async and we do boxed, which I think is fine. Yeah. All right, that's more flexible. So then how am I gonna, I have to store these somewhere. Technically, I don't store them. No, take that back. Technically, I need them where I have that to do, right? Where we're gonna actually use them. Not there. Did I not mark it? I didn't mark it. It's in handle request. Handle connection, right here. Okay, I didn't mark it with a... I have a mark here. This one. Okay, I did mark it. Never mind. Wow, we're gone almost 7 hours now. Hard to believe. Dispatch, so we need it here inside of handle connection. It makes me think what I should do is pass in a reference counted, yeah, a reference count. I should pass in a reference to a shared collection of Wait a minute. No, if I pass in a shared reference, then I can't change the handlers once I start the server. It needs to be dynamic. I could do it with a ref cell though, right? Like an arc mutex ref cell. No, you don't need a ref cell if you use mutex. So going back to mutex then. So we would have handlers is an arc mutex of ultimately I need, don't know, what do I need? I want to sort it like a tree, don't I? What kind of data structure? I'm gonna need some kind of tree that I put them in. What did I do in C++ for this? Source server register. Okay. Right, there was a subspace path and we walked it. And then at every point, okay, so we had a root called resources. And it was a resource space. And it had a name, a possible handler, because that could be null. And then we had basically a map, a hash map from the next level segment to another space. So this was like a tree then. And then we had a weak pointer. Why do we need a weak pointer to the super space? When did I ever use that? Oh. Why did I do that? Oh, to remove it. Right, if you unregister, it would have to walk up and remove itself. Because it held on to its own space. So if that's the only reason I need it, then I could just walk down from the top again to find it, right? Okay, rather than implement this complex data structure, I'm just going to have a hash. I'm going to do a hash from a vector if I can do it. Otherwise, I'm going to do a hash from a string and just assemble the path segments using slashes like you would have in a URL. So hash map, see if I can do this. I don't know if I can. To the resource handler. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. No, I have to box the resource handler. Okay. Probably I don't have hash maps, so that's collections, right? Collections hash map. Okay, first hash map in this project. First touch to the switch code, get. Hopefully it goes well. Let's wish you luck. I can't bless RNG, but I can do ACY pray, and I can also do cross my fingers. Fingers crossed. There we go. Knock on wood. Is there an emote for that? All right. I didn't put a bookmark where I wanted. I want a bookmark here. There. Doing the most basic one, switching and literally, yeah. Don't disappoint yourself by doing the hardest one first. Okay. That's where we'll use it. Let's start with actually, let's place it where it should live. Well, let's actually just trace it back, right? The handlers needs to be shared to everything it handles a connection. So right here, that needs it. So obviously we need to have it at this level when we await the next connection. Fine, we'd add it here as another input. There we go. That means that, await next connect. Okay, that means I can do this, right? Handlers here. Yes. And then I can, I just need to give it to the thing that calls that. Oh wait, I can't box it. Why? What can't be sent safely? Oh, I can fix that. It's saying that my handlers can't be sent. So I can fix that by going to this and saying it has to be plus send, probably plus sync too. I forget what it's like send and pin static, right? That should be enough. Yeah, and then that satisfied that boxing again. All right, so now we're at this level. Wait, next connection needs that third collection thing, right? Handlers. And because this is in a loop, we're going to want to clone the reference. So handlers needs to be passed into handle connections. Yes. We need both of them. And then handle connections needs it then. So I think this is where it's going to live. It's going to live in our worker, which makes sense to me. Let handlers... And so we turn this around, right? If this is a handlers, then this is a arc new, mutex new, hash map new. There. Ah, oh, so close. Wait a minute. It says, am I missing something? What? Oh, I put it on the wrong one. It goes here, right? No? Did I get it completely wrong again? Which one is it? Which one needed it? Not handle messages. Handle connections does. Oh yeah, I did get it wrong. It's the last one. Oh, look at that. It actually works. Something went wrong. No code was generated. No! And you're reading a struct at null. Chalmega, do I have the language for you? Rust has no null, so you can never be in that situation. Just kidding. Actually, you can have null in Rust if you open the unsafe toolbox. Okay, so we will get the handlers to where they need to go. Right? Let's actually put in the code that uses them. So it would be at this point. This whole thing is asynchronous. So we don't need to do this anymore. We were going to come up with a response and send it. So we're just coming up with a response. So we need to actually look it up, right? Actually, I'm going to keep this for the default case. Actually, this is what I want to do. There we go. Handlers dot entry. No, handlers dot lock dot expect, right? How come it's not helping me out here? This should compile, right? Handlers lock, then dot. How come I can't type something after that? I don't get it. Lock returns a result. Oh, it returns a result. Yeah, can't I just do expect? And then that whole thing becomes a mutex guard. So then that can be dereferenced to do entry. The key is the vector. So that is the request. Oh, the request comes in, which one of those two? The first one. Request dot target dot path. So far so good? No, that type doesn't match. Expected struct found reference. to vector of vectors. Oh, right. This is wrong. It's a vector of vectors. It's a vector of segments was what it is. And it's probably going to want me to dereference it. Oh, shoot. It needs to own, entry needs to own it? I thought I could take a reference. I closed the window at some point. Why did I do that? All right. Entry. For a hash map. It does own the key. Well, bummer. Okay, do I just clone it then? Oh, no, I can take it out, right? I can make this mutable, and we can just take out that path. Yeah, I made that on purpose. Request.target.takePath. I don't have a take path. Uh-oh. Oh no! How do I get the path out? Why did I not make a way to take the path out? Well, that sucks. Okay, that's going to be a pain point. Okay, so for now, I'm just going to clone it. Clone. All right. And I'll maybe put it to do... I'll put it to do here. To do. It would be nice if URI... proper name, had a take path function so that we wouldn't have to clone the path here. All right. I'll fix that later. Right now it's going to clone it, and then that is the path. That path is unknown. Why is it unknown? It doesn't need to be mutable. Well, yeah, it doesn't need to be mutable right now because we're not consuming it. We're just cloning it. How come it says it's unknown? It should know this. Oh, that's because it's in enum, right? I have to like match this. Match. Hash oh, I need import. Some of the stuff like I'm starting to memorize that like if you match on entry, you have to pull in hash map entry. No? Yeah, it just took it a while. Why is it not formatting that properly? Is the formatter not running because of some reason? Oh, maybe because it doesn't compile. Hey there, Everex. More adventures in Rust. We're doing web server stuff. I'm looking up resource handlers for paths in the server. So it's hash map occupied entry, and I forget what comes next. Is it just occupied entry? Oh, no, it's entry occupied entry, right? No, okay, I completely forget. I'll have to look it up. What does entry return? It returns an entry. How do we use that? Entry occupied. That's right. And then it gets an occupied entry. And so we're going to do something with it. Otherwise, we get vacant. And we're not going to fill something in. Instead, we're going to make the new response. So it's going to do this. So basically, if there's no registered handler for a URI, we're going to emit a 404 not found. If there is something valid, we are going to pass it to the handler. So let handler equal entry dot get dot. Well, it's a function, so I just call it with the this signature. So we give it the request, the connection, and the trailer, which is up here. Trailer. Get request connection trailer. That should give me a future. I wish the type system would help me out here. I guess it's because we're getting stuck down here. So what if I just say to do here? Oh, there's something else wrong down here. Oh, is it because we already moved something? No. Oh, I need to do let response equal that. Okay, now we're down to here. Cannot borrow data as mutable. Mute entry. Well, why do I don't need to borrow it as mutable. Why is it telling me that I need to borrow it? Is entry mutable? Oh, it is. Okay, I don't want that. Shoot. I want get instead, don't I? Yeah, I want get, not entry. Get. And then it's some handler, right? Well, it's some handler factory. And handler is handler factory calling it. Otherwise, it's none, and it's 404 not found. Okay, now we're up to here. Oh, okay, so I don't need to clone it. Great. I don't want to clone it. We just need to pass the reference. Okay, now we're down to handler factory. Why do we need to borrow it as mutable? Oh, because I marked it as an FN mute. We want to allow it to have state. Okay, so then I want to do a get mute. Yes, and semicolon. All right, look at that. It formatted it, which means we're making progress. RA should be able to autocomplete the matching entry arms for you and then let you qualify the paths? Really? What am I not typing that would do that for me? So, you guys have got to understand, Musin is here. You should check out his stream sometime. He knows a lot more Rust than I do. It's very helpful. And you'll learn a lot just by watching him code, or you'll probably see him in a lot of other Rust channels if you hang around them. Yeah, I'd love to know how to have it auto-generate the arms for me. Although, on the flip side of it, forcing me to write the arms myself gives me exercise in knowing what the variants ought to be, right? Or what the patterns ought to be to hit all the variants. So, what am I doing wrong here? Oh, I just got the hash map wrong, I think. Yeah, I should just use a type definition for this. Because I got it wrong in one place, and yeah, why am I being repetitive with that? How many times do I have that? 2 places. Okay, that 2 places is too many. Let's make a type. Type resource handler collection equals that. Okay, and then where that is, we want to put that. So resource handler collection, resource handler connection. Yeah, I would agree. Musin is the Rust master on Twitch, definitely. Okay, now I'm following the trail of compiler errors. What's wrong with this one? Oh, this also needs to use that type that I just invented. No! That character too. Okay, I don't want to do what I was doing there. What? Now I'm fighting my editor. Sorry. Sometimes you'll see me fight my own editor. It's a normal thing. Okay, there we go. Cool. When we start to see the yellow squigglies, that means progress. So, in other words, in the order of events, 1, write the code. 2, see red squigglies. 3, fix all the compiler errors. 4, see yellow squigglies. 5, celebrate. 6, fix the yellow squigglies. 7, run the code. It just works. 8, celebrate. 9, go to step 1. There's the procedure for writing Rust. I'm inspired to save this as a stream note. I hold them in a different directory. I need to manage this better. Right here, it's in stream notes. We're going to call it a how to write Rust code text. All right. Yellow squigglies mean warnings. They could be lints. They could be other things. Okay, this is single match else. They want me to do what? You seem to be trying to use match to destructure a single pattern. Consider using if let. Oh, if let with else. Sometimes this leads me down the wrong path, but let's try it out. If let some handler equal that, then do that, else that. All right, I think we got an improvement. Forgot to fight the compiler step. Did I? That's this one. Fix all the compiler errors. That's fight with the... Okay. Or fight with compiler. Or do you want me to elaborate on step 3? Do you feel like step 3 is underrepresented in terms of how much time? Because I would tend to agree with you. This was really like that much time, right? In the yellow squigglies... Oh, I did miss a step. Fix... No, I didn't miss a step. This one. This takes a little bit of time too, but not as much, right? This is in giving it enough space as how much time it would actually take. All right. What do I got here? Should have snake case name? It should indeed be snake case. I'm glad that you're here to tell me these things, Clippy. Snake case. Right, we're not using the handler yet because this is a way to cheat. If you want to celebrate early, you don't write all the code. When you write enough and then you say to do, and then you get it, you get to step whatever. That means I need to elaborate on my Rust procedure, right? Or, alternatively, fix some error. Actually, it's not here. Write the code. Note, you can cheat by only writing some code and put to do where the rest should go later. There we go. 10 give up and write in a different language? You can't get to 10, step 2. Step 10. Error. Unreachable code. Unreachable. Because we have a hard go to step 1 because you're never done. You always have to write more code. Unless somewhere you rage quit and you break out of this loop. Language should not force a naming style on you. That, I actually have a note for that. What? It's next to the what I like about Rust. There's also a file called my not so favorite features. One of them was opinionated naming convention. Imagine using naming styles for visibility. Oh, since you're here, Musin, you inspired me to actually learn rustfmt. I did that earlier today. You can check out my horrible rustfmt here. So, it turns out that almost every feature I wanted in rustfmt is an unstable feature. So, we are requiring now that you run nightly to format code. By doing this, if you don't run nightly, you will get trouble trying to format. So given that, these are all the things that more or less I needed to tweak to match my style that I wasn't too strong about. The ones I was really strong about, actually this is a mixture of things I really feel strongly about and other ones that are I feel not so strongly about, but I didn't want them to stay at the defaults. These are ones that already are the defaults that I felt very strongly for, so in case the defaults change, I don't want my code to change, so I pin these, in other words. And there's another feature I want that's not even released yet. But most of these, it turns out, are not even stable yet. Yeah, I have to use nightly rustfmt to get it to work. So the other thing I had to do was in Right, because my directory structure has a lot of sub-projects in it, and each of these might be C++, might be a Rust crate. I had to put a rustfmt, which will be published, right? But I also had to put a copy at the root directory where I have my workspace. And I know this is controversial. Someone in chat was already gracefully arguing with me that because of the fact that I have split my workspace from my crates, I will need a redundant copy of rustfmt because of the way the plugins work. It's hard to show here, but two things have to happen with the plugin for VS Code. I have to tell it use nightly for rustfmt, and we learned that it runs it from the root directory of the project, which means it's not going to find the rustfmt unless I have a copy at the root. Yeah, so you already knew that. Of course you did. But now I know it too, so I feel like I've learned something. Or anyway, hope you're proud of me. I'm now at the point where when I hit save, it will format for me. So if I do that, I hit save, it undoes it for me. If I inappropriately fold or unfold, it will fold it back up for me when I hit save. So we're all good now. Looks like the CWD traverses up, it doesn't traverse down. Yeah, what I expected it to do was when I'm in this file, which is in this directory, it should start here and search up. But it doesn't. It goes from the top and doesn't search anywhere. If it went to the top and searched down to find the file, that would be inefficient, but it would work. It already knows where this file is. So I don't know why they don't just run it from that same directory. Who knows? Symbolic link me to the global. Yeah, I guess well, the problem is someone might clone this repository on its own without the structure around it, and they'll need this file here. Runs rustfmt is the project model. Yeah, they basically assume you have one repo. The workspace is the crate. Yeah. So me being, in a more complex environment, it presents a challenge to the plugin. But the command line works really well. I was able to show this. It's been a while since I ran it. Did a bunch of testing before then. Yeah, I was able to run format from either a subdirectory or the main directory, and it did the right thing, as in it would format everything in the workspace with the global one unless something like Pantry had an override, and then it would use that one. So it actually does what you'd expect when you run it from wherever you're running it from. It does the command line cargo works fine. The problem I have is with the Rust Analyzer plugin or with the VS Code. I don't know what to blame there. You can just configure it to use up individual workspaces. I don't know how to do that, but okay. Project.json, that's new to me. Okay, maybe I will look into that. Thank you. It wouldn't be a proper Rust stream unless I got help from Museum, so the VS Code thing, yeah. I'll have to look into this stuff. Alright, good to know. Not to get too distracted, though. Oh, it's 5 o'clock here. I need to check something real quick. Just checking out some super secret stuff. Because I might have to stop streaming if something is happening. Nope, so I can continue streaming. Yay! Alright. Look up VS Code Workspaces projects, which lets you configure specific paths. Okay. Thank you again. Let's give you some points. Here, have some more useless internet points. As for autocomplete match arms, should be available as quick fix assist. Okay. I wanted to know how to do that too, so let me tie that down and give you yet another point. Thank you. Okay, now we're going to actually do something with my handler. Let's try to call it. So at this point it should be a future, so I should be able to say await and get something back. And it didn't work. This is a bummer. I should have gotten out of this collection a handler which is a function I can call to get a future. So I must have done something wrong. What is the type of handler? Can I use... God. Come on, editor. Can I use inlay hints to see what it is? See, inlay hints doesn't even know what it is. That makes it tough to know what I can do with it. Oh, it thinks it's an error? Backtrace, cause, description? What? It's not going to be an error. It should be a future. Maybe if I do that and I look at... Okay, let's just, after that, we'll do a to-do. Oh, I got an error somewhere else. Okay. Okay, the real problem is that I can't box this anymore. Because I can't send the hash map through. Wonderful. Future is not send. Is this... Okay, I thought I boxed that future. Wait, what? It's trying to box something I didn't think it would. Is it this handlers? Don't you love that type? It's an arc mutex hash map. The values are boxed futures. Or boxed functions that are mutable that output futures. Oh wait, maybe the problem is the overall box does not send. That might be why. Yeah. This overall thing needs these things need to be... Oh, I did that. What am I doing wrong? Box is send if T is send, yes. That's why I have this... Well, but the future isn't generated yet. What's present is the hash map. Is hash map not sendable? Am I going to have a problem with sending a hash map? Actually, I don't even want to send a hash map. What I really wanted to do was send the reference to a hash map. That's why I made it an atomic reference counted thing in the beginning, to begin with. Can I not send it in? Oh, wait. It's because it's making a new one every time, so I need to clone this. Yeah. I need to clone that reference. No? Shoot. Okay. That's not it. Do I need to clone it outside first? Ah, yes, 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 yes. I think I need to clone it outside. Outside of the box. So let handlers ref, for lack of a better name, is handlers.clone. Okay, and then you can take that. No, it still doesn't like it. Yeah, but this, what I'm sending, does it need... Hold on, let me see if I can explain this. So, what handlers is an arc mutex of a resource handler collection. That's a hash map of basically a path to a boxed resource handler, which is a mutable function, mutable closure, which gives you a future as an output. So, does this return type need to be sendable? Because we don't even get it until after we call this function, right? It'll hold the mutex guard across waypoints. Okay, I don't want that to happen. Maybe that's the problem. I don't want the guard to be held across a waypoints. Yeah. I'm only using mutex so that I can have interior mutability. Maybe do I need an arc ref cell instead? I think the problem I had was I had trouble using arc ref cell because ref cell wasn't copyable. But I think it, or something, it had trouble with something not being copyable. So maybe I don't need mutex, but that's not the real problem, right? The places where I'm locking it, I'm not doing an await while I'm holding that reference. Here I just want to clone the reference. I want a new reference every time. You would think that it would be able to just send that one in. Why does it say it's not implemented for mutex guard? At what point do I actually send that? Mutex guard for basically that mutex, but this one I never locked it here. I don't understand that. This doesn't. This is not locking it. This is just a reference to it. Why does it think I need to? I don't understand. Generator will hold the mutex guard. Why does the generator hold the mutex guard and not the mutex itself? The future contained a mutex guard which is not send. But the future doesn't exist yet. That's what I don't understand. The hash map doesn't hold any futures. It holds boxed closures. The closures, if you call them, return futures. Does just the fact that it will return a future when you call it mean that this also needs to be sent? Well, it is marked send, by the way. I guess I don't understand then. The generator of the future will capture all references borrowed items up to that await point. Sure, so that's why I gave it its own handler's ref. And this connection is always new because we get it out of this unbounded receiver. So that should be only capturing these two references, as far as I can see. Yeah, these are the only two things it ought to capture in this async block. Where's the handle connection coming from? Oh, that's a function. It's an asynchronous function up here. Is the problem that... No, this is sendable. I made sure about that. I know we can send those because I've done that before. Okay. Yeah, in other words, handle connection is a function. If you do async move, it'll force it to take ownership. Is that what I'm missing? I need to expressly tell it to move those in? No, that didn't fix it. Unless the async needs to be somewhere else, or the move needs to be somewhere else. Inside here? This doesn't make any more async blocks. It has to do with this, right? Because if I don't do that, this is a trigger for it somehow, right? If I don't do that, everything's cool. So it does have to do with that. Oh, I see what you were saying before. It's capturing everything. So it sees that I'm calling that and getting a future out and waiting for it. So that's part of the state machine. This thing has to be, yeah, okay. I think I see the problem then. This whole... Do you have to say that the box is sendable, right? So, okay, you said earlier I have to make the T, the fetch results, sendable? That's where I have the send here, right? Resource handler is also send. So resource handler is send, right? This plus goes with resource handler. And the thing that's boxed here is send, so this box should be send also. Connection is send, response should be send too. Oh, it's not. No, well, everything here should be sendable. Maybe it's not, though. Could it be that this fetch results is not sendable? That could be it, right? So what if... how do I hack this, then? What if I make the output right now, nothing? We'll just eliminate the what, I can't do that? No, I can't do that. We'll just remove the response for now. And see if that quiets down this. No. You're giving me a link. All right. Giving me a link. You have to implement send trait to make it accessible in async environment. You can do a little check. If you don't implement send, the compiler does when everything contained in the type. That's what I was thinking. Everything should be sendable there. Yeah. I wish the compiler here would tell me more. Assert send tsend. Oh, okay. Well, do I want to do that, or do I want to just trim things out until it works again? The offending lines were where we're handling the connection right here. Doing that, no more problem. Doing that, problem. And it doesn't have to anything to do this. Okay, just to eliminate this to do as a possibility, I can do that. That's not a... Oh, there's a different problem now. Wait. Borrow move value connection. Oh, I need to get the connection back out. Yes. We need the response and the connection back out. And then it's going to tell me what? Its name is similar to something I made at line 209. Yes, indeed. I am shadowing it. I don't care, though. No, wait a minute. Again, a borrow of mood value? Eh? Oh, because of this error? Use of move value. It moved on here. Oh, shoot. That's going to be an issue. The connection went in here and we couldn't get it back out because this is what gives it back out. Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, so I guess I'll go back up here and put fetch results and we'll see if it's sendable. Just cause I kind of want to know. Let's comment all this crap out. So it's compilable now, except for it's not. Shoot. Where did it get moved? Okay, I don't get this at all now. Oh, wait. I'm doing this I shouldn't do. I'm doing too many things here. What if I just put to do back here again? No, I really screwed it up. I guess this really does need to go back to this again. And that. For now. Okay, compilable again. Now let's try the trick to see if this works. Hold on, I copy-pasted exactly what you wrote. Adding items after statements is confusing. What's the error, though? Because I'm missing a semicolon? Cannot find fetch results. I mean, it compiles. What's something that can't be sent? A ref cell of one of these can't be sent. Do I have to actually run this to see it? This shouldn't be sendable, right? You can't send a ref cell. Or is it an RC you can't send? Oh, there we go. No, that's because it's standard RC. Ah, there we go. Okay, thank you for that trick. So now we know a ref cell is sendable. A fetch results is also sendable. So that's not a problem then. Okay. Do I know Uncle Bob? Nope, don't know Uncle Bob. I did see him once live in person for a talk, but I don't know him. Thank you for the follows. Okay, ref cell is send, fetch results is send. I need to remember this trick. The formatter keeps wanting me to break it up into a different line, but this is a neat trick. Thank you, Musean. This is a neat trick for checking really quickly if a type is send. And then put type here. All right. Yeah, well, eventually, Musen will have 9,000 points. Over 9,000 points. Okay, we can do this. Here, do this. Okay, what are we doing? Let us inspect. One caveat is, I really don't want to do things until I understand them. So if I can understand this, then we'll do it. I don't know what this does. I don't understand this at all. Look at the header. I'm looking at this, and I don't understand it. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's escaping me. I don't even know what guard colon means. Oh, that's a field. Okay. So port, key, handler, guard. I don't know what I'm supposed to get out of this. F is an async function which implies send. Oh, are we looking here? Yeah, sync. I haven't had to do sync before, but yeah, maybe I'm missing a static or something. I'm wondering if I'm missing a static somewhere. Yeah, you need to ensure your types are send, yeah. Right, line 4. A handler's an async function as an input, yes. Okay, okay. Let's look. Add handler selection. I mean, I haven't done this yet, but really this should be valid for static as well. I wouldn't think that would fix it, but you never know. Nope. Probably the same error. What does this error actually look like? You're implementing these traits for your input. You can do that assert trick with a type alias. Box defaults to static, by the way. Okay, so probably unnecessary. Future created by async block is not send. Within the future, the trait send is not implemented for the mutex guard. The mutex guard has the hash, so something in the hash map is still not send. Thing is that it could be anything in there, right? Is this a clue? This is a clue, isn't it? There's a lock expect is later dropped here. Consider moving this to a let binding. Is that a clue there? Is it that get mute? Is that what's getting me the whole time here? Wait a minute, what line is it even talking about? 224? That's in a different... Oh, it's way up here. Side of handle connection? Oh, I see what it's saying. Because we're waiting here while we're holding a lock. Yeah, okay, I got it. Sarian's right. The if let is holding a mutex. I don't want that. I definitely don't want that. I want to extract out the handler and then call it. So I just need to rewrite this then. Let's just do this part first. Let I need to just then take it out. Oh no, wait. I think the problem is that the closure is mutable. Oh, it's this. Because it's mutable, I had to hold on to it. We can't just borrow it immutably. We have to borrow it mutably to call it, right? So a way around that would be a ref cell, wouldn't it? But then I could only call the handler. Oh, what am I doing? I can't make this mutable because ultimately these handlers could be called from two different features simultaneously. So this can't be fn mute. It's got to be fn. It's got to be fn. Right? It's got to be fn because we're not allowed to have state unless we handle it ourselves inside of the, unless we deal with it ourselves inside of the handler. Okay. I think I got this. So then, until I get lost, that is. I'm getting lost in my own code. Right here. We don't need to get mutably anymore. We just get it. I still don't want to hold the lock the whole time, though. So we want to just get it out and then see if it's something. I will need to get a reference to it then. Yeah, it needs to be reference counted anyway, because what happens if we start calling it and someone comes and removes it? Yeah, so it's not enough to hold it here in a box. It needs to be a reference counted, an arc box, right? Ultimately, yeah, it's got to be an arc box. Yes. No, I'm in the wrong place. Resource, this box, arc box. Yeah, so I need to clone a reference to that box. And that box is an immutable function. Yeah, this is what I need. Okay. We need to get it out to clone it. To clone the reference to the handler, because we want to handle it. So I actually even have a name for it. Let handler reference equal clone this guy. Well, I need to do I do need to do the if let. Let's just overwrite this. Handler reference equals if let some handler lock expect get it, then it's handler reference dot, well, handler factory dot clone. Well, this is then factory reference. Factory dot clone. And it's some, because there might be none, right? which means I'm probably going to want to map this, but one thing at a time, all right? Yes. And then, if... Now that that's done, it will release this mutex. So then I'll say if let some handler factory equal that hack reference, then we can call it and await and all that good stuff. What's wrong now? Oh, this to do here, right? Or no, this is something else. Cannot find value response in this scope. Where did the response go? Oh, that's here. Let response equal that. That didn't fix it. I still got something wrong. Sync is not implemented for Dyn. Okay. It needs to be send and sync. Okay. Sure. More than happy to oblige you, compiler. Hey, compiles now. All right, let me catch up with chat. Okay, yeah, I missed a whole screen full of chat. I'm sorry about that. The guard is alive, yeah. So we got rid of the guard now. Yes, so Sarian got it. Well, Sarian explained it to me in a way that I understood finally. If you use an async mutex, you can get around this. Async mutex even has async mutex guard specifically for this. Okay. Then I am going to, again, give Musean a point, and I am going to, part of my homework will be to read about async mutex guard. Let's not type anything until Rymus sees this. Okay, so then you guys type, which is okay. Box lets you mutate its contents. It does, huh? But yeah, I don't want to mutate the handler because it could be called from two different threads at the same time, and that would be bad. I'll end up getting panics when we try to, well, no, basically the handlers would block each other, right? Or actually, I don't know how that would, I can't think about it. I can't think right now. I'm still awake. Yes, TS Jost. We're getting to that point where my brain starts to get fried. Box Dyn T is a read-write with a single owner. Okay, the problem is that I can't make it a single owner. I need to put it into an arc. And I don't need a mutex because I made it immutable. I don't need to write inside the box. The box is just holding an immutable function for me. Yes. You can have a single owner to yeah, I don't need to mutate it. Okay, so I think we're good. We got value enums and literals to have code correct. Okay, you're talking about your compiler. That's great. So an arc Dyn T is read-only with multiple owners. Yeah, so that's what I ended up doing, right? I had an arc. Oh, you're saying I don't need a box? Do I not need the box then? Can I just put it into an arc? Yeah, that worked. Arc acts like a box. Good to know. More points for Musean. All right. I like to remove unnecessary wrappers. Box single owner arc multiplier. Got it. I need to remember that. That's going to be my mantra for the next couple hours, I think. Box is single owner, arc is multiple owner. I still don't understand why I had to add sync, but you know, I'll learn that later. Okay, I have some warnings here. What's it telling me about? It wants me to use a map or... Oh, this is a recent thing. Sometimes I can get this to work and other times I can't. Oh no, as I was writing this, I realized this because ultimately I want an option out of an option, so I should just do a map. Yes, I should just do a map, a clone, right? Oh, I'm being raided. Esden! Esden is raiding me. Hello there, raiders. I'm doing some incomprehensibly complicated Rust today. Actually, my today func command is too old now. I can't even use it. I'm trying to write in Rust a web server that uses asynchronous functions. So it's super, super complicated, and I'm getting help from the premium experts in Rust on Twitch, namely Musean and Sarian and Silmeth and others. What happened to Retro MMO? It's being ported to Rust. I still have the Retro MMO. You can still log in and test it out. I think it's still online. Yeah, it better be online. We still have the slimes walking around, and George is still there. He's rather lonely, though, because hardly any players come and visit him. But yeah, up until the last couple months, this was all in C++ and JavaScript, and I started learning Rust, and I got super addicted to it. So I am porting a lot of the internals from C++ to Rust. Never been called an expert before? You're more knowledgeable than I have. How many points do you have? Anyone with over 20 points is obviously an expert in my channel. That means you've helped me at least 27 ways. So I'd call that an expert. You just watched Edson build some crazy hardware? Okay, so you're going to watch me do some crazy software now to complement the crazy hardware. Now, if only we could run the crazy software on the crazy hardware, then we would achieve ultimate craziness. But yeah, thank you again for the raid, Eston. Sounds like you had some fun. All right, so I'm in the thick of things, so maybe I need to back out before I fix this. Yeah, so before I fix this compiler warning, let me go from the top level down. I have a program. It is called Jeeves. It will start a web server, and when you ask it anything, it will say, "Hello world." Good enough, like simple example web server. Yeah, building a web server, right? The core of it is to create the web server. No, not the core of it. On the outside API of it is you can create a web server. Let's get rid of the type annotations because they bug me. You create a new web server. You register a resource handler, which basically says if someone asks for foo, then call this function to generate the response, right? And then you say, hey, server, start. And then it's like, okay, let it run in the background, right? We can do other things. So we say, just wait forever, unless you get an error, or you can hit Control-C to exit that way, right? Numerous ways we can exit the program, right? We can exit because there's an error, we can exit because you hit Control-C, or you can exit because the world exploded, panic. Anyway, so a traditional web server will read in a request and then figure out what kind of side effect to perform, if any, and then generate a response back out, which is part of this results right here, right? We get the response, and then we borrowed the connection. We got the connection to the client in, and we want to send it back out. Our response in this case has a status code, a reason phrase, and a body, and some headers. And this is minimally what you want to do for a server's response, right? 200 means, here's the resource, we were successful. This is a human readable translation of that status code. The body is the resource that was requested. In this case, it's the string hello world. And then a nice web server will attach a header to that message saying what kind of data the body is. In this case, it is text. It is plain text, and we're using the UTF-8 character set, like a good Rust citizen, right? So this resource handler function, this is where it gets complicated. This doesn't generate the response right away. What we're doing is that we're taking that function and we're putting it into a box and we're sending it off to the server to be registered in a table somewhere. And then later, when a client connects and asks for this resource foo, we will call this function to generate a future. A future is kind of like a little bit of code with some captured variables that you can call at some point, and perhaps it'll take several steps to complete, but eventually you'll get some results, right? And so again, when handle request is called, it's given the request connection trailer and all that, and we basically give back a piece of code for it to call asynchronously, and it will essentially call it immediately and keep calling into it until we get all the way to the output here. And then at that point, take the response and send it back to the client. So the little wrinkle in here that may be hard to understand is the fact that we are putting functions in boxes, and then those functions actually return other functions. You might be familiar with this also if you've done JavaScript, where you have a function that returns a closure, or a Lambda function, anything like that. This is sort of like what we're doing. And let me get into how start works. So starting a web server is we bind to the port number that we're going to receive connections on. And what I've decided to do is make the server fully asynchronous. You don't have to provide a thread for it or anything. It makes its own thread. It actually starts a thread when you create the object in the first place. It does it right here. We spawn a thread, and then on the built-in Rust executor for that thread, we're going to just run to completion an asynchronous worker task. And when we created that thread, we gave it the receiver of a channel. The sender of the channel we keep, and we use it here to send in messages to that worker thread. So immediately after binding the socket, we're going to send that listener socket into the worker thread. So that worker thread is implemented by this worker. It essentially does 3 sets of subtasks. The first set is what we're going to hit first, the handling of those messages coming in from the that receiver that we get passed in, right? Just very high-level view, what that's going to do is it's going to take the listener, it's going to wait for the listener to arrive, and when it gets it, it's going to send it to the listener, the subtasks which accept connections using that listener. So there's another channel between this set of subtasks and this one, and that's from this is the sender and this is the receiver, right? So conceptually, you can think of this is some background task that takes in work from the outside world, and in the case that it gets a listener, it's going to pipe it over to accept connections. What accept connections does with that listener receiver is it pulls in the listener, and it starts calling accept on it, and accept will block until you get an incoming TCP connection to the server. Every time it gets one of those, it's going to pass it over to the handle connections through this connection channel. Handle connections has a collection of connections for every web client that's connected to the server. There'll be a separate task, and it's basically going to try to run them all, whichever's ready. And for everyone, it is going to I'm skipping a lot of the complicated middleman work, but it's going to end up in here where we are first. Here's the machinery for actually receiving the data from the client, and then catching if we get disconnected, catching other errors like we get an error trying to read from the socket, and then once we receive some data, we send it off to a parser. And if the parser tells us we have a complete request, then we return that. And this loops until we get either an error or a complete request. So once we get a complete request, this is the part I was working on when you guys rated me. We need to take the request and look up the path in the target URI of the request and say, hey, do we have a handler for that? If so, call that handler to turn the request into a response. Otherwise, actually I deleted it. I need that code here. We need to actually, oh no, it's down here. If it's something that we don't have a handler for, we're going to generate a canned 404 not found, which you probably heard of before. And we're going to take that response, and just like we did for the request, but in verse, we're going to turn that request into raw bytes and then write that back to the client. And once we're done, we're left with the connection which we could receive the next request on, or we could drop it, whatever, right? And so it's working up to this point, and I'm trying to connect here. This is supposed to call this handler. So if I get this to work, instead of getting 404 not found for everything, which is what I was getting before, 404 not found, I should get a 200 hello world if everything is hooked up right. So that's the state of how we are now. Let me catch up with chat. Not sure you can drop in a link with more. Yeah, you can drop in a link. That's fine. For why you need async, or why you need to sync, it's probably because you have a mutable reference somewhere. Yeah, probably. UTF-8 is more like 21st century person. Or 21st century text, I guess, right? There's a debate on whether send features should always be sync or not. And you're in the camp that they should be because it's kind of pointless if they're send but not sync. Lower level explanation, mutable reference is send if the value is sync, even if the value is send. Okay, that's pretty deep there. That's so deep that I'm going to put it in my notes for reading later. All right. Hey there, Riga of Regents. It's going really well. Trying to explain what I'm doing, and the cat's meowing very loudly behind me. Your explanation is wrong with typos? Okay, well, that's fine. Typos are okay in my book. I can just do that. And there's the implementation. Thank you very much, Museum. All right, so let me try to get this working. Actually, I think this should work, except for here we're not doing anything with the results, right? When we await this, we get back something. What do we get? Something. What is it? It is unknown. Great. Compilers, the type inference is not smart enough to know what we get back. I have to remember, what do these things respond with? Yes, we get back a fetch results. So it should have a response and a connection in it, right? So I should be able to say, where am I? Here. Fetch results. And then I should be able to say fetch results dot response instead of to do, and this should magically all work out. And it did until this point where I need to worry about the connection is going into the factory here, and it needs to come back out. It comes back out from fetch results connection, right? And here it has to come back out as well. Right, connection. And then we have to capture it back here. Connection. At this point, I think I was having problems with that we were trying to borrow it mutably. Oh, we're right here, right? Mute. Oh, sweet. It actually might work. Hey there, Mantis. RA isn't very good at figuring out impl trait types. Yeah, well, it's fine. We've figured it out, right? Now that it doesn't know what it is, but it compiles down to that is a response, and then that is a box connection. That's great. I'll fix this warning. I actually just want to get my code to work. I've been waiting like an hour to get this to work. Let's try it. Run example Jeeves. All right, we'll ignore the warnings for now. Okay, accepting next connection. So I have it hooked up to where it needs to be path foo for it to work, right? This might not actually work the way I thought it would, because I had the path wrong. It's slash foo, not just foo. I need to fix something here then. What if I just make it... Yeah, well, yeah, this has to have an extra... I know this is gross, but bear with me. To vec. I need to have another empty segment in there for this to work. And it's sort of complicated why. Alright. So if I do foo now, let's see if it works. Nope, I got a 404 not found. Okay, so I need to debug what path we're getting and what is expected. Oh wait, I never actually inserted the handler. That's still to do. Right? Yeah, implement this. Okay. Yeah, we need to send that in. And for that, I need another, because where they live is inside the worker, I need another message to send it in. So let's add it. Register handler. Handler is a resource handler. Yeah. I can do that, right? No, I can't. Do I need to box it? the size, oh, I need to box it. Yes. Or can I just put it straight into an arc, because that's what we're going to use it with later. Okay, now what's the problem? It's not debuggable at this point. All right. So we can't debug it. That's going to mess up where I was using it in debugging, right? Yeah, so we can't do that. You know, I don't need that per se, because what I can do is this. I can say got start listening message. And I don't need to debug the contents. All right, and then this is failing because we need to add another match arm here for register handler. And then we have handler, which, yeah, has the arm. Let's just put this to do for now. Make sure that it gets this far. Okay, good. Okay, thanks for being here, Obliterous. Yeah, I need to do dinner soon too. B string 2vex shouldn't heap allocate. Yeah, it shouldn't. I still don't like how it looks though. It is a code smell for me. Me thinking that I have to have a vector of vectors of bytes. Maybe I should just go back to using strings and handle the non-UTF strings a different way. Anyway, so so far so good. Now what do I do with the handler? With the handler, we have the oh, we need another channel to get it back over, don't we? Yes, we need a handler channel. All right, so you can have the sender, you can have the receiver, and we'll all be happy, right? So handle message, thank you for the follow, I do appreciate that. I added a handler receiver to handle messages. So that's another unbounded receiver. Okay, and then the other end is... Did I do that wrong? I did it wrong. It's a sender. And it's not a worker message. It is a box... No, it is an arc resource handler. Oh, I need more than that. Shoot, I need the whole key and... I need the key and the value. Dang it. It's not enough that I send in the handler. I also need to send in the key with it. Did I get rid of my marker for to do? I did. Mark that again. Yeah, we have a path and we have a resource handler. I need to send in both. So it's a little bit more complicated then, isn't it? Handler and a path. So that is a vector of vectors of bytes. You can type alias traits unstable. Oh, you can? Last time I checked, you couldn't. Or maybe I'm confused. Okay, register handler. Yeah, so maybe I ought to actually make a type for that thing. Oh wait, hold on. Yeah, I should probably just make a type for that, right? So struct resource handler with key. With path, I guess. Has this in it. And this is just actually, I don't need to put it into that until I actually send it. It's the sender that has to take that type. And that will be the traits on that will be fine. Okay, so then it's in handle message. I need to say it right here. Resource handler with path. Okay. So then the receiver goes in handle connections. Right here. Forget which... Did I put it last or second? I can't remember. I put it second. And it's a receiver. Unbounded receiver of resource handlers with paths. Okay. So that's another thing we have to be watching for, right? Yeah, so I need another, like, let mute needs next handler. Add a special feature receive the next handler. Wait, do I need to do this here? Or can't I do it at the top level? It lives here. I guess... No, I don't need to do this. I could have it added here directly. I don't know why I'm doing this, all this junk. I don't need to do that. And we don't need to do it, any of this here. I can just combine it with the other loop. Okay, so don't need that. We don't need that. We do need this, but that name is wrong. Oh no, it's almost right. Path and handler. All right, and then I don't need the channel. I don't need the sender, but I do need to pass in the handlers. So I will need to clone that reference to give it to handlers. So it's same signature as this one. There. Handle messages. There. Okay, so then it replaces that. There, handlers. So now that we have the handlers, I can say handlers dot lock. Wait a minute. Yeah. I need to revisit this because Musen was teaching me that I don't really need a mutex there. Why can't I do a lock there? Is that because this is inside async? It should let me do that, right? I should be able to say lock and expect. What do we expect here? Last thread that held it panicked. That's what it is. Last thread that held handlers panicked. See, make sure this still compiles. Yes, okay. So given the handlers, I should be able to insert into that, right? So refreshing my memory through the magic of looking it up in the manual. Is it just insert? It's just insert, right? And then I don't need the previous handler. What is there a version of insert where I don't care about the result? Or can I just drop it? I guess I can do entry. That's more complicated. Why don't I just do insert? Dot insert. Path handler, right? Yeah, alrighty. So type foo, lifetime a over type t is dyn bar t plus a. Oh, that's cool. See, Musen, I wouldn't be able to really comprehend that about a month ago. Now, I kind of feel like I know what it sort of means, but I'd have to study it and ponder it for a while. You can't type alias impl traits or traits themselves, but you can type alias dyn traits. Right. Dyn traits meaning some object, or some value, some type that implements that trait. You only need a mutex if you need mutable access to the value. Yes. And the ref cell is the non-sendable version of mutex, correct? Insert returns the old value. Entry gives you back the mute. Yeah. This is just a little bit sloppier because I'm dropping the old value, if any, but that's fine. So that should be all I need to do, right? So this should just work. If I send it, I never send it. That's the problem. So I need to send it down here. Exactly. So I need to do self.workin.unbounded send worker message register handler path and resource handler. Handler is, I don't know why I didn't change the name there. This should be into. Is that the wrong type? Ah, yeah, it's arc, not box. Arc. And my path doesn't work. Why? Oh, this should say path is path into. And there is a result. Oh, yeah, so expect... Oh, thank you for the follow. This would only happen... Yeah. I can look at where I've done this before. Then I don't need to think. Yeah, worker message drop before I could reach the worker, exactly. Which shouldn't be possible. So I'm trying to keep myself under the new discipline that I never unwrap. I always do expect, and I always say something like, what happened that shouldn't have? You should never have a message dropped before it reaches the worker, because the worker runs until we drop the whole server. You can convert a box to an arc with the from into. So I could do like an into arc, kind of like this. And why don't I call it what it is? It's just handler. And then I can say R, and I can say R is into an arc. There we go. And I just have to say into here and make the name correct. And it works. So it doesn't even need to be an arc to begin with. And maybe Jeeves will be happy now. No. So I can I do this? And it just works because that can go into an arc? Ooh, no, it doesn't work. Wait, what? I can't read all of that. Save me, Clippy. Save me. I need to fix all those other warnings. Yeah. I got a lot of warnings I gotta clean up now. Where's the error, though? Oh, it's because I need to do example. Example Jeeves. Alright. The trait from convert from madness is not implemented for that. Okay, so I can't convert from a function to an arc function. So I have to say arc new there? And arc isn't declared here, so let's declare it. Use standard sync arc, and this should combine those two. Look at that, isn't that sweet? I love Rust format. And it's still not good, why? No, that wasn't the problem. Okay, there's some difference in the types now that I didn't expect to see. Maybe there's some difference in the arguments. Request, box9 connection, vec... No, that's correct. That's the same. This should be send sync unpin and static, right? Because it's a immutable function. Is it the into that's the problem? So I'll get rid of it. I was trying to be smart with the into, you know? The into isn't coercing the function pointer to the trait object. So it's just not suitable for that, so I'll just stop trying to be smart about it. It just is that type. It's not something that can be turned into that type. Okay, then I don't need an into. And there we go. Yep, that was it. You win again, Musin. So how am I going to understand that for myself? You said into isn't coercing the function pointer into the trait object. Okay, so there's basically the into only works if there's an implementation of the into trait, which there wouldn't be because the types are different. One is a function and the other one is a capital FN. right? The type of this is little fn, and the type that it wanted here was a big fn, or was that basically a dyn fn, right? Which are different, right? Little, yeah, this is a little fn, right? If I did like let x be that, it would tell me it's a little fn. In fact, it's a very specific little fn. It's a unique type, right? I learned that a couple days ago. And what it wants here is, if I use the into, is a dyn fn, and those aren't intuable. That's my best guess. What my takeaway will be minimally is arc into doesn't do that. Actually, it's both. Well, depending on that, if that function satisfies the trait. Okay. So maybe there's more to it. I don't know, but I can't rely on arc into being able to adapt the function. All right. Let's stop beating around the bush and actually run the dang thing, because now it should just work. If I did it correctly. Please work. Oh, look at that. I didn't get the body, though. I got the 200 okay. What happened to the body? The body's been removed. Where did it go? I did assign it. Did I forget the code that sets the content length? That might be it. 50% there, yes. We're getting there. I'm guessing what I did is I forgot to add the code that sets the content length. So who should set that? I think the server should. I think the server should. So I just forgot to write that somewhere. Where would that go in request? I mean, yeah, no. Response, right? Do I not actually have... Oh, no, response is a lower level primitive. The server needs to do it. So that's the answer. I just never wrote that code. So that would go where? In something that... Okay, it's not implemented. We need to add it. So who would do it? Probably where after the handler gives us... where was that happening? After the handler gives us a response... I think I need to mutate it. Yeah, let's mutate it to attach things that are server-wide. So we can say fetch results. We can say if... how do we say this? If fetch results dot results response dot body dot is empty, not fetch results dot response dot headers dot set header. I'm getting no help from IntelliSense. That's fine. I know what to type. Content length. This dot length. Is it not set header? Oh, it is, but the trait bound convert. Okay, yeah, this needs to be converted to a string. To string. Yay! Almost. Oh, this isn't matched correctly. Alright, cool. Except for I broke something. No, I didn't break anything. It was just lag. Okay. I'm being spooked by lag. A box dyn foo is a size type because box gives the unsized a size. Yes. Hey there, Batcraft. How are you doing today? I abandoned saying hi because I got raided and there's so many people chatting and I lost sight of it. Hey, I think that you're just in time to see my web server work for the first time. And yes, look at that. We got the hello world out. So if it functions correctly, if I change the slightest thing, like remove an O there, I'll get 404 not found. Hey, look at that. This content length 0 shouldn't be there, though. Something is adding that, and I don't know what it is. I'm doing great now, Backcraft. I got my code to work. Always feel good when I get my code to work, right? What I like about Rust, I feel a sense of accomplishment when I get something to compile, and it just works usually when it gets to compile. So, we got our web server running. It's accepting connections. It's giving me responses that are correct. So it'll say hello world if we go to the correct path. It'll give me 404 if it's not found. This is a little problem here. We should not get content length 0. I don't know what's adding that. I have a theory that it has to do with the decoding of the response, that it gets set during the decode process, but I'll need to look into that. Okay. We can even cleanly close the web server. Isn't that neat? That we didn't get any panic on the way out of all those features. And compile ship it. My equivalent of ship it is to check it in. I think of it as like, I don't want to use Git GUI anymore, right? We're using the new Git Cola. That's right. I like to think of it as a checkpoint where we have now a known working version of the code. So if I screw up, I can go back to this checkpoint. All right, so what did I do in this case? We make resource handlers into handler factories. Right? That way it accomplishes two things. Should I say this thing? Accomplishing two goals. Number one, the factories themselves are immutable, so that there need not be any special handling of them when sharing them amongst the various tasks inside the server. I feel like that explanation is long enough for me to actually need to put this on a different line. This is what I'm going to do. 2. And this is a complete sentence, so we capitalize it. The second goal here that we accomplished, and we can give ourselves more room. The factories may now generate futures, allowing the handlers, or providing the handlers with more flexible tools for with more flexibility when it comes to how and when any work to handle requests is performed. Basically, you can farm it out to another thread. You can just do nothing. There's a lot of things you can do, right? It's rather than synchronous, where you have to do something right now, and the server can't do anything else until you're done. Okay, what's the second thing I did? A weird way of sorry, cannot type. That's okay. I can't think tonight. We're all in the same bucket. Content length 0 is valid with 404. I don't think it is. If I remember right, and I never remember things right, so I have to look it up. But if I remember right, the HTTP RFC says that you don't have a you should not have a content length if there's no body. That's content length. Content length. Okay, I guess it is valid. But yeah, there's rules in section 4.4 about it. Where is it? Okay, maybe I was wrong. That's a request. That's different. And that's containing a message body. Maybe I was thinking of this where if there's an encoding present, this one, the content length must not be sent if the two lengths are different. If you have, anyway, what? If there's a transfer encoding header present. Yeah, if you have a transfer encoding like chunked, you're not supposed to have a content length because you have to first transfer decode the body before you get the content. In other words, there's the content and then the encoding goes as a wrapper around the content. So it's pointless to send the content length because the encoding is something you do at a higher level, right? Like you could send a chunked encoding of an infinitely long piece of content or a piece of content you don't even yet know the length of. Maybe that's what I was thinking of. So maybe you're right that you can send a zero length. It may be of zero length. All right. I guess I stand corrected. So is that it? Is that where I was thinking I should not have a content length if there's no... Maybe there's a reference somewhere else. That's another piece of homework then. I'll handle that later. So, go back to the RFC and study to figure out whether we should, can, should not, or can, or must not include content length if there is no body for both requests and responses. Yeah, I'll figure that out later. It's not important right now. It will be important later when we ship it, right? There's a typo in 444 Liant? You mean in the RFC? Really? Did you find a typo in here? Was I in a different RFC? Was I in this one? No. Bullet point 4. Okay, I lost the context. Probably we were looking at content length, right? Thank you for the follows, by the way. You're saying it's Liant. I don't see it. Maybe it was just an artifact of the encoding my stream. I see what you're saying. So it would be in here. Anyway, what? You said it was in bullet point 4 in the section that I was in. It was a transfer encoding exclusive with content length, which is right. Now I'm missing it. Yes, space Liant. No, it's not a hint. It's not no hits on that. I'm guessing it was just some artifact of the of my stream being encoded. It cut it off somehow. I'd be really surprised if there was a typo in those things are generally really, really well copyrighted. As in proofread. Okay, so did I check it in? I didn't. So I made resource handlers into handler factories. Then that was this main work here in Jeeves, right? What else do we do here? I'm not going to mention that I fixed the path there. Right, so we add worker message register handler and implement HTTP, well, what's the name of the class? I guess it is HTTP server. Register. Yes, and I can remove the to-do implement this, because it's implemented. And implement to pass that message to the worker. This message causes the message handler to store a new resource handler for, I'm guessing it's going to be handle connection? Yes. To use in order to process HTTP requests. All right, big words for saying we're connecting things together. All right, so that means we had to provide, well, define not define storage, add storage for resource handlers and provide handle connection. And, well, the other one too, right? Handle message. Handle connections. Actually, did handle connections need it? Oh, yeah, it's, handle connection is a subordinate of handle connections. What was the other one then? Handle messages. Getting my names confused. Access, shared access to them. And we don't have to worry about locking because it's all one thread. And that's not true. I do have to worry about locking. But as long as I don't hold a lock when I wait, it's fine because it's all one thread. Holding a lock and then awaiting would cause a deadlock. All right. Oh, was I going to look back and see if I needed the mutex at all then? Or if I could just use refcell? Oh, it's the ietf.org copy that RCS wrong? It has a lot of broken words? I wonder why. Okay, so, this type is no longer debuggable because it has something in it, right? This can no longer derive debug because resource handler. Oh, actually, I could probably make that. Can I make that debuggable? No, I can't because it's dying, right? I'd have to actually say debug, and then that would just screw everything up. Yeah, yeah. So basically, yeah. We can allow that. Hey there, Adam the creator. How are you doing today? I'm checking in some code that I just got working. Worker message is can no longer derive the derive the debug trait because it can hold a closure inside of it. And I don't want to write that. I'm not going to bother to force my users to implement debug for their closures. So there's that work. There's what I already talked about all this stuff. Got rid of the no, wait, how did that get added? Should not be added. Jumped me to the top. Dang it. Okay, back down. Make sure there's no other surprises here. There's the new message handler. There's how we pass it in. Yeah, we switched from box to arc. Yeah, that's it. All right, so summary. Get resource handling to work. Commit. Ship it. Should be opposed to shouting out Mike's game? Oh, no problem. You're talking about Mike in principle? Yeah, no problem at all. I think I even have a link to it. If we're talking about the same game, Thrusty's ship. Yeah. I still have his command from when he released the game. So, Thrusty's ship or his other game? Because I think he's got a few now. If it's a different game, feel free to shout out that link too. Or a different link if it's a special link for the sale. All right, so what's the next thing I need to do? Oh, I need to fix all the warnings, right? Let's clean up all the warnings here. We don't need hash map anymore. I never needed that structure at all. This doesn't need to be mutable. And this is the last one. Let's clean it up. 75% off. No, it's Rusty's Ship. Yay! It's Rusty's Ship. I really enjoyed playing, and actually, it's what's one of my what do you call them? Highlighted clips or highlighted streams that are in my videos where I was playing around with that. I think. I don't remember now, but yeah, it's a game though that you're apt to rage quit if you yeah, it's a difficult game. Some people like those kinds of games. I only played it casually. Okay, so to fix this, it wants me to do a map, correct? And I should be able to figure this out. Yes, because we're going to map it to a clone. So it should be... Remove this line completely. And then it should be that dot map. Did I do that right? Yes. You get it first and then map it to clone. And that would be well, I don't know if I can reduce it, but let's just say handler factory clone. Semicolon. Okay, I can reduce this even more. I'm using explicit closure. Yeah, fix that, please. I wasn't sure how to write that. Quick fix. Remove closure. Okay, it's standard clone, clone, clone. That's a mouthful. I think maybe I should pull that in so there's not so many clones. That's funny that it's clone, clone, clone. Okay, where was it? Map clone. Yeah, so here I can just say clone, clone. And it goes back to one line. Isn't that nice? Clone is in the prelude? Really? So does that mean I don't even need the using? Oh, look at that. You're right. Thank you. Another point. So why didn't the quick fix know that? Why didn't it just replace it with clone, clone? Okay. I think we're out of warnings to fix, right? We can go to problems and see them. Oh, right. I have warnings in other projects, right? Yeah, in the HTTP project. I think this is because I upgraded my tools during the stream today. Before the stream today, I didn't have any of these warnings. So, yeah, I hate warnings, so I'm going to go fix them. Git cola. This one is fix warnings. What's one thing we fixed? No longer needing hash map. No longer needing resource handler with path. And what else? Okay. Connection need not be mutable in handle connection. Because we pass it around instead of mutating it in place. Okay. Use map clone. Well, map and clone. Map with clone. Instead of if let some none. All right. What else? That's it. Ship it. Okay, now I gotta go look back and see what did I miss? I always miss something. It's already 6:30. I need to eat dinner sometime. I've been going more than 8 hours? Oh my goodness, this is probably the longest stream I've ever done. Okay, looks like I have some changes in HTTP client to resolve. Git cola. Dinner's for quitters, that's right. 12-hour stream or die. Okay, this is minor improvement to documentation. That's more words than it deserves. Push that one. Okay, now to resolve warnings. Okay, it's just telling me that I should have backticks around it. Sure. All of these guys. I can't just highlight that and do that. Okay, fine. Wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. That's part of a URL. That's part of a URL. I can't do that. What if I do this instead? Oh, I need to suppress that. Look at that. It's not a problem, except for the formatting. Yeah. Interesting that that happened. Yeah, you see here, it's okay with it there. Okay, it's because it's sitting there on an... Okay, so it's a false detection. So how do I fix that? Do I need to do it crate wide? Interesting. It's only 130? Yeah, you can use reference style links. It's so long though that isn't it going to wrap no matter how I do this? Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that. So what would I put for the reference? Just the name? And then somewhere else repeat the name with that. Okay, so we pull that out. And down here so this is a test case. See if I got it correct. It's like that, right? And then join it here. Okay, so that should have... Let's do the documentation generation to see if I got it right. Where are we? We're in HTTP. Cargo doc open. You don't need the parentheses? Yes, you're correct. You're correct. You get another point. No parentheses needed. Open it here, please. So what did I modify just now? It was the errors, right? It was the errors for parse. Request parse, not response parse. Request parse. Oh yeah, look, all these links are broken because of that warning, but this one actually works. Okay, cool. Yeah. So yeah, it's not just a warning, it actually broke because of that. Alright, so then that's gonna be a little tedious, but sure. And then I'll just paste that in place and do that, and then down here paste and remove that. Okay, this is going to be a little tedious. Grab that. Paste it here. Add colon, remove parenthesis, join. Is that going to be a problem? Let's see if that's a problem. Upload text. No, that worked. This other one worked too. All right. Okay. Remove the link. Join here. Save. Okay. Getting there. Should I do it for all of them? I didn't need to do it for this. Why is this one not needing it? I needed to do it for this one because this is all messed up. Sorry. This is going to be really painful, isn't it? My apologies in advance. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, that's going to overextend because that name is way long. That's fine. You know, we like long names. Long names are just fine. Hopefully I get faster at this the more I do. And then I'll just blaze through all of these. Okay, this is the next one, right? Whoa, big long name. All right. Fixing the documentation. All right, who's next? This one. Makes me regret being so verbose listing my errors, you know? It's like punishment. Oh, you want to you want to document all possible errors? Well, I got the punishment for you. We're going to make you do references in all of your links. This one I don't technically need to do, but I feel like I should just for consistency. Pull out the reference, paste it here, and do that. It's going to be on 148 to link to standard. Oh, that would be nice. Yeah, I noticed it wasn't there yet. So I am doing direct links to, if I link to standard, I do direct links to docs.rs, I think. This one's next. Next version, you won't even need to do the references. So what? I'm doing all this for nothing? Probably because other people have run into a lot of pain here, right? At this point, I'm just doing all this for consistency. All right, and then finally this one. Jeez. Pain. The pain. I have to somehow make this entertaining even though it's such a drag. Oh, what happened here? It didn't want to wrap that one? Here, how about that? There, that works. Okay. Yeah, I had to wrap it by hitting my wrap key. Just kidding. All right, fixed. All my errors are nice and clean now. All right, now what warnings do we have left? We have one. Oh, more? Ah, damn it. There's more. I guess I should have expected it. We did request. Now we got to do response. Oh my god. Can I just do another set of warnings? I can do this off screen. I don't need to submit everybody this junk. Okay, yeah, we'll do those later. I don't even need to make a note. It's going to annoy me until I do it. Redundant closure. Yeah, fix that for me. Yay. Okay, now what? Failed to resolve it. Why? Yeah, why? Why did it add a state next? Hold on. It's a vector. Why does it adding a parse host port state next? That's the wrong thing. This is a oh, it is a state. Why is it oh, because I have state there. So I think the answer is I just remove that, right? Yes, and look at that, collapsed it to one line. Nice. All right. This is a standalone one, so not so painful, right? I can just do this and be done with it. All right. What's next? More of these. Okay, I'm only going to do it once. Okay, I'll do the others later. What's wrong with... Oh, this one's just way too long? Too many lines. Oh, what happened here? It got mangled horribly. Oh, jeez. Okay, I think we need to tell Rust format to calm the F down for this one. These are supposed to be one line each, and the formatting was all nice and pretty before, and now it's ruined it. Okay. I wonder if I could just pull that from revision control. Yeah, that one got totally mutilated. Okay, so how... There was a way to tell it to back off, right? I could say, like, rustfmt skip or something. And then that way, if I do something like this, it'll back off. And if I remove the skip, it'll... Yeah, okay. So that's what we want. So now I need to recover this from version control. Yeah, it's 9 hours long. I'm getting real hungry again. Hey, how are you doing, Cthulhu? Just got here. Great. You can see me clean up some stuff. I'm using a built-in formatter that comes with the tools for Rust, and it completely obliterated my pretty little spreadsheet here. So I got to reach into my revision control and recover it. Rust Git Cola. Let's see how good this is at looking at the history. Oh wait, I don't want Git Cola, I want Git K. Yes, Git K, to the rescue. We want before that version. We want the version here, and I want to see the tree, and I want the lib.rs, right? Is that the file we're in? No, uri.rs. Okay, within that file has my pretty table in it. Getting there. A lot of test vectors. Here it is. This lovely test vector spreadsheet got absolutely trashed by the formatter. Copy that. All right, and then it gets pasted here. Isn't that lovely? It's not indented correctly, is it? It might be. Yeah, okay, it is. So I need to remove the ugly abomination that it turned into. Hit delete. There we go. Back to sanity. So I guess I could just have it skip this thing alone, right? I can do that, and it would format everything else, so I could just say like that, and it would fix that, but it would leave this table alone. Okay, that's what I want. Good. You didn't used to be able to, but that part of the macro landscape has improved, so it is possible. If you can just put it on the let binding, yeah, that's what I ended up doing. Yeah. The only reason I have this wacky table format is because it's just easier on my eyes to look at all the various test factors. This is one of the only places where I need to do that. Don't think I have anything else that got broken. Okay, so the warnings would tell me, right? Yeah, okay, so we'll move on. Oh, here's another one of these where I can reduce it. And then I'll remove this front part. Yay, okay. I think we're almost done with the non-painful ones. Yeah, all the other ones are documentation problems, so... Do I spare you the agony of me going through those and do the next feature? Or do I submit you to the horror of me fixing documentation bugs? That trifold is neat. Oh, this one? I don't remember when I did that. I don't remember writing that. What does this actually do? This takes the address as a string, looks at the characters of the string, and starting with oh, now I remember. I got this pattern from someone else as like a generic way to drive a state machine. So you start at a blank state, and as long as your state machine is designed to have a next function, then this is how you drive your state machine, no matter what it is. So everything is determined by the state machine's next. And since the result is another self out, you generate the next state from the previous state. I didn't come up with this at all. I found it in someone's blog. Yeah. So as long as you generate the next state from the previous state, it fits well with the fold. The try fold is in there to catch an error, I believe, right? Because next could return an error. Yeah. So I can't take credit for that. Totally got this from a blog, that this is how you make a nice clean state machine. And what did I end up doing? I ended up splitting up each state into its own function to make it more readable. Yeah. It works. Okay, so we're done with that. I guess I'll just check everything in. Multiple repositories, right? What got hit? Glad I have this tool to remember for me. Okay, just 2. That's not bad. Cola. I have to actually think Pepsi Cola. So this is just fixing more warnings. Fix new warnings from latest Rust tools. Because those warnings didn't exist before today, and I didn't change this code at all. Push. Go to HTTP. Get Cola again. Wait for the tools to catch up to me. Submit. Yeah, alright. And I'm not completely done. Commit and push. Probably do a regex search and replace. Oh, for the painful warnings that I have left? I suppose, because they all, well, the problem is that sometimes where this line break is different. I think it would be hideous for me to do it. I would need a real master of regex to do this for me. Maybe what happened is this got folded by, I think that's what happened. This got folded by Rust format, and which broke it. Right? So I had Rust format to blame there. Okay. I'm too scared to use that musing. I'll give you a point, but I'm way too scared to use it. I'd rather go through the pain of manually fixing all of those. But I won't, I'll spare you guys the gory details of that. I'm going to think about what's next with the server. So what do we want it to do? Oh, it needs to do upgrades, and it needs to reuse the connection. That's right. So on connection close, it should drop the connection. So we need to look at the connection header inside of handle. No, wrong file. I need to go to server, this one. Handle connection. Oh, we don't need this to do anymore. I got rid of that. We don't need to clone the path anymore. We just borrow it. Okay. Here at the end, right? The connection might come back broken. So this thing really has to be in a big loop, because we might want to repeat and read the next request, right? Did I have it in mind to do the loop here? No, not necessarily. Okay, so inside of here we want a big loop. And we'll essentially loop forever until when? Yeah, we'll never send the connection back out, will we? Why would we ever send the connection back out? And what would I do with it if it was sent out? I'm dropping it anyway, right? Yeah, it's never used. How come it's not warning me about never using that? Yeah, it gets dropped. Oh, no. Yeah, I'm not using it. Yeah, so this is the wrong place to do this, right? This handle connection shouldn't return the connection at all. Yeah, we don't want to do that. We want handle connection to consume the connection and just handle it. So this is that. What is it telling me now? Oh, I have an error. That's why. Yeah, here. Actually, this will never return. It's going to loop forever. I didn't do that right. Indent. It will never return. If it's done... Oh, take that back. It will return, dropping the connection, if connection is supposed to be closed, or if there's an error. Uh-oh. Now we're moving it around and we're saying use of moved value. Oh, because I did that. Yeah, let's fix that. Does that mean I need to put it into an option and take it out each loop? I think that's what that means, right? Let connection equal option or some connection. What am I doing? It's getting late and I'm hungry and I'm typing the wrong things. You can coerce that box into a reference to dine? Oh, I didn't. So you're saying I could just do that? Oh, neat. I didn't know I could do that. When I pass it around, it does need to be in the box, right? So right here, how would I coerce it? It says it's mismatch type. I would borrow it. Yeah, there we go. Just borrow it and we'll coerce it. Nice. Thank you, Museum. All right. That aside, though, I need to take it out here to put it back, right? So we'll take it out here. Let connection equal connection.take. Check or expect. We somehow dropped the connection. So that shouldn't happen, right? And then okay, receive request needs to be updated to take that again. And it needs to return it back out. Connection is not mutable anymore. But this has to be. Okay, so it's going to be need to be mutable, yeah, because we are calling read on it and stuff like that. And I need to allow that message. Why doesn't receive request just borrow the connection? Good question. There was a reason why. What was it? Because I didn't think I could borrow the connection. I was passing in the box before, not borrowing. So since I was passing in the box, I thought I would have to send the box back out. So you're right. Now that I'm borrowing it, it doesn't need to send it back out. You are correct, sir. So then I don't need to do that. So does that mean, well, the handler factory will need to consume it, though. I think that's why I was, I think I might need to go back to box because this potentially might hold on to the request. Right? If we're upgrading the connection to a WebSocket, the handler might be to give it to a WebSocket and emit that somewhere else, like give it to someone else. Yeah, I can't just borrow the connection. It might not be returned by this is allowed to be a none. Actually, that means that this needs to be an option. Yeah. Yeah, to support upgrades, this needs to be a optional connection. Yeah, so because this needs to be a box, and this needs to be a sum, because of that, because this needs to be an optional box, because you might not get the connection back, then I will need to undo some of the changes I made elsewhere, right? Handle request, Yes, follow the trail of the compiler errors. Yes, so this does need to mute connection, box it, because oh wait a minute, no, this doesn't need to. This can just borrow it. Right. This one can borrow. We don't need it back. We can just borrow it. What did I get wrong here? Right, just borrow the connection. There you go. What happened there? Oh, mute. No? What am I doing wrong here? Trait, dyne, connection, async, read is not satisfied. Wait, what? Async read is not satisfied, required because of the requirements on connection. The connection is async read, though. Oh yeah, you're right, that should be a box. Before it was... Yeah, okay, it was the wrong type. Thank you. I missed that. Steadily declining. Oh, what happened to my bot? Did my bot die? My bot died. The last 2 points I tried to give you, you didn't receive them. What happened to you, bot? Oh, this is a bad sign. The server's under stress for some reason. Okay, my server's under stress. Why would that be? It got all this information, but it's not able to paint the world now. Gonna lose the NBA Finals? Yeah. Okay, something's going on with this with the server my bot and game are running on, because I can't even look at the game right now. Can I look here? How about we just turn off the bot? I'm gonna ignore the fact that the world is gone for the moment. Turn off the bot and turn on the bot. Let's see if I can at least get the bot back up. I think it's stuck. That's a bummer. Okay, so, let me kick it. Yeah, what's going on with you, game? That's not good. Screen R. Screen R 31890. Wrong one. Screen R 2630. Oh, I'm being raided by Spherus. A party 2. Welcome, Spherus. My bot died and I'm trying to figure out why. I think one of those servers is just locked up. That's weird. Okay, we're just gonna kill the servers. Start them up again. Hopefully my game starts back up again, and otherwise I'll be really sad. I don't think I've restarted my game in like months. This is why we're porting stuff to Rust. It was going fine, Spherus, until my bot died. It's taking a long time to start back up. I wonder if something's going on with the EC2 instance I'm using. Will I need to reboot the thing? It's like stuck. Oh no, there it goes. It took a long time to load that game. It took 40 seconds. And now it's starting back up again, and it had a timeout. Okay, we have an election leader, and now there's the bot. Okay, good. And then if I reload here, we should see the world again. Please? Oh, there, the world's back. See? Hooray for Raft. Okay. repaired my game by kicking it and bringing it back up again. Now I can give Musean his points. There you go. All right. So now that I have recovered from the critical failure of my bot, I can explain what I was doing today. You're learning HLSL. Oh, neat. I think the last time I did HLSL, it was for this prototype game engine I was working on. Let me see if I can find a shader. I can show you the extent of my shader knowledge. It would have been really old stuff, so not even on this drive. It would be on the other older drive. So here. Yeah, I made HLSL shaders for my Minecraft clone. Let me find them. Assets, shaders. Ah, here we go. Would you like to see? A vertex shader or fragment shader? Vertex shader. There we go. That one's a boring one. How about the fragment shader for blocks? Or pixel shader, they call them. There we go. There's my pixel shader. That's the extent of my HLSL knowledge. The frag files are for OpenGL shaders. So here's the OpenGL equivalent of that. There's subtle differences, right? The HLSL uses float2 and OpenGL uses vec2. Yeah, pixel fragment, right. Pixel shader, and then the equivalent OpenGL shader is here. And yeah, it's not that elaborate of a shader, really. I just had to deal with like when you're breaking a block in my Minecraft clone that you show a certain overlay texture. I don't even know if I did it right. I used lerp here and there, smooth step. I thought I had like a wobbly effect in here somewhere. Oh, that would have been in the vertex shader. Vertex shader. Yeah, this is the wobbly effect called the distortion. I was really proud of that. Like the distortion when you're going through a nether portal, I just apply sine and cosine to the vector coordinates, and it wobbles. It's really cool. That's the last time I did that stuff. I had a lot of fun doing it. These days, most shaders are written in HLSL since it can be compiled. I didn't know that. I've been making two versions of my shaders, HLSL and then whatever it is for OpenGL. What's the OpenGL shader acronym? I don't even remember. GLSL, that's right. Thank you, Musin. Yes. So, yeah, if I had known that I could just write it once and then compile it, then I would have done that. It's not HLSL though, shader graph? Okay. Yeah, definitely will. I haven't done it in years though. Yeah, the last stuff I did with shaders was I was making a Minecraft clone for my kids. I never finished that clone because it got really, really difficult to put in all the features from the real Minecraft into it. And it was just way too slow. I didn't implement it very well. No one wants to play a Minecraft clone that's too slow to run. Yeah, high-level shading language, graphic, yeah. But they're essentially the same. Like I was showing just now, right? There's some difference in the keywords. There's some difference in how you link it to the input and output vectors. But otherwise, the core of it's essentially the same, right? Because ultimately, they have to compile down to the same hardware API, the graphics card. All right, so spheres and friends, real high level what I'm doing. I am making a web server. Here's an example web server in Rust. So the very, very top level, what we're doing is we're running a web server until you hit Control-C. So I'm your Rust to English translator for the next 5 minutes, right? When we're running the web server, what we're doing is we're creating a server instance. We're registering a handler for foo to generate a response using this function if we ever see a request for foo. And then we tell the server to start and bind to port 8080. Whenever a request for foo comes in, we're going to build a response that says, it's 200 status code, okay, with the body of hello world. So if I were to run this, oh, I can't run it because I have compiler. Actually, I can run it if I, that's not going to work, right? Yeah, I can run it if I do it from target debug examples G's, right? exe? Yeah, there we go. So I'll probably have to do the same thing here, right? Target debug examples rover is my faithful virtual hound who's going to fetch that resource. Foo. So you see we got the connection from rover, and here we got connected, and we sent our request and we got back our response. Look at that. Exactly what the request handler was supposed to do. So all of the magic happens under the hood. I wanted to make the API very simple for myself. So it's just make a new server, register handlers, and start. The goofy syntax is all Rust stuff that you get used to after a while. And that's probably as deep as I want to go. If you want to know more, you'll have to ask me. You dislike future select. What would you do as an alternative to this? I really like that I can say, here are two things that may happen. Stop when the first one happens. Tokyo select, I see. I haven't learned Tokyo yet. So this select comes from the core futures library. And so you're saying Tokyo select has a more improved version of that? In a few weeks when you're diving deep into Rust, you'll come to me when you have any questions. Well, Spherus, Musen here is the master. You should watch his stream. I'm just a student. You can also, what I've been recommending people do, real easy to remember, you just Google search, learn, or Bing search or whatever, learn Rust, and the first link is the starting point. You can either read the book, or you can learn by example, and there's even an online course for it. Neat stuff. I would not recommend it unless, of course, you know other languages, which you do. It is very intimidating because the syntax can be very exotic, especially when we're doing asynchronous work. So, like, where's a good example? Well, you'll see a lot of these where you'll have function chains, especially when we're dealing with wrappers around iterators and that kind of thing. Rustlings is a thing too. Yeah, I think it's linked in there somewhere. Yeah. So yeah, it can be quite intimidating. Let me remove my bookmarks. I don't need them anymore. Yeah, when you start looking at this stuff and you're like, what the heck? Dyn function. There's a box here. Send, sync, unpin. It's like each one of these has like a several chapter. Well, each one of these could have a chapter written just for itself, right? Each one of these means a different thing. Really briefly, send means this value can be sent from one thread to another. Sync means it's thread safe to use its methods. Unpin means that it can be moved in memory. Static means that it might live for the remainder of the program's execution. Each one of those is magic behind Rust, though. Oh, it's fine for this, but when you want to do complex selects, it can and will break. I've been keeping the select macro use very simple, as in here are some overarching tasks that I only need one to complete, and you just cancel the rest. Static there means it's owned. Yeah, well, that's implied, right? If you own something, then you might hold on to it until the program ends. Whereas something that has a constricted lifetime, you're saying, well, it's gonna die at some point after some given lifetime, so therefore, like, you can't own it. Right? Or you're not the owner because the lifetime exists somewhere else outside of you. I don't know if I'm explaining it right, but that's how I think of it in my head. It's good enough for me. All right. See, what Musen is giving you the precise language that I cannot fully describe because I am just a student in it. The next task I was going to work on here was... I'm in the middle of it, aren't I? I should follow the trail of compiler errors. Yeah, okay, so I decided that the connection did not need to be returned here, right? No, it did. But it's going to be some connection. How am I going to do this? It has to be some connection, right? So it's some connection. And then when we get down to here, it's possible for the connection to have been stolen. So I think what I should do here is, yeah, if we have no connection, we should just return. So if, yeah, if let some connection equal connection, then do this stuff, right? Else return. And do I need to return something? I need to return an okay, all's well in the world. And this needs to be changed too because it is a box that is not mutable, so let's make it mutable. And for it to be used in the next loop, we're going to need to put it back. So, yeah, it needs to be overall mutable here. That means I should probably use a different name, right? Let's have this be connection. I need a name. Oh, good. My explanation was right, only with maybe a few weird words mixed in. Thank you for the follow. I need another name here. My names are bad. This is the name for where the connection needs to be each loop. So maybe connection origin? I don't know. So that we're not shadowing it when we do this. So we're taking it out and then using it throughout the loop. And then when we get to the end, we need to put it back. So here I need to say connection origin dot replace connection. That's important because when we loop back, we're going to take it out again. And this is telling me it doesn't need to be mutable, which it's usually correct. Okay, cool. So now this will repeatedly handle requests and responses, right? So I can test this if I modify rover to send 2 requests. Let's do that. Come here, rover. Please send 2 requests, not 1. There we go. So, quit the old server, run Jeeves. Oh, I have an error? Dang it, I have an error. Here, okay. What is connection? It is a what? Box. And handle connection needs the box again. There you go. You can have the box. This works because it takes the connection. How do I get it back? Oh, I don't get it back. Yeah, it consumes it. Right. Okay, so we're all good now? Run, Jeeves, run. Okay, and then we will run rover over here. Run rover foo. So it should actually ask for it should actually ask for foo twice now. Oh, that's interesting. Did it have to close its connection? Why was there a pause? Why did it open twice? It shouldn't have had to do that. It should have cached the connection. I don't understand that. Oh, I have rover dropping its end when that happens. Yeah, we need to tell rover to hold on to it. That was another flag I forgot to change. And I've been meaning to go back here because I hate using Boolean. There's in rover, where is it? Yeah, in rover, in fetch here, there is a, oh no, I did change it. Look at that. Yeah, we don't want single resource. We want multiple resources. Basically, we are going to use the same connection. Okay, so that I don't need to change. We just need to rerun this. That's the right example. Okay, so it should request twice with 1 connection. Did it do it and I just wasn't watching? Hold on. Oh, it did. It's hard to see because okay, let's just Control-C that and run again. Let's do this. Let's do this again. I think it worked. Yeah, see, we got hello world twice. And then we got a disconnect from the client side. In other words, the server was perfectly willing to continue talking to the client, And it tried to, but then it got disconnected from the client. So that's actually exactly what I expected to happen. I'm going to have to ask. Oh, wait, it's Friday. It's free for all dinner, isn't it? Free for all. That means I can keep streaming. Hungry. It's been 9.5 hours. I need to call it at some point. How much further do I want to get? I think what I want to do is wrap up persistent connections and non-persistent connections. Scrounge night. Yeah, tonight is scrounge night. Okay, so, right, so when the, yeah, I guess one way to think of it is to have this error not happen, Rover should, on the second fetch, set connection close, right? So I think what I want to do is pull this out and say connection use and put it here. Like that. And then here, say that. And here, say single. So, oh, that's wacky. It folded this one, but not this one. So basically, this one says we're going to be asking for multiple resources, so it won't close the connection, but this one should cause it to close, right? And then on the server end, when we see this the connection close header, we should drop the connection. So that's in here, right? Inside handle connection. It should be part of the request. I suppose we should look at the request before we hand it off to the factory. So we'll do that right here. Peek into the request to see if we should close this connection after the after the response has been sent. All right, and so and now I'm wondering if we close it too early, the end might get cut off. I wonder how do we verify that it all got sent? Do we just hold on to it for, yeah, I know what I can do. I can hold on to the connection for an extra second or so and just let it fall away after a second. Yeah, I know how to do that. So we will say if request.headers header value. Actually, should do value or tokens. Technically, connection can have more than one token in it, right? And we need to consult the book of RFC 7230 again. Connection close. So there's a connection header, right? Where is that first mentioned? Wrong scroll bar. Ugh. There we go. Connection, here we go. Connection header field allows the sender to initiate desired control options. List the corresponding field name within the connection header field. Oh, okay, that... When a header field aside from connection is used to supply control information. Okay, I think I understand that. Declare a way of distinguishing header fields that are only intended for immediate recipient, for those that are intended for recipients, and the chain. Okay, yeah, so there could be one or more connection options, and that's a token. And they are separated by spaces, I think. Oh, anyway, I already wrote the code for that. So it is tokens, so I would say has header token connection close. And then what do we do if that's true? I think we're just going to remember that it's so. So close after response equals that. And then when we get down to here, if we get a connection back and we've sent the response, but before, okay, right here, reuse the connection. Well, put the connection back so it can be reused for the next request at the top of the loop. But we only want to do that if that's not the case, right? How did my tab move focus get turned on? All right. I can promote this comment out and say either drop the connection. Well, either what do I want to say here? If we're supposed to close the connection after sending the response, hold onto it for an arbitrary but a relatively short amount of time to ensure the response, the client has enough time to properly, well, it's to ensure the protocol stack, to ensure the entire response makes it through the protocol stack and transmitted to the client. If there was a way for me to ask the connection, hey, let me know when you've actually sent this, then I would use that. But in my experience, you don't get that. So I just say, hold on to the connection another few seconds and then just drop it. Usually the client will close their end first, and so it's no big deal. Yeah. We're supposed to hold the connection after sending the response. Hold on to it for arbitrary but relatively short time to ensure. Otherwise, this. Put the connection back so it can be reused. So here we will say, here's my arbitrary thing, right? Futures. Oh, I wrote this before, right? Where did I put it? It was called delay async. Yeah. This thing. I wrote this already. Just paste it here. It doesn't need to be a function. It's just this. It does rely on the async standard crate, but you know, that's okay. Standard time duration from seconds. This is just arbitrary. We'll do like 5 seconds or something. It doesn't really matter. It's just to let the OS handle the stuff we already sent. Can you somehow check when all bytes have been written to the connection? I wish I could. If you guys know a way to do that, let me know. Otherwise, I'm just going to have it sit here in the future for 5 seconds. And then when it's done, we're going to return OK. You can use futures timer, so you want to stick with core futures rather than... Oh, really? That's a good idea. So many good ideas today, Musin. Very, very grateful. Another point that is completely worthless, but it expresses my gratitude. What this is this is an overcomplicated way to say wait 5 seconds. What it's doing is it's constructing a future that never completes and saying, hey, try to drive this to completion, but time out after this amount of time if it doesn't complete. So basically, try 5 seconds to complete this feature, which is impossible to complete. Async standard uses async IO for that. Oh, so I could just use async IO directly? I'd rather just use the as close to the core as I can. So if futures timer has it, then I'd rather stick with that. I'm only using async standard if I can't find it anywhere else, and so the ones I haven't been able to find anywhere else, other than Tokyo, of course, were TCP listener and the address. There isn't anything closer to the core. The other alternative would be Tokyo TCP listener. Futures timers from Futures R. Sounds great. I'll put that in later, but I don't want to get sidetracked too. Well, I guess I can test this and then put that in. I need to eat though. So this should not give me the error anymore. No, thank you. And then how am I testing this? I'm testing this by the fact that it won't think that the connection is broken. It won't try to read from it again. But the second time it will. So, I guess I need to test it both ways. Actually, Rover already does that. Okay. Async net, is that TCP listener? Oh, so I could narrow my dependency down to async net? Oh. Even better. Although I have a feeling that I might need more of the async standard later. It bundles all those tiny reusable crates to mirror the standard library. Yeah, I don't need all the standard library. Yeah, maybe I should just send to just the dependencies I care about. Yeah, or async IO, which it builds on. Yeah, I noticed that async t-type, they use it to wrap something, and I forget what it was, but I'm like, oh, so you don't have to rewrite everything? You just take the existing one that's synchronous, and you just wrap it in async, and you're done. Okay, I guess I'm just ready to test this now, right? Okay, run again, Rover. Cool. So we got the first one with connection close. No, the other way around. The first one was with no connection close. So, and we got the response. Yeah, first one's no connection close, got the response. Second one was with connection close. Oh, don't I need to add a connection close in the response too? I think I need to add that here. I forgot. Oh, but this is working, right? Let me review, because I probably have this wrong. This close connection option is defined for a sender to signal that this connection will be closed after completion of the response. For example, that in either of the requests of the response indicates that the sender is going to close the connection after the current request response is complete. The client that does not support it must send close. A server that does not support persistence must send close. In every response that does not have a status and 101, a 1xx stat. All right, okay. Thank you for the follow. But I want to know, does the spec say I have to send it in the response? I guess if you interpret this literally, I do, because if they told me to close, and then I'm going to close, I should send close because that's what I'm supposed to send. There's actually another section to read. Oh, the sender should send it. Right, you must not send a further request. A server that receives... Oh, okay, it's the should send it. Well, we want to be nice, right? We should send it, so we should send it. Okay, so let's add that. That's easy. We'll add it in the response here. So that's at this point, right? If we're... Actually, let's copy this. If we're supposed to close the connection after sending a response, tell the client so via the close token in the connection header. All right. And I don't need an else because we don't need to do anything special in else, right? So here it's response dot headers dot I can't do add or set, can I? What happens if add header if I add a single token? Does it append it correctly? It might not. I might need to get the tokens. So header tokens connection gives me what? A vector. And then I'm going to push onto that close. Oh, you know what we should do? We should make sure it doesn't already have close in it. So it would be silly to add it twice. So let's do let mute connection tokens equal that. Think you should have to send it from the server as well. Some clients might not be able to keep the connection alive. Yeah. So we're making sure we send it if we're going to close. Headers shouldn't be a hash map because the keys aren't unique. Headers isn't a hash map. Headers is my own class called message headers. It internally actually has a vector of headers, but it's not a hash map. My implementation of a multi-map is that it's my own class that internally has a vector of headers, and this allows you to have multiple keys, and I handle that myself. Yeah. The other reason for making my own type here is that this header name has to be case insensitive. So I did a new type on it and implemented partial equality to ignore the ASCII case, among other things. There are other restrictions, right? So I did that like a week or two ago. Let's see. There are some warts on it, like I can't just say add header token. I have to get the tokens and then push and then set it back. But I also, I wanted to get it anyway because we want to see if it's in there. If tokens.iter.any, or what's the opposite of any? I guess not any. Token, where token equals close. Then tokens.pushClose, and then response.headers.setHeader connection. No, there was another alternative to this, right? Is it set header multi-value? No, I guess I don't have. So yeah, I don't have a set header tokens either. I have to do it myself. It's not that hard, right? You just do tokens.join on comma space. There we go. It should be tokens. There we go. This should be into. And this needs to be mutable. Where's response? Mutable response, because we're changing it. Thank you for the follows, by the way. Oh, none question mark? Where did you see that? Oh, instead of not any? Is there a none? I don't think there is a none. There's no none, so you have to say not any, right? Although we can always look at the cheat sheet to see if I missed something. Cheat sheet for iterator. Where would we find any? Oh, there it is. There's any and there's all. So none is not any, I think, right? Oh, that's right. I could do it the other way. I can say not equal to close and say any. I like that better. No, this needs to be all then. All not equal to close. Yeah, like exactly what you wrote and that I didn't read correctly. So if all of the tokens are not close, we need to add close to the list and then reset the header to that. Okay, so let's try it. And we'll see the results from Rover. Implement drop and calling send not applicable. Is implementing drop and calling send not applicable? I'm not sure what the context of that is. Okay, I need to widen this to see everything, right? Okay, so there's the first request. There's the first request. I'm not very good at highlighting. There's the first response. It does not have a connection close. So we reuse the connection. We don't need to connect again. The second one has a close, and the response has a close. And it closed, and there was no error. Great. Oh, that was in terminating the connection. Down here. The TCP connection, I think, implements drop for us. This, well, it's dying here, but the way we make it is with accept. this thing will be a TCP stream, and I think it does implement drop. It says the connection will be closed. I think the way they do it is the TCP stream has a watcher in it, and I think this internal thing has a drop on it. No, it's this, which I don't have the source code for. I'm guessing internally to Rust in this net impl TCP stream, it implements drop to do a graceful close, because otherwise we'd be getting like a connection reset or something like that, right? You can close the TCP stream duplex. Yeah, via the shutdown, yeah. So I'm pretty sure that internally they do a graceful close, because I tested this. I tested Rover like several days ago with a C++ web server that can tell the difference between a connection reset and a graceful shutdown, where it receives a where the connection is still live, but it sees that the you get end of file on the read and the write, or both. Yeah, exactly. So drop does call shutdown both. Great. That's what we want to see, because reset connections are rude, right? Okay, so what would be even cooler, Musin, is if there was a version, if there was a function that would say close once everything is sent. But I don't think such a thing exists. I could be wrong. We could look it up. TCP connection, right? Is that not in the standard? Am I typing this wrong? I think I'm typing it wrong. What is the type? It's TCP something. It is TCP stream. Yeah, so maybe there is a method TCP stream that does a graceful. That would be shutdown is synchronous, right? Oh, but there might be an asynchronous. Well, but this doesn't return. This doesn't wait until everything is sent, right? Yeah, it causes all pending and future I/O in the specified portions to return immediately. Actually, it's not really clear if anything you sent is completely flushed down the pipe. Do write signal drop receive await drop stream. Yeah. But I think at the low level, I'm pretty sure at the low level, shutdown just sends an it sends a FN, a fin. It sends a fin signal out on the wire, and then if you had queued something up, or if the sender hadn't received it and you're trying to retransmit, it'll be too late if you drop everything, because it will have completely closed the socket and you won't have the opportunity. It won't actually retransmit. So well, I guess I could test it, but I'm pretty sure I still need to have some kind of graceful period where we where did I put that now? I don't that was where I put the timeout. Yeah, I think I still need that. If I don't, it might get cut off. If we shut down the socket too quickly, it might not actually finish transmitting at the socket level. It's basically tells the OS what to do with the file descriptors. Yeah, shutdown says you're not going to send anymore, but it doesn't guarantee that everything is actually sent yet. But maybe I should put a to-do here. Okay, let's put a to-do here. To-do. It might not actually be necessary to do this. It all depends on how the protocol stack, operating system, and Rust libraries handle the socket and any data associated with it that the client still hasn't received. At the moment, the TCP, the underlying TCP stream is dropped. I'm not going to assume that I know for sure, so I'm going to leave a to-do note here to do some more research. You should flush manually to empty the buffers. Been here 5 minutes and already learned so much. Oh, thank you, Koala Zub. Yeah, I don't want to leap to conclusions, so I think I need to do something like this, but I'm not sure. The test would be to try to put a lot of stress on the socket, like put in megabytes of data and then just close and see if the client receives it all, right? It may or may not flush it, but manually doing it will ensure the right flush isn't sent to the OS stack. Yeah, but I'd still want to know, like, is it enough? Can you close the socket and will the OS deliver every single last byte? Because that's important for a web server, right? If you're going to close the connection right after you sent, and the client doesn't get that last byte, it might not have the complete resource body that it expected. The alternative would be to leave it open not for a fixed amount of time, but to leave it open until the client disconnects, or 5 seconds happens, whichever happens first. Maybe I should put that here. A compromise might be to close the connection if either of the following happens first. 1, the client closes their end. We get a read output of 0 bytes, in other words, EOF. And I don't want it to wrap that, so let's do this. Fixing this slowly, because I am bad at the keyboard. Alright. 2, some arbitrary time interval or grace period elapses, like 5 seconds. You don't f-sync sockets? Yeah, fundamentally at the lower level, it's all asynchronous messaging, right? So at some point you'll get an ACK back from the client saying it has received all of the data. It would be super neat if that ACK made its way all the way up the protocol stack to us and says, yep, they ACKed those bytes. But as far as I know, you don't ever get that at this high level. I'm going to leave that there. So I think I'm done with this feature. We will handle the close or not close. Yay. Do I want to do any more work or do I want to eat dinner? It's at 10 hours. I think I might finally end the stream. Yes, and is that the only change in Jeeves? Is to... Oh, right, because it might consume it. Yes. And then here is, right, it's now an optional. Yeah, we want to say that. So, allow resource handlers to consume the connection. For example, if the connection is upgraded to, say, a WebSocket, for example. Maybe too many comments in there, I don't know. What else did I change? Right. Handle connection need not return the connection. After all. What else did I do? Right. So implement a connection reuse server side. So that is, I do double dots if it's a nested list. If client indicates connection close in the request, we close the connection after the response, after sending the response. I'm being very verbose. If server is going to close the connection, also indicate connection close. Allow the handle connection to internally loop until the connection is closed or we get an error. And then, okay, that's it for that. It's all of that stuff. Okay, I can remove this to do because we don't need to do that. Right? So, yeah, we don't care about this. This is an empty case. So doesn't that mean I can just do a map error and ignore the rest? I can say this would it be a map? It wouldn't be a map error. It would be an if error, right? If let error equal that, then this, right? Because if it's not an error, we don't care. Yeah, that's better. And this is just a placeholder for now. Maybe I should put a to-do in here. To-do, we probably want better error reporting up to the owner of this server, rather than printing to standard error stream like a pleb. Okay, I'll go with that for now. Okay, that's probably good enough. So we're gonna say handle a server-side connection reuse and close signaling. Commit. Shipping it. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to end the stream. We're ending in a good spot though. We have a working server which talks to a working client. The next thing, I think, the next things I would need to do are server side upgrades, connection upgrades, and then perhaps gzip and deflate encodings, and then I want to do WebSockets. What else? Rewrote Nginx from scratch? Yeah, not exactly, but this is intended to be used for web APIs for my game. Right now it's all in C++. We're moving it to Rust. So it doesn't have to be a full-fledged web server. It just needs to handle like REST APIs and WebSockets. WebSockets are the big thing that I use. I really love them. So I think that's going to be what I do next, probably on Monday. So thank you very much for watching. Let's go find someone to raid. What should I should leave the screen on some impressive looking code. We'll leave it on this piece of code because, well, what's the most impressive screen of code I can show? Maybe this one where we're receiving a request. That's a nice one. Let me go find someone we can raid. Is there anyone streaming Rust right now? Yeah, see ya, Jalmega. It looks like I'm the only one in the team streaming right now. So, is there someone that I'm following that we can raid? That trifold is the most impressive. Oh, so we should leave you on that one? That was in messaging lib.rs. This one. Trifold. Is it not here? Okay, where is that trifold? Not that trifold. This one. There's also this one for IPv6. Is that even more impressive? There you go. It's both a trifold and it has an or else with potential other exits. So simple yet impressive, so maybe the other one you like better? This one? Alright, we'll leave you with that one. Okay. I don't see anyone doing development. I see a couple people doing game dev. Yeah, no problem, Eugene. Thank you for being here. You've helped out a tremendous amount, as well as everyone else in chat. I really appreciate that. And my appreciation is shown through internet points, useless internet points, but hey, maybe someday it'll be a free beer at some point. I don't know. You know, who we could raid is someone doing Python. That might be fun. How about Al Swaggart doing Python? Python is as close to Rust as I can find right now. Yeah, no problem. I enjoyed streaming. So I'm going to be rating this person. So there's their link if it doesn't show up. And I'm going to type it in here. And Al's doing Python stuff. He is usually doing Python stuff. So I hope you enjoy his stream. I'm going to start that raid right now. And I'll be back hopefully on Monday. And I hope you all enjoyed. Thank you for being here. And I will see you later after the delay here. Okay. Bye-bye. Have a good weekend. Thank you again. Bye. Bye-bye.